boom, from the ground up in that sense, is now running Philly's front office.
He is a man who loves relationships. LeBron and Maverick Carter and Rich Paul, they have been along the way with him. And now he officially rejoins up with someone who he may have been wearing a different jersey back in high school, but still someone he's been aware of and has been in his life since high school.
Well, no, he was part of the Cavs when LeBron was on the Cavs.
Right.
So he was a part of that front
rejoining
office.
with him is what I'm saying.
So leaving, because he was the Cavs GM, I'm curious if that decision had any sort of effect on LeBron too. Like, because I think most people thought, okay, Cavs or Heat, right? There's history there. I think if the Heat was actually an option, that accidentally teasing LeBron presser coming to Miami left a poor taste in his mouth. However, once you realize his guy just recently became the president of basketball operations in Philly, Mike Gansey, now he has, because what does he love to do? Loves to be in control of the narrative. Not necessarily he won't be able to do it with the media or the fans in Philly, but he has the ear of the front office.
I am just so fascinated to see how this goes, because if you are Joel Embiid, you are sitting there saying, this is my team. I've been the face of this team for 10 years, and I'm the longest tenured starter here. However, he has only played more than 60 games 3 or 4 times over
his career,
over his entire career there. Tyrese Maxey has a right to say, this is my team, because while I'm younger than Embiid, the past 2 years, I have established myself as a certified superstar.
Yeah.
You cannot name 5 point guards better than me in the NBA, and I am always available. This is my team. You have Jaylen Brown, who, despite sharing a team with Jason Tatum for every year except for last year and toward the end, he thought the Celtics were his team because he was older and he got there first. Boston felt differently. That's what led to the split. But he's sitting there thinking, well, they traded me over here to give them a championship opportunity. He has a right to say this is my team because in his head, it's always been his team. And then LeBron James, who played the third fiddle for the best stretch that the Lakers had a year ago, was very vocal about how that was uncomfortable territory for him. And throughout his career, wherever he goes, that's now his show. So if the dynamic works, if everyone can get along and play nice, this is a championship team, and a championship or bust mindset will resonate throughout Philadelphia. But as Kobe Price brought up earlier when he was with us, this could go so poorly.
So it's crazy, too, because there's a lot of spicy moments between these players. So let's run it back to 2018 when LeBron made his decision before this one to leave the Cavs and join the Lakers. Joel Embiid tweeted out, "The Lakers are forever going to be Kobe and Magic's team." Process that. He tweeted that on June 30th, 2018. Then you were mentioning and bringing back to my attention the Jaylen Brown situation when he was sitting courtside at Summer League.
Yes. One of the early, it was either Bronny's debut or his second game at Summer League. Jaylen Brown sitting courtside with his, I believe, then girlfriend at the time. And he doesn't know if the camera's on him, but you can see him mouth.
Camera's always on you.
Right. You can see him mouth, I don't think Bronny is a pro. Sometime later, LeBron James gets asked about his relationship with Jaylen Brown, and he says it's respectful, it's fine, except for that beep he said about my son. So I'm sure there's been a conversation since, but it is still something that is going to be brought up many time and time again before they take the court for the first time.
It's going to be spicy in Philly, you guys. Not only the situations we just went through, the Joel Embiid obviously taking a knock at LeBron there, the Jaylen Brown talking about Bronny, LeBron acknowledging it. We know he sees everything. LeBron sees everything, okay? He is a media mogul, and he has his pulse on everything NBA, just sports news, especially if he is in the conversation. But I think the bigger piece that you were talking about earlier is LeBron's issue with the Lakers, even when you heard him talk about it, I have never been a third option in my life, let alone on the court in my life. Now he's coming into Philly. And as you mentioned, Joel Embiid has been here the longest. This should be his team. However, his health hasn't really cemented him as that piece over the last few seasons. Tyrese Maxey is kind of that young, one of the top young guards in the league, and he should think it's his team. But the other new face that's coming in, and Jaylen Brown, his whole issue with the Celtics was that he wanted to be the star of the show. So you have 3 stars on this team, even before LeBron James comes in, that thinks it's their team. He is... I don't know if you can put him at that 4th fiddle, because wherever LeBron James goes, he is the sun, and whatever is happening just revolves around him, regardless if he tries to or not. If LeBron James is in the building, LeBron James is the biggest star in that building.
And why this hierarchy matters is because right now, if you are LeBron and you say, you know what, I can be the 3rd fiddle, it's fine, let me go do this. If you're Jaylen Brown, you say, I can be the 3rd fiddle, it's fine, let me go do this. Embiid can sit here and say, I can be the 3rd option, it's fine, let me go do this. It's easy to agree to it until you're on the court together. Until you start off 10-10 and the season's not going the way that you think it should. Why the hierarchy there matters and everyone being on the same page is because when adjustments need to be made, that is when egos get tested. So say they start off with a record that is not satisfactory to where they and Philly think that they should be at. You have to approach Jaylen Brown and say, Jaylen, we need to take the ball out of your hands and get VJ Edgecombe involved more. You have to approach Embiid and say, Embiid, we got to take the ball out of your hands and give the ball to Jaylen more. Bron, we need you to actually do a little more point guard. So Tyrese Maxey, you're not going to have the... When things are real, that is when you can really get on board with, okay, who is actually fine with taking a backseat? Because there's only one basketball. Everyone on the court has to take a backseat in some way. And in theory, it is easy to do. Right now, the 76ers and the city of Philadelphia is already celebrating a championship. And on paper, maybe they should. But if things do not go the way that they think they will go, that is when egos and personalities get tested. And if all 5 of these guys are not on the same page, well, VJ Edgecomb's still the young buck. So if Maxey, Brown, James, and Embiid are not on the same page about their role, that is when things will fall apart.
It's been 43 years since the 76ers have won a championship. Last chip was in 1983. And we've talked a lot about Philly fans just across sports. We were just talking about them while the Dodgers were in Philly playing the Phillies, and the aggressive passion that they have. They were cheering and booing for one of their stars, Trey Turner, in the same game.
20 minutes apart.
In the same game. There is no shame in their boo game. And LeBron James, when he shared his quotes this morning about the decision, he says, I believe I can help make the 76ers a championship team. I am excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Philly fans are just so excited right now. I don't even think they can read between the lines and kind of dissect everything that we are in his quote, with the next line being, thank you, LA, Miami, I'll forever love. Northeast Ohio will always be home. It's Philly fans don't give you what's the word? Not like I don't want to say a long leash, but like they don't give you a lot of wiggle room.
Right.
There's not a lot of wiggle room in Philly. If you are not like hot right out of the gates, they're going to let you know.
There's an understanding from Philadelphia athletes, guys who have played there in their respective team, whether it's the Phillies, the Eagles, the Flyers, whatever, that sometimes the fans are just going to boo, and they have such a short-term memory there, and it's not. I would find it very annoying, but some players do love playing there and the high stakes that brings to every single game. Like I said, Jalen Hurts could throw for 4 touchdowns one Sunday, and they could have a 3-and-out to start the game the next Sunday, and they're going to boo.
Oh, yeah.
That's just what Philly does. So LeBron and Jaylen Brown as well, because this will be an adjustment for him too, but especially LeBron, since we're an LA show, is he can go out there and go 40-12, and then he can go 28-12. If the next game he starts off 0 for 8, they're gonna boo you on the ninth shot. And there isn't necessarily going to be a sense of protection for LeBron. When he was in Cleveland, he was the young golden child. They were never going to turn on him. When he went to Miami, there's an understanding that he was there to win championships, and they were playing at such a high level that they were never going to turn on him. He goes back to Cleveland. They're so grateful. They were never going to turn on him. And he comes to LA. Yes, there was spite, there was some frustration from LA fans, but they were never going to turn on him mid-game.
Yeah.
Via media, via social media, of course, but mid-game they were never going to turn on him. I'm interested to see LeBron have the least amount of control that he has ever had over the city that he is in. He is a visitor, and the way that Philadelphia does things is nothing like he's ever put himself in before.
So, and I'm going to share this this little bit of info from Shams, who brings up the possibility that LeBron James might live in New York while playing for the 76ers. It's a 45-minute trip from New York City to Philly on a chopper. So a lot of things that won't go well here. Philly has, there is like a disdain. There is like that, like, they do not like New York City. If LeBron James is living in New York City while playing for Philly,
that is the worst thing he could do.
That will not go. And if fans find out,
so why it's such a terrible idea is, one, you are telling Philadelphia
you're
that
not good enough for me.
This city cannot provide what I need, and that is true. LeBron has a year or 2 years left, and living in New York makes sense regarding of establishing things. So when I retire, maybe I want to do business in New York, whatever it may be. But as long as you are a member of the 76ers, New York is not going to embrace you. You think you're going to walk around New York and take your kid to school on an off day and have a normal event? No,
especially with the Knicks knocking Philly out of the playoffs and being the defending champs.
They are rivals, and LeBron has been an enemy of the Knicks his entire career, essentially. So I understand why it may seem to make sense, but you need to convince Philadelphia that you want to be there. To live in New York would mean he had learned nothing from his time as a Laker over the past 8 years. Even if you secretly live in New York, like, buy a house in the Philadelphia area. Like, you have to at least fake it and at least show them that you want to be there. This would be the worst decision he can make.
Wild. Like, there's so many things, especially since I don't know if it was Rich Paul, his agent, or LeBron. Yeah, I think it was Rich Paul who said, if the Knicks didn't win the championship, that's where he was going to go, no questions asked. Yeah. So, like, the fact that, like, you wanted to be in New York, that was kind of your first option. And then when they won, you're like, yeah, okay, they don't need me.
Can't do it.
But you're going to play for Philly and then possibly live in New York City. You can't do that.
He cannot do that.
That's so bad. You're going to get, like, if Philly fans find that out and you're helicoptering in, also, like, can we not do another chopper situation, please? It's still a little too fresh.
Still fresh for you.
It's still fresh. Like, I don't want helicopter commutes by great players right now, please.
It would be mind-blowingly blind and short-sighted to live in New York the first year that you are a 76er. It would be mind-blowingly blind.
Have you spent a lot of time in Philly or, like, have connections to Philly? Is there, like, an area where a lot of players, because again, they have a lot of professional teams.
Yeah, there are some beautiful, sprawling suburb areas.
But he wants to be in the city. It sounds like he wants to be, like, in the bustle of the city.
That's what I would assume. Now, I'm not going to pretend to know what their school district situation is, and if his maybe his family stays here, or maybe his family stays in New York, and I don't know what the situation is going to be.
Yeah.
But Philadelphia can provide a ton of comfortable neighborhoods, comfortable lifestyle. You cannot kick in the door and spit on the floor and live in New York.
That would be wild. We want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. What are your thoughts on LeBron signing in Philly? Do you think it's going to work? How you feeling about the chapter in LA officially closing? Give us a call at 855-975-2326. We're going to take a quick break here. More on Brock and Alex when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here and being a big part of the show today with the breaking news that LeBron James signed with the 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. So he believes that he can help end Philly's 43-year championship drought. The last championship was 1983. It's his 24th season at 41 years old, his fourth different NBA franchise. He's got 4 rings, and he's looking for that 5th.
Danny Green won championships with the Spurs, the Raptors, and the Lakers. Thank you for that, Danny. John Sally won championships with the Pistons, Bulls, and the Lakers. Thank you, John Sally. Robert Horry has won championships with the Rockets, Lakers, and Spurs. Thank you, Robert Horry. And LeBron, already winning championships with the Heat, Cavs, and Lakers. Thank you, LeBron. Has a chance to cement himself in history as the first player to win a championship with 4 different NBA franchises.
So there has never been a player to do it with 4 different franchises.
That is correct.
I wonder if that also was another factor to the situation.
For a man who cares about legacy, he already has the scoring title. I'm sure he has upwards of 20 records at this point. But this one is one that would be undeniable. And it's not like he needs more proof of his greatness. But for those who decided early on in his career they were never going to like LeBron James and were going to downplay everything that he ever did, this one would be tough to overlook. So that, I feel, was a massive reason for him to go to a new team as opposed to when he's been at.
It's so crazy because there was, when you think about LeBron James and every single, basically at this point, every game now that he plays, there's some sort of history. But there was one stat when we were kind of going through, I think this might have been when he hit the scoring title. And we were going through all these different, on one of my shows, all the things, his accolades, the numbers he's hit. And the big one that like really stood out is LeBron James has shared the NBA court with 37.1% of all players in league history. 37% of all players in league history. And there was a video of him seeing that stat and knowing that stat. He's like, you want to know what made me feel old? That's what made me feel old. I have played with over 37% of all players in league history.
That is insanity. And the fact that it was at a high level throughout all of it, right? I mean, We've seen players play much longer than expected. Tom Brady, the most recent example. But what makes Tom Brady so special is he wasn't just old. He was old and still considered a championship contender.
Yeah.
And now we have LeBron in that category of the entire NBA. They started the offseason without him in mind, but eventually the NBA did come to a halt for a... Is he 42 right now, or will he be 42?
He's 41 right now.
So he'll be 42 during the season.
Yeah.
For the services of a 42-year-old man, and these are accolades that you can't really put a number on. It's just impressive as its own thing that I don't know if we will see another player play this long.
It's wild. So I was looking at like oldest players to, what was it, to win a ring.
Oh, okay.
And 43 in Robert Parrish with the Bulls was 43 years old in 96-97. But Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 41 years old with the Lakers. Other than that, like it's 40. So he's already passed everybody else. So he could be up there. Obviously, we know he's making history with every single thing that he does. I'm curious. So we know that Philly is just losing their mind today. Their governor has already announced a proclamation by the governor that today is LeBron James Day. Like, this already happened. By the power vested in me as the governor of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and as a diehard Sixers fan, I hereby proclaim today to be LeBron James Day. Welcome to the city of brotherly love. And he shared the proclamation.
Just like that.
It's wild. I want to know, like, there's got to be jersey sales already, right, Shay? Sold out, like, absolutely insane, going through the roof.
So last I checked, so we checked them probably 30 minutes ago, and they had medium and larges were sold out. Oh, so now that I'm looking at it, I was going to say that smalls are also sold out, but the extra large has also been sold out.
Oh, so they're sold out.
So the Philadelphia, if you want a double XL, triple XL, or a 4XL, or a 5XL,
they
offer them on the NBA store. But the LeBron James, that's the blue one, at least. That's the blue Philadelphia.
I was just going to ask, are they offering any throwbacks?
Yeah, the black ones.
And it's just the cheaper version, like you know how there's two versions of the jersey?
Yeah,
so it's the cheaper version. So it's the $80 jersey. The small, medium, large, and the XL are all sold out.
Oh my God.
You can get it for $78.99 if you want a double XL, triple XL, 4XL, or 5XL. On the other side of things, the Laker jerseys are on sale as well. They have dropped from $124 to $100, and then the good jerseys dropped from $200 to $167.
Gotta empty that inventory.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's wild too. LA, we want to hear from you. Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Because I am still a little shocked with how happy LA and Laker fans are that LeBron James, when he decided a couple weeks ago that he wasn't coming back, and then officially being like, okay, we're done with you.
Yeah.
Like, you're out the door. And the more... the thing that frustrates me, and this is the first time I think I've seen it from that side, is hearing the Shams report of the possibility of LeBron James living in New York City while he plays for the 76ers. And this report is the first time that I can say, okay, maybe I understand how some LA fans felt. Even though he moved his whole family here. He made this home. LA was home for LeBron, even though he didn't give us much love in his announcement tweet where he just said, I believe I can make the 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, all forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home. Thank
With
you,
an exclamation
LA.
Point.
That was it. We got a period. Miami got love. Ohio is always home. Just thank you, LA.
It's unfortunate because as time goes on, LeBron and the Lakers will have some kind of reconciliation.
I want the tea. That's what I need.
Yeah, he's building his dream home here, which is why people who were Lakers truthers, if you will, thought that he was going to come back. He's building the mansion of all mansions somewhere in Brentwood. Yeah, and so this will be his home, right?
Yeah, he's in entertainment.
Yeah, and there will be in the future some kind of public reconciliation when LeBron is retired for 5 years. He'll sit courtside. They'll honor him at halftime. They'll have a, you know what? It'll be a 10-year reunion of the bubble championship or something like that. And once that happens, maybe the vitriol of the LeBron era from Lakers fans will finally pass. But it's just unfortunate that it had to come to this because both sides did get what they wanted.
Yes.
And I do feel that LeBron played a much bigger part in the ugly split than maybe he's willing to admit. But I also understand if you have controlled your narrative and your roster for the entirety of your career and you have one of the best careers in the history of basketball, you feeling like you should still be able to call the shots. Whereas Lakers fans and the Buss family feel, we gave you everything you wanted.
Go down the list.
We got a championship. Yeah.
Go down the list of everything that the Lakers gave LeBron James.
Yeah. You wanted Anthony Davis. We traded for Anthony Davis. You wanted Carmelo Anthony. We got you Carmelo Anthony. You wanted Russell Westbrook. We got you Russell Westbrook. There were some role players in there as well. But the biggest one, you wanted for us to draft your son. And we did that. So the Buss family and their final moves before selling the team, and that that falling out was, how dare you say that we're not doing enough? Look at everything that we have done for you. So that is when the rift, I felt, reached the point of no return. And it's just unfortunate that it ended this sloppy. I'm not even going to say ugly. It was just sloppy. It was just poorly handled, mostly on LeBron's side, but maybe the Lakers could have done some more as well. All that being said, there will be a day, I have hope, that LeBron will be honored at midcourt with the 2020 bubble team, or maybe even longer when everyone's old men and Anthony Davis has a big gray beard. Reconciliation will happen. LeBron will live in LA in some aspect forever. It's just going to take some time.
I will say once he gets inducted into the Hall of Fame. Like
Okay.
there's got to be a separation, because right now you can't even think about that. He is going to Philly, and there is heat between LA and Philly. I mean, it goes back, 2001?
Yeah.
D. Fish was a part of that Lakers
he
team
was.
that beat the 76ers in the final. That's all I want now, you guys. Now I'm just rooting for the drama. We already know that this roster in Philly is going to be spicy. It is going to be so spicy with Joel Embiid, if he can stay healthy, but he had a tweet back in 2018 saying the Lakers are forever going to be Kobe and Magic's team, ... Process that. And then he has history with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown has like a lot of other stuff that's gonna pop up for him in Philly. Obviously, I think there was other comments he made right when he was with Boston.
Yes. Jaylen Brown regarding Bronny.
Well, we know that I wasn't talking about the Bronny stuff, but was there stuff about Philly when he was in Boston?
About Philly. Yes. So mostly about Joel Embiid, funny enough, and his flopping, and Jaylen Brown was on stream shortly after they got bounced out of the playoffs and was strongly hinting and sometimes directly saying he just didn't respect the way that they play basketball. And in a very funny way, the Celtics traded him.
Months later.
Right on over.
So you don't like the way they play? Okay, good luck in Philly. Bye, boy, bye. He also made comments about Bronny when he was sitting courtside at the Summer League, maybe one of Bronny's, you said one of his first two Summer League performances, about he didn't think that he was a pro.
A pro, yes.
LeBron saw that.
What he mouthed to the woman sitting next to him.
And LeBron James, when he was asked about his relationship with Jaylen Brown, said, respectable. However,
I don't like that bleep that he said about Bronny.
Yeah. So, okay. You got the Joel Embiid comments about LeBron never being the face, or never being a forever Laker when he decided to go there in his last decision. You got Jaylen Brown making the Bronny noise. You got Jaylen Brown making the comments about the 76ers in general and about Embiid and the flopping. And then you have these three superstars that are Embiid, who this was his team for a long time. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy. Tyrese Maxey, who is kind of like that young, I am the face of the team. Then you obviously traded for Jaylen Brown, and his whole ish with Boston was, I want to be the star of the show. And now you add in LeBron James, who was upset being the third fiddle with the Lakers. This is going to be entertaining and spicy entertainment.
It's a massive if. The same way that we talk about the Lakers, and if everything goes right, this team can achieve as much success as any other team. Same thing with the 76ers. If everything goes right, if Embiid can remain healthy and play more than 60 games, which he's only been able to do 4 times over his 10-year career, if Jaylen Brown can not be passive-aggressive on Twitter and in the media and on stream, if Joel Embiid is fine taking a back seat, if LeBron James is fine taking a back seat, and if VJ Edgecombe, who just had one of the better rookie years that we've seen from anyone, is fine with his development getting slowed down, if everything goes right, this team has as strong of a case for a championship as anyone else. What I can't wait for really is Adam Silver, who said earlier this week he's basically waiting on LeBron to sign so that they can make a schedule. Well, the Atlantic Division now, you have the Celtics, the Knicks, the Raptors, Sixers, and Nets. The Celtics, obviously, when Philly goes to Boston, it'll be Paul George playing against his former team. It'll be Jaylen Brown in his old building, and it'll be LeBron wearing a Sixers jersey in front of an arena that's always booed him. My guess is that'll be the Christmas game.
Which one?
Philly at Boston. Oof. But you also have Philly and New York who have to face off against one another. See, I don't think they can wait until Christmas to have LeBron play in New York. But I can't wait. But Philly will obviously play the Lakers at some point. That's just too good of a situation to pass up to put on a Christmas day as well. So I don't know. Okay, so is it Philly and Boston, Philly and New York, or Philly and the Lakers who are going to play on Christmas?
You didn't even like the fact that the Lakers are the third thought. Like that Luka LeBron drama, you guys. We don't know the tea yet, but it's piping. The tea that what went down between Luka and LeBron. Everyone played nice with the breakup. Everyone put a happy smile on their face, and it was like, thank you for my time. Thank you for your time. Good luck. Whether it's his documentary that he's filming, which it's going to be wild now. Yeah. Whether it's a documentary, whether it's a tell-all that comes out to like hype up the bulletin board material during the season. Yeah. It's going to come out one way or the other, and I can't wait to hear the tea.
Braun will have a sit down with Wendy. But no,
Wendy.
Wendy, thank you.
You did good. I know.
I will say Wendy. He'll have a sit down with Wendy or Rich Paul and
on
Maria
his podcast.
Taylor.
No, it'll be on his podcast.
There will be a deep dive at some point, and now that no one else has to play nice. Maybe like 2 weeks before the season, there will be a tell-all,
I hope
and we will start it all up.
I can't wait, you guys. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, and we want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN. More on LeBron signing with the 76ers when we come back. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here, and we love when you're part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also call us at any time at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Big breaking news today. LeBron James has signed with the 76ers a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. So he basically did veteran league minimum, which if you asked me this a month ago, I would have said no way. Absolutely not. That is disrespectful. That is a slap in the face. We were talking about the Lakers figuring out a way to give him like 25 mil.
And he continued to wait and wait and wait, and eventually he hit a benchmark where all the teams who had that much room to give him that 20 million plus didn't have that room anymore. And he said this is a decision based off of a championship window. And when you announce that, you take money out of the equation.
Which is crazy because we went from, obviously it was, okay, so I want to be happy. It went from I want to win a championship to I want to just be happy, back to it's not about the money and I want to win a championship.
He didn't know what he wanted along the journey.
He said he thought he played his last game. He thought he was going to retire.
Yes.
Retirement was real.
Which is totally fine. He's in shoes that no one else in the NBA has ever been in, to be playing at this high a level, knowing you're going to be a starter, knowing you could be the missing piece to a championship for a franchise. No 41-year-old has ever been in those shoes. But I do wonder if handling all of this behind closed doors instead of announcing every move could have just made it a better journey for him. But if he's sitting there saying, I'm happy with how the media and myself handled this journey and what I gave, then that is up to him. But the contradictory statements and the not knowing what he wanted, handling that part of it publicly, it just felt weird. I'm not sure what we're supposed to take of it, but he signed on the dotted line or is about to, and he's headed to Philly. And for him, that's all that matters.
That's wild. We want to hear from you, LA. How do you feel about this? Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Let's go to David in Ontario right now. David, how are we feeling about this LeBron James move?
Well, I'm going to start this off by saying I've never been a huge LeBron James fan. I acknowledge that he's should be considered one of the greatest NBA players of all time. Philly can have him as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, David.
Keep going. Keep going, David. Keep going.
You take out the 24 years or 23 years he's been playing in the league, you shorten that career to 15 years, and we're not talking about LeBron James every single day. The gift of him being one of the greatest players of all time has been his ability to stay healthy enough long enough to achieve all of these records. Yes, he's been a dominant player. Yes, this and that and everything else in between. But you take the length of his career with the level of he's been able to continue to play at, and hardly anybody's talking about LeBron James.
Are you a Lakers fan, David?
I am a Laker fan.
Were you
absolutely.
happy that he was with us and brought us a championship?
Not particularly, no.
Ooh.
Damn, Dave.
David going scorched earth.
It's just, this truly cements his legacy as a ring chaser.
But
Having
isn't
all the
that what
control in the world
everyone's
with
trying to do?
several-
Isn't that what everyone, you get into professional sports to win the championship. That's the goal, right?
No argument there. None whatsoever. But nobody, I'm a bigger baseball fan than a basketball fan. So nobody ever said Freddie Freeman signed with Los Angeles to win World Series championships. He wants to win that with every team that he plays with. He wants to play for a good organization.
But they did say that about
LeBron-
Tyler Glass now and Blake Snell.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't attribute them to being one of the better position players or pitchers of all time. Freddie Freeman will go down as one of the better hitters of this era, if not of all time.
So, David, what you're saying, just to make sure I understand it, no matter where Freddie Freeman goes, that team is going to compete for championships because Freddie Freeman is there.
Well, Freddie Freeman probably could have went to a much worse team and gotten a lot more money because he would have been the only star on the team. So there's that aspect of Major League Baseball that's, chasing the salaries as opposed to the championships.
Sure.
But LeBron James, again, I completely concede that he's one of the greatest players of all time.
You sound so sad conceding
I know.
that.
David in Ontario. Okay, so he's on the other side that a lot of fans have been on. He's not on my little island that I'm on. But let's go to Paul in Calabasas.
Thank you, David.
Paul, how are you feeling about LeBron James signing in Philly?
Well, first, let me preference by saying my wife has been a season ticket holder for the Lakers for over 40 years.
Wow.
So I'm a byproduct of being a Laker fan.
Love that.
And also, I grew up in Philadelphia as well, so I'm on both sides of the spectrum.
Okay.
So basically, I'm not too sad about LeBron going. I think he held up the team. There wasn't much growth in the Lakers over the last, 4 years with LeBron there. And, with Rob Placinko, as I call him, trades off a lot of good. He trades off a lot of good players that end up going to championship teams. So again, good luck to LeBron in Philadelphia. They won't win a championship. You can mark my words on that right now. And, good luck to him. Maybe he can get an ADU on back of Saquon Barkley's house back there, he can get an ADU back there. Maybe they could share, in the cost of the security system. Maybe they give him a discount, for two security systems.
Oh. Okay, so you said your wife has had season tickets to the Lakers for 40 years, but you grew up in Philly. So are you a fan of both? Is this like a win-win for you because you're happy to see him go?
Let's see. I go back and forth. You have some loyalties to Philadelphia, but I still have loyalties to Los Angeles. I follow the Rams. I follow the Eagles. You know what I mean? So I switch back and forth. I'm a switch hitter. So you know what I mean? So, but basically, it's hard to leave your roots. You cheer for your team because that's where you grew up. But I have my roots here in Los Angeles as well. So I got to cheer for the teams here as well.
Paul, we appreciate you coming in and calling in. That was awesome.
Thank you, Paul.
And the unit on the back of Saquon Barkley's house sent me. But I mean, if he's going to be living in New York and choppering in, not a bad place to take a nap.
There's no way. There's just
Dude,
no way.
if he does that, fans will not accept him.
It's
just not going to happen.
It would just be proving that he learned nothing from almost a decade in LA about why he was never embraced.
What do you do?
I refuse
as a fan
to believe
who Phillies they are considered the little brother of New York, and they don't want that. They don't want that. If LeBron lives in New York and plays for Philly,
can't do it.
I'm there for the fire, though. I can't wait for all those comments. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Hour number 4, Power Hour, coming up next. Don't go anywhere. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. The Power Hour, hour number 4, and it has been such an insane, fun, crazy day with the breaking news that LeBron James has signed with the 76ers a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. Which, when we were talking about what the Lakers would have to do to keep LeBron James, this number was not even in a thought process. It was, if it's below 20 million, that is disrespectful. I can't see him doing that. But LeBron James, you guys, came out today and he shared his thoughts, his process. I'm going to read his quote for you. He said, "I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide, but I was pretty sure I played my last game. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game, and I have more to give. The last few weeks have been really special. I've never been able to have no clue what to do and take real time to just think. I've had an incredible few months with all the people I love trying to figure it all out. This is my last decision. I'm not going for money, obviously. I'm not going for family. What I'm going for is, what am I playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete, to win, to have a chance at feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can make the 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home." LeBron James is headed to Philly, Brock.
He is a Philadelphia 76er. Him and VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid form, on paper, the most dangerous starting 5 in the NBA. And outside of rejoining the Lakers, going to the Sixers was the best basketball fit. This is clearly
Was it?
a basketball decision. Yeah, it is.
Because when you think about... Okay, keep going.
Okay.
Keep going.
It's clearly a basketball move, obviously not a financial move. When LeBron waited as long as he did, as long as he was willing to wait, he was forfeiting the ability to make the tens of millions of dollars a year that he is used to making. But the pool of teams he wanted to go to that were going to be able to compete for a championship was also small. So that also limited it as well, right? Is there a team that could give LeBron as much money as he wanted? Of course, but he doesn't want to play with the Sacramento Kings. He wants to win a championship. So that limited it. And credit to him for wearing this on his sleeve of, I think I have enough to give to a championship team. I don't care what the price is. I've kind of flip-flopped in what I'm looking for, but as he signs on the dotted line for the Philadelphia 76ers, it seems like winning a championship was finally the most important thing in his decision. Which
is crazy, too, because in the beginning, it was the most important thing was winning a championship, right? Mm-hmm. And then I think when the Lakers stuff started to go sideways, that's when we heard him come out and say, I just want to be happy. And we never got any specifics of what he meant, I just want to be happy. I mean, the media and all of us speculated, okay, that's probably the people he's surrounded with. That's going to be whatever his family wants, being close to his daughter. But what it came down to, and again, when you are one of the greatest players to ever play the game, happiness is equated with winning. You are happy when you are winning championships. And I'm sure he tried to visualize himself in each of these situations. The Lakers were done. And I cannot wait for that tea to come out of how bad and toxic it got between LeBron James and, I have to imagine, Luka Doncic, because it's his team now. And when we were hearing what Luka wanted the future of the Lakers to be, we heard him say, Austin Reeves, don't trade him, keep him. I want an A-list center. Those were the two big things that we heard, not keep LeBron James. And I'm sure they were all playing nice and was like, oh yeah, Luka would have liked to have LeBron James here. But the fact that he wasn't a priority, Of course he's gone. That right there was like, you don't want me? All right, I'm out. And I don't care. I'm going to let you know that, like, it's not about the money anymore.
Mm-hmm. What I hope happens, you know what? Let me start with what's going to happen. What's going to happen is LeBron James will sit down with a primetime host, and he will also have his podcast and air everything out. But before that very first game, as a Sixer, he will sit down and do a tell-all about why Philly, and naturally in that conversation will be what happened with the Lakers. Why LeBron should not do that, even though he will, is the Lakers have not responded to any of the jabs he's thrown this entire offseason. They're not going to respond now. And already it feels very much like, you can't fire me because I quit. You're not breaking up with me because I broke up with you yesterday. You just didn't know. It's very childish, and it's very yelling at a brick wall. And the Lakers are not going to respond to anything that he throws. So if I'm a Philly fan, I don't want LeBron to continue talking about the Lakers. Why are you not focused on what we have going on here? Why are we not good enough? And if I'm a teammate, I'm thinking, why are you still putting energy toward this? Again, he will still continue to talk about the Lakers. Rich Paul will continue to talk about the Lakers. But for the sake of what's done is done, he needs to let it go, and I'm not convinced he's let it go just yet. In fact, I think he's going to continue talking about it throughout the entire season, when in reality, if I were in LeBron's circle, what I would say is, the best way to get back at the Lakers is to go win a championship. Yeah. The best way to get back at the Lakers is when you're playing on Christmas Day or opening night, whatever it may be. It'll be a big-time thing. Beat them by 30 points. That's how you get them back. I want as little Lakers-related media coming from LeBron from this moment forward until it's time to bring him back as a retired player and honor him as a Laker a couple years down the road.
Yeah, no, I can't wait. Obviously, we heard Adam Silver kind of nudge LeBron James and say, hey, we're all kind of waiting. The advertisers are waiting. The schedule is waiting to see where you land, because that's going to dictate what, like you said, the Christmas Day games, the opening national TV games. And with LeBron going to Philly, like, it is going to be spicy in Philly, you guys. There's a lot of storylines that connect a lot of these new teammates that some are positive and some are questionable. But the fact that LeBron is now, as he said, this is my last decision in Philly with a 2-year, $8 million contract with a player option, he's playing another 2 years. Yeah. Like, this is not necessarily, unless they win a championship. If Philly goes out and wins a championship this next season, I can see that being LeBron James. I got my 5. That's it. And it's so interesting. We were, Shay, do we have Derek Fisher's sound from this morning? We were talking to him, and it was like, what was your first reaction of why Philly?
1, winning. 2, relationships. I mean, I think it presents the best opportunity to win, or at least have access to winning another championship. I think when you've won 4, that's all you're thinking about, is getting the 5th one. And then the relationships, the president of the team, relationship in Cleveland, Tyrese Maxey relationship, and Joel Embiid, gold medal teammate, Team USA. So a lot of the relationships there as well.
So let's dive into that relationship that he mentioned with their new president, Mike Gansey. So I missed this tidbit when we were talking about potential landing spots and why we thought LeBron James to the Cavs would work, why we thought LeBron James back to the Heat would work. Completely missed the 76ers. Now, you were high on Philly. From the get-go, you're like, I think it's Philly. It's going to be Philly. If I had realized that their new president of basketball operations had this kind of history with LeBron James, game changer. Because what do we know? We know LeBron James likes to have an influence in the front office. He likes to have that support. So let me share the history between Mike Gansey and LeBron James, because it's a 25-year professional and personal relationship rooted in Ohio basketball history. And we've heard publicly Gansey refer to LeBron as the greatest player of all time. That right there, LeBron's like, all right, I'm ready. I'm ready to be on your team. So their relationship dates back to 2001, when they were widely considered the two best high school basketball players in the state of Ohio. Now, fast forward 10 years later, when Gansey transitioned to an executive role and worked closely with LeBron during his historic stint back with the Cavs. Now, he was a part of the Cavs G League affiliate when the Cavs won that 2016 championship. And then he got promoted to assistant GM in 2017 to 2022. And then 2022 to 2026 became the GM of the Cavs. So he was deeply rooted in the beginning of LeBron becoming LeBron James in Ohio. Then a part of his hometown team when he went back and won the championship, stayed close friends, and then obviously, I'm sure, was talking to him when we knew this decision was going to happen. But then on May 29th of this year, a couple months ago, he joined the Phillies front office and finalized a multi-year agreement to lead the franchise's front office. And their connection heavily influenced LeBron's decision to sign with the 76ers. And I'm sure he laid out his whole plan of, okay, I just got Jaylen Brown. I see you being the missing piece of this being a championship team. Let's make history together again. They already are a part of history with the Cavs. They have history together dating back to the beginning of their basketball careers. And now to have this final landing spot, his final decision, his fifth NBA team, hopefully going in his mind for his fifth championship ring. That had to be a huge part in this decision.
Seeing a familiar face when you are in such uncharted waters goes a long way. Not only from a standpoint of having influence with head coach Nick Nurse, from having the power to not necessarily construct the roster. He's the missing piece, but if adjustments need to be made going forward, having influence with the trade deadline, if moves need to be made. LeBron likes having things under his puppet strings, if you will. Now, this will be the least amount of control that LeBron James has had in his entire career, and that will come with an adjustment. But to your point, even having one person in that office and that person having immense power in that office, that is what he's familiar with. He had a great relationship with the Buss family at first before that kind of fell apart. Of course, he is the king of Cleveland and forever will be. And him and D. Wade being such good friends and him having such a great relationship with Pat Riley before that fell apart was key to his time in Miami. So it does make sense now that D-Fish has connected that tissue as to why Philly does make sense in the eyes of LeBron James.
I want to just kind of shine a light on the word you used, influence. LeBron James is the biggest influencer in the NBA in every sense of the word, whether it's on the court, whether it's off the court, whether it's in the front office, whether it's constructing a team, whether it's putting together everything that he thinks would be the best fit for him. So yes, he's going to have some sort of influence with his homie that is the president of basketball operations for the 76ers. I'm curious to see how much influence he has with this starting five and this group, because Joel Embiid believes this is my team. Tyrese Maxey probably believes this is my team. Jaylen Brown's issue in Boston was, I had the best season of my life after we won a championship because it finally felt like my team. And then he was talking trash about Philly, and they were like, oh, funny, here you go. Now you're traded to Philly. So there's going to be ish there. And then you have LeBron James, who had an issue being the third fiddle in LA. and is now coming in. There's no way he ain't going to be the star of the show once he gets to Philadelphia.
You have three players who have spent the majority of their career thinking that they're the man. In the case of LeBron and Joel, that was the case for Jaylen Brown. If you ask Boston fans whose team that was, more are going to say that it was Jason Tatum's, even though Jaylen Brown believes it was his. But the fact is that's his mindset. You have Tyrese Maxey, who, because Joel Embiid has missed so many games over his career, has only played more than 60 games 4 times in 10 years. Quite often, Tyrese Maxey was out there running the show without Embiid, and this team has had a ton of success without Embiid because of Tyrese Maxey. So he has a right to see himself as the passing of the torch was kind of heading my way anyway. And VJ Edgecombe, who through all of this probably has a right to the biggest gripe out of anyone. I am a star in the making. You could argue I'm already a superstar, and now you are sacrificing 1 or 2 years of my growth and development. Obviously, he understands why, but if anyone is allowed to have a gripe, it's VJ Edgecombe. No, a lot of egos and a lot of pride need to be massaged, and I do not envy head coach Nick Nurse, who, to his credit, is an intense coach, but is very malleable, very, very player-friendly. Guys like playing for him, but this is a tough task if the personalities really start to come out in an ugly way, and if the season does not start the right way.
The NBA doesn't have like a Hard Knocks, right?
Oh, I would love
this.
one.
Would be the most ideal Hard Knocks situation.
I think LeBron's documentary, it'll be through his eyes, but that may be the closest thing we get. However, I'm sure Amazon Prime and Netflix are trying to kick down their door of like, can we do it? Can we do something? We'll see if they say yes.
Well, no, because if LeBron's doing his documentary, he wants the right for this. So I'm sure that was also part of the conversation. Like, hey, I'm filming a documentary these last part of my career. This is a part of it. I'm sure Philly's like, yeah. Come on in. We are desperate for a championship. It has been, since 1983?
Long time.
Longer than LeBron James is 41 years old. It's been a 43-year championship drought in Philly.
To your point, though, with the cameras, obviously Philly is on board. They're not going to be surprised that LeBron is bringing his camera crew with him. But if I'm Joel Embiid, maybe I feel a way about that. If I'm Jaylen Brown, maybe I feel a way about that. If I'm Tyrese Maxey, maybe I feel a way about that. Maybe you doing your documentary can greatly affect my process. Maybe you bringing this camera crew with you to the private tarmac on the plane, to the bus, to the locker room. Maybe that rubs me the wrong way when, yes, you are one of the greatest players ever. You are the greatest of this generation, but this is not your team. There are so many ways that this can spiral and go off the rails. Now, success cures everything. If this team from game 1 to game 82 is just kicking butt, nobody cares about any of the things that are otherwise going on. But if they run into adversity, that is when a lot of things that are under the surface that could start to bubble up just explode like a geyser because things aren't going the way that you wanted.
Laker fans, how are you feeling about this today? How are we feeling that LeBron James decided to sign in Philly a 2-year, $8 million contract that includes a player option? That is vet league minimum. That is chump change. That's like pennies for LeBron James. And
LeBron might be paying more in taxes.
Oh, for sure.
For the past 22 years of his life than he is making money this year.
Like this is for the love of the game. This is for the plot. Like that's what this move is. This is for the plot and the love of the game, because what he is making this year, he's probably paid way more in taxes. Wild to think about.
It's going to be fun. And he is relinquishing control. What impresses me so much about this move, not just that I'm excited to see it on the court, but he is relinquishing control because you do not control the Philadelphia media. They dictate the narrative. It is often a negative one, and pushing back against that just makes it more negative. He is jumping into uncharted waters in more ways than one. And I'm rooting for his success because I want to see great basketball, but this will be entertaining no matter what happens.
I am rooting for the tea. I am rooting for the behind-the-scenes documentary. I am rooting for chaos. And I am rooting for a Lakers and 76ers finals where once again, LA can just be like, yeah, nice try. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, more on LeBron James heading to Philly. We want to hear from you, LA. Call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. More in just a moment. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We appreciate you being here. And it has been a full day of breaking news that LeBron James has officially signed with the 76ers a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option. We've been breaking down that whole situation all day. We're going to take a little break from that and talk about some Rams because they're kicking off training camp this weekend. And I am so excited to bring in our next guest, Rams insider and host at Believe Network, Aaron Coscarelli.
Hi, you guys. How's it going over there?
Oh,
What's
there's
going
your
on?
beautiful face. It has
Am I
been
delayed a little
wonderful.
bit?
No, you look great. Fabulous, honey. Fabulous, darling. Okay. Aaron, the Rams have assembled basically like the Avengers heading into this season. They're Super Bowl favorites, but fans are still waiting for what could be the biggest news of the offseason. How real is the possibility of Aaron Donald returning, and what are you hearing about his thought process?
Okay, you nailed it. Avengers. That's such a great, accurate depiction of what the Rams. You know, it's so funny too, is Seahawks fans. I don't know if you guys have scoured the internets, but like they're upset. I'm like, what are you guys so upset about? Because they're not getting attention during the offseason. I mean, it is the first time in a long time. I don't even remember the last time a Super Bowl winning team got totally like ousted and lost the spotlight to a division rival in the Rams. So I think, you know, what are the chances of Aaron Donald coming back? I mean, do you think that the rumor mill would start like this if the chances were really low? I think the chances are high. Now, when is it likely to happen? I had Adam Schefter on last week, and he said he sees Aaron Donald potentially playing the entire season if he were to come back. So we'll see. I don't know. I'll be at training camp this whole time, so fingers crossed, but a lot of anticipation about AD potentially returning. Oh my God.
Let's go. We can do it.
Be sure to follow along with Aaron. No one has better Rams training camp coverage. Aaron, when you are there for your first practice, what is the group that you are going to watch first? Who are you looking at closely?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think it's the defense, and the reason being is if you think about it, you know, Alex talked about Myles Garrett, and then potentially Aaron Donald coming back, but it's been completely overshadowed of what they did in the secondary, bringing Trent McDuffie, Jalen Watson, and how that actually does impact the rush, right? So now if you think about even having Aaron Donald, and if he were to come back, it would be kind of nice. I really don't think he's going to be in training camp. But imagine Aaron Donald lining up somewhere along the same side as a Myles Garrett and what that could mean for opposing tackles, just offensive linemen. I don't know how much sleep Sam Darnold has been getting lately, but it's the defense, because we know Stafford's not really going to be too active during training camp. And really, offense hasn't changed much. I think the eyes are going to be on the defense for sure this training camp. At least that's where mine will.
So let's talk about Myles Garrett here for a second, because when the news broke, there was about an hour window where it was about the excitement of Myles Garrett, the reigning defensive player of the year, coming to a Super Bowl favorite team. And then an hour later, the Aaron Donald news of like, oh, what if he came out of retirement? And Myles Garrett has done an incredible job fielding those questions and fielding that conversation of he just came off a historic year, probably the best year of his career. Half of his conversations are about Aaron Donald. How have you seen him kind of settle into this new role as a Ram and kind of being open to that idea as well?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he's very open. He wants Donald. You know, he pulled out. I want to say, was it last week? It was maybe now 2 weeks. I don't know. It's a blur. I can't believe. By the way, we're like 48 days away from Rams kicking off in Melbourne. I hope you guys are going. You guys better be going. Who do I need to call to get you guys down under?
Boss, Andrew, you
I think I might be. And I think it's research, guys. It's research. No, but I think that Myles Garrett wants Aaron Donald to come back. I mean, because he pulled out the jersey and it had the last name, and he said, "I'm unpacking." Look, you have Myles. You already had a great defensive front with Kobe Turner, Byron Young, Pro Bowler, and now you potentially get Aaron Donald. I mean, it is the Avengers. You nailed it, Alex. That is exactly it. Myles Garrett would be very happy if Aaron Donald came back. That could just they would. I don't even know what the sack total. They would is Sack City in LA. Yeah,
Sack City. Sack City B, Sack City B.
Aaron, you brought up Matthew Stafford just a minute ago and how inactive he typically is, especially during the early parts of training camp. The Rams drafted Ty Simpson. Stetson Bennett is also on the roster through the years that he has been there. He has yet to see any contribution in a regular season game. And for whatever it's worth, Jimmy Garoppolo announced yesterday that he no longer wants to retire. He's listening to offers. What do you make of the backup quarterback situation currently for the Rams?
I knew you were going to ask me a tough question there. Look, I think the backup number 2 is up for grabs. And McVay was asked about Jimmy Garoppolo, who was very needed last season when Stafford had his aggravated disc. He was not available during all of training camp, and he really kept the train on the tracks, and you really needed Jimmy Garoppolo, and Stafford tipped his cap mid-season, said, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for Jimmy G. But I think that they hope to see some development and some growth from the 2 backups that they now have. And it is officially, in my opinion, unless something happens, it is officially a QB competition between Stetson Bennett and Ty Simpson. And we'll see. I think that's another, how about I let you guys know when I'm there how those guys are going to look at training camp, because I think it's up for grabs, to be honest.
I can't wait. There's another guy that I think we're all going to be paying close attention to. Not necessarily what he does on the field, but off of it, and that's Puka Nacua, because that was kind of the narrative and the story around this Rams team before they made these blockbuster moves for the roster. Puka's playing for his career and his contract. Like, he has the opportunity to make generational wealth money. What has he been doing? Have you seen, obviously he said he went to rehab and he's getting his life together. How have you seen Puka shift and hopefully be that number 1 guy that they need both on and off the field?
Listen, it's a great question to ask, Alex. I think at the end of the day, they want to see maturity. And, we forget that these guys are young men, 24, 23, 25, and the maturity of a Matthew Stafford isn't quite necessarily there. But the expectations, and McVay talks about it all the time, culture is the most important fabric of the Rams. It just is. So keeping that locker room tight, keeping it together. And it wasn't just, later in the season, it was sort of earlier in the season, some issues with Puka in terms of distractions, and that is just something McVay will not stand for. So does he have a great opportunity to make generational wealth? That's up to Puka, and he certainly has the talent to do it, and the Rams back him. They believe in him, but at the end of the day, it's really his decision to show up and be mature. Now, we have seen him do the necessary things that the Rams would like to see out of him. You mentioned him taking some time to sort of get certain things in order, maybe mentally and emotionally. And after going through what the Rams went through a crazy season last year. I mean, they were, remember, the 1 seed, then Thursday Night Football, they lose a 2-point conversion to Seattle in Seattle. It was just the weirdest And that was an emotional game out of Puka Nacua. I think going through those challenges, as we all talk about adversity, it shapes us, it matures us. And I think honestly, Puka is going to take advantage of the opportunity he has in front of him and show he is a really high quality guy, which we see at press conferences and in the podium and in the locker room. But it will be ultimately up to Puka Nacua.
Is San Francisco or Seattle the bigger threat to the Rams?
That is so funny that you're asking that. Well, so that's great that you said. So last night the Rams had a uniform release party, and I did not expect to see 5,000, 8,000. YouTube theater was filled to the brim with Rams fans. I was like, wow. Okay, they are excited. Yeah, Myles Garrett, Matthew Stafford, Trent McDuffie. You had Kevin Demoff, the Rams president, all kind of address the fans and showcase these two new uniform reveal, if you will. And one of the questions, and it was an opportunity for LA to get to see Myles Garrett in the flesh, and he is massive, by the way. I don't know if you knew that. He is an imposing individual. But Myles Garrett was asked, who's the bigger get? Who do you want to beat more? And he said the champs. So I think it's always the Niners and the Seahawks, but because the Seahawks took it away from the Rams, I think they may have it out for Seattle. But it's real close there. The Niners and the Seahawks, I think that's they're evenly disliked.
But it's also to start the season against the Niners and then to end the season against the Seahawks. So we have so much to look forward to. Aaron, we love having you on always. I can't wait to see all your inside information at training camp. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for having me.
Anytime. You're the greatest.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what goes down this weekend. You guys, Rams training camp kicking off this weekend. It is going to be awesome. Yeah. It's almost here.
It is almost here. Unfortunately, the Carolina Panthers took the field first and already have a massive injury.
What happened?
Nick Scorton, who is one of their premier edge rushers entering his second year, tore his ACL in the very first practice.
No.
So we are knocking on wood, wishing for better favor for the Rams and the Chargers.
Oh, that breaks my heart.
The Browns took the field this morning, but just seeing, I wish I had positive news to share, but I bring that up to say seeing footage of NFL teams taking the field and running through drills.
Yeah,
I
can't watch injury videos.
Ooh,
injury
yeah,
videos make my stomach turn and curl.
I used to be fine with them.
You're calling games, so you have to watch it back and talk about it in slow-mo.
But I'll admit to you that I don't watch them anymore. I don't. Something happened when I turned 30 where it's I can't watch this anymore.
Well, because now you're over the hump and you're my body's not gonna heal. If something like that happened to me, it ain't gonna feel
mortality's
good.
knocking at the door now.
Football coverage, you guys, on the new 97.1 The Fan. The voice of LA Sports is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. What a crazy day of LeBron James news, you guys. He is headed to Philly, which officially closes the book and his chapter here in LA and with the Lakers. And all I'm thinking about is I can't wait to see Philly and the Lakers play each other, because that is just going to be insanity. And we want to hear from you, LA. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How are you feeling about this final move? We're going to take one more break. More on the LeBron breaking news when we come back. LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Green. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you've been tuning in on the radio, the Odyssey app, or watching us live on YouTube. We've loved having you be such a big part of the show today. Everybody in the chat at The Fan LA, shout out to all of you and everyone who's called in at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We have loved having everybody comment and let us know how you feel about the breaking news that came down today that LeBron James officially signed with the 76ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal with a player option, which I'm still processing. I mean, we found this out. I think I found this out the moment I parked my car when we got to work this morning. And everything that was running through my head of like, okay, there are now 4 guys on this team that want to be the star of the show.
There definitely are.
4.
There definitely are. And if you are Tyrese Maxey, you are sitting there saying the torch was passed to me last year as an all-star, and I am officially a draw. People pay money to come see me
Not
play
anymore.
basketball.
It's going to be LeBron James.
If I'm VJ Edgeco, I'm saying I had a stellar rookie year, and this is going to significantly stunt my growth, but I get to play with LeBron James. If you are Jaylen Brown, you say my goal last year was to prove that I could have my own team, and the Celtics traded me to where I'm going to be the 3rd or 4th option. LeBron James said he had never been a 3rd option in his entire life, and now he is a 3rd or 4th option. And Joel Embiid, he's kind of just like a happy-go-lucky guy, just trying to be as healthy as he possibly can. The ceiling that is placed on this roster doesn't exist, but that floor is below the Earth's surface. This thing could fall apart in a very ugly fashion, but I love high-quality basketball, and I'm going to remain optimistic that this team is going to provide that. Really quickly, so much participation from the chat calling in. Shout out to the Fangelinos. This was a great day, and I will say, maybe now that LeBron is officially not a Laker, of course he made his announcement, but until he announced where he was going next, there was still that 1% chance. More sympathy, more empathy, more glass half full callers regarding the LeBron James experience today than a couple weeks ago when it was first announced.
Thank you very much. Like I said, I stand tall on an island as I was the only one that was sad to see LeBron go when he announced he wasn't coming back to LA. And I was grateful that he brought us a championship, because you cannot say that his time here in LA was not a success because he brought us a championship. A championship equals success. End of story. You were mentioning Joel Embiid, though, his new teammate, being just a happy-go-lucky guy, also a troll. Also a troll. He tweeted out in 2018 when LeBron decided to come to the Lakers are forever gonna be Kobe and Magic's team. ... Process that. ...
And he was right.
Well, yeah, but like now.
But he did tweet it.
Now he's coming to your team. Okay? And there's no way he has not seen this tweet.
Yeah.
He has seen this tweet.
Yes. They have had many battles over the years, and LeBron is a guy who has his fingerprint on everything in media, and if he doesn't see it himself, he has a team whose job it is to relay everything that is said about him. You also add in Jaylen Brown, who had his moment on the court side of Bronny's early summer league game back in 2014, saying, "I don't think Bronny's a pro." LeBron later made it very clear that he heard that he has respect for Jaylen Brown's game, but he heard that and it rubbed him the
that's
wrong
family.
way.
That's your kid.
That's
if
your child.
Anybody said anything about my daughter, Mama Bear's coming out. Mama Bear is coming out hard.
So there are just so many underlying potential causes of tension that exist on this roster. I am a fan of high quality basketball. I don't want those things to bubble up.
You know it's going to bubble up. And the fans too, like the intensity of just Philly fans in general.
And again, this is where I credit LeBron. This is the least control he will have over his media narrative that he has ever had, because the media knows that he will only be there for 1 at most 2 years. They don't have to massage relationships with him for access because they don't need it. He's not going to be here long enough for all of that. This is the least filtered that LeBron will ever, the least filtered media that LeBron has ever surrounded himself with. And we will see how he handles it, unless they go out there and just handle business from the jump, in which case there won't be anything negative to say.
It's just crazy, too, because, again, one of the reports coming out today from Shams is that there's a possibility that LeBron James will live in New York and commute via chopper to Philly. And my first thought and reaction here was, Rich Paul, your agent, went on his podcast and shared that the Knicks were your first choice. But when they won the championship, then obviously, now there had to be a decision. If they hadn't won, there would have been no decision. You would have been going to New York. So the fact that, and again, there's history always between Philly fans, New York fans, just the city rivalry in general.
Yeah.
If you were to be living in New York and commuting to Philly, I reached out to my girlfriend, who born and raised in Philly. She's a Philly legend in the Philly media, Colleen Wolfe. And I was like, is it common for players to live in New York and commute? Because there's been a couple that have done it. JJ Redick apparently also did that. And she said Jersey, yes. Obviously, because Jersey is so close.
Right over the border.
Yeah, that's where Mike Trout is from, but he's a huge Philly fan. So that's very common to live in Jersey and be commuting to Philly. But New York, she goes, if the team is not winning, yeah.
It ain't going to go so smoothly.
That's where it's going to get funny.
Yeah, so Wilt Chamberlain, when he was playing with the 76ers, lived in New York at the time. And JJ Redick, while he kept an apartment close to the facility in Philly, had a proper home in Brooklyn during the time. And I'm sure plenty of Eagles and Sixers and Phillies have some kind of getaway spot in New York, because it's right there. You have off days, and to spend an off day or two up there makes total sense. For the sake of LeBron, there are some beautiful suburbs, beautiful neighborhoods just over the border in Jersey. There are also some in Philly, but they're not quite the direction, since the border's right there toward Jersey, to where you're an hour from either. You hire a driver. You're never traveling when it's peak traffic anyway, and you can make that happen. I say that to say what LeBron can't do is, I'm sure LeBron already has an apartment in New York, by the way.
For sure.
But he needs to at least establish some kind of roots in Jersey or Philly. I don't care if you never even step foot in the place. It will go a long way with the people.
Have the what is it when you buy a house?
Oh, keys?
Yeah,
or whatever.
Just have something. Just have proof of bought a home,
photo with the realtor,
bought an apartment. It's happening.
Yes, for the sake of winning over that crowd, for the sake of getting in good with them early, just have some kind of something that is in near Philly. It can be in Jersey or Pennsylvania, just near Philly. You can't completely have everyone and everything in New York. That will not go over well.
It's wild, you guys. And speaking of New York, you guys, the Dodgers are back in action tonight, facing the Mets. Game 1 of this 3-game set. First pitch is at 4:10. Roki Sasaki is on the mound. We got the lineups. You got Shohei Ohtani leading off, Andy Pajes in center field batting second, Tommy Edman batting third and playing third base, Freddie Freeman batting cleanup at first base, Mookie Betts batting fifth at shortstop, Miggy Rojas at second base batting sixth, Kyle Tucker batting seventh in right field, Teoscar Hernandez batting eighth in left field, and Dalton Rushing behind the plate. Roki Sasaki, we got to see him continue this elevated play that he's had his last couple starts.
Yeah, coming off of that last start against New York, the lights were bright, the atmosphere was nuts. New York is having the most insane summer that they've had probably in the last 100 years, and all that energy was there, and he handled business. It's not about having good starts, it's about proving you can string some good starts together. Pressure on him. Also, Tommy Edman batting third in the lineup. Great opportunity for him, his bat being rewarded from Dave Roberts.
What I want to see from this series, a series win. Obviously tonight, Roki Sasaki continuing to find that consistency on the mound, but we're slowly getting Shohei Ohtani updates, pitching, throwing a bullpen off the mound, feeling okay, but I just want to see a healthy Shohei Ohtani come back home to LA. Okay,
That's all we can ask.
That's all I'm hoping for.
That's all
I'm hoping for. All right, you guys.
Farewell, LeBron James. It's over.
Bye,
It's officially
LeBron
over.
James. The LA Lakers chapter has closed. He signed that 2-year, $8 million veteran league minimum with the 76ers. Happy Friday, you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
What is going on, Los Angeles? My goodness gracious, it is a great day to be a sports fan. I love days like today. Let's go. Are you kidding me? On a beautiful Friday afternoon, I get to talk to y'all. This is awesome, man. 2 to 6 p.m., baby. We go 4 hours. I am jacked. I'm stoked to be talking sports with Los Angeles this afternoon. If you guys were looking for D-Mac and Reiter, hey, listen, you're almost out of hell, okay? You're almost there. Fire! Your boy is filling in for D-Mac and Reiter all this week, but today is the last day. It's all good, man. D-Mac and Reiter, they'll be back next week filling in. I was filling in from this 2 to 6 p.m. time slot. I'll slide back into my normal 6 to 10 p.m. time slot starting again next week. Following this program, it's Ben Stevens. Stick around, check him out as well, man. But again, when we talk about, if you're wondering why I'm so excited, man, it's days like today where the entire sports world is buzzing. It is buzzing today with the LeBron news. I'm, of course, going to break that down from all angles. We'll be talking about it from like a basketball fit perspective, from a narrative perspective, all of that good stuff, man. But I'll tell you what, you want to know why else I'm excited? Shoot, man, we got a high-profile VIP joining the program today at around 3:30. Kevin Demoff, president of the LA Rams, will be joining. Oh my goodness gracious, we're going to be talking all things Rams here. It will be a good time. I can't wait to get him on the program. I'm going to ask him some questions I don't think anyone's ever asked him before. You guys will see. Again, it's not anything crazy. It's not anything like gotcha moments. Just fun stuff. If you guys have ever followed my work, man, I love interviews. I'm telling you, I love interviews. And I go in depth, man. I try to find the most obscure stuff in the whole world. And we will be talking about some of these random obscure things with Kevin Demoff. One, I'll share a little bit. How about this? I found out that Kevin Demoff did a little play-by-play when he was at Dartmouth. I need to know what Kevin Demoff's touchdown call was. I need to know what Kevin Demoff's three-point shot call was. I need that in my life, man. I need to know what is going on there. But of course, we will talk all things Rams as well. Like, how did that Myles Garrett deal come through? What's the latest on Aaron Donald? That kind of stuff, man. Give you a little Dodgers preview, of course, as well here. I mean, the one thing with the Dodgers, man, the little question I want to ask Los Angeles is, at what point do these crazy high-level minor league outfielders get a chance? Especially when you're looking at Kyle Tucker. Oh my goodness gracious. He has been struggling. Again, his struggles have been all year long. And the month of July, even though it's quote unquote better, it's still not good. Do these minor leaguers finally get a chance? Going to be talking Dodger baseball as always. And then Ben Royer from the OC Register will also be joining the program as well. We will talk all things NBA and Lakers, and of course, get his thoughts on LeBron as well. Speaking of LeBron, when you think about him going to Philadelphia, obviously Philadelphia will be one of, if not, look, for anyone who says that they're going to be the favorites to win the NBA, that's recency bias, man. Look, Philadelphia's got a great squad right now. And I'm not downplaying that. They've got a great squad. But you cannot tell me realistically that this team is better than Oklahoma City, that this team is better than San Antonio. They're not. They're not. Do they have a great unit? 100%. They've got a great team. They're one of the, I would say they're probably number 3 after those 2 Western Conference foes. And the thing about going to the East, and LeBron's so smart about this, going to the East, it's good, right? Like 3 of the 4 teams that he was considering all through the reporting cycle is that he was looking East, right? 3 of the 4 teams, right? Cleveland, Miami, and Philadelphia. And again, it's one of these things where, like, it's a smart move because I just said that they're not better than San Antonio. They're not better than OKC. awesome. I loved it. Oh, the breadcrumbs were always there, man. The breadcrumbs were there. You had Bob Myers talking on that Rich Paul show. You had Trust the Process breadcrumbs. And again, I don't know how much to put into this. I have no idea if this was true or not. But did y'all, hey, Birch, we got producer Birch back behind the glass here. Birch, did you see that on Twitter when somebody leaked that LeBron's daughter had enrolled at a school in Philadelphia?
Yes, I saw that. I assumed that it was just fake. That somebody just made it up. But
I know, but maybe it's true.
I know. Still could be fake, but like now all of a sudden, yeah, there's credence to it.
Sense.
That's so weird.
It's so weird. And it makes so much sense. Hey, bro, if that's actually true, that would be crazy. That would be absolutely insane. That somebody got the enrollment sheet for a local Philadelphia school. And LeBron's daughter is on there? Come on, bro. That's awesome. I love it. By the way, going back to the whiteboard and going back to, okay, the breadcrumbs. I mean, again, Philadelphia was on there. Philadelphia was on there. You know what I'm saying? And what were they talking about? They were talking about Maxey. Maxey being a Rich Paul, a Clutch Sports guy. That's awesome. That's amazing. Hey, and listen, speaking of, I don't know if y'all saw this, but I'm on Twitter X, right? Just like consuming a bunch of LeBron news and takes and seeing what the people are saying. I want to know what the people are saying. You know what I'm saying? And it was Mike Muscala. It's like Mike Muscala was trending on Twitter, and I'm like, dude, bro, what? Random Mike Muscala? Why is Mike Muscala trending on Twitter? This is a low-level NBA player, Mike Muscala. So I click on that. Yeah, exactly. Who the F is Mike Muscala, bro? Exactly. Who the F is Mike Muscala? Why is he trending? Okay? But this all ties in to Tyrese Maxey. So here's the thing. Philadelphia traded Mike Muscala to OKC in 2019. At the end of the 2020 season in the COVID bubble, OKC's Mike Muscala hit a game-winning three-pointer to beat Miami. It's all tying in here, okay? Beats Miami. Because OKC beat Miami there, that conveyed the Thunder's first-round pick to Philadelphia. In 2020 of that same year, that draft, Philadelphia used that pick to draft who? To draft Tyrese Maxey at 21 overall. Fast forward 6 years, Tyrese Maxey is a Clutch Sports guy, and that was a huge factor in bringing LeBron to Philly. I mean, that is, first of all, let me just say, I love the internet. I love the internet because who's bringing that in, man? Who is thinking about Mike Muscala game-winning three-pointer back in 2020? Who is thinking that? You know? Like, this is X-Files stuff, bro. I love the fans. I love the internet. I love days like today. I do. I love it. 855-97-LA fan. We're going to hit the phone lines here. We go inland. We go to Zach in Azusa. Zach, what you got for me, man? Zach, do we have Zach in Azusa? I think we do. At some point we will. Zach in Azusa. Do you got me, pal?
Yep.
There he is. What you got, man?
What up? I just think that LeBron should have went to the Warriors because I personally like the Warriors, and I'm a huge sports guy, and to see LeBron and Curry on the same team would have been astronomical.
It would have been electric. Zach and Azusa, I appreciate the phone call. I am totally with you. And I think that right there, that call, I think that reflects dang near every NBA fan. right? Unless you're a Warriors hater or something, you know, but at this point, the Warriors are so like down, you know what I'm saying? Like they're barely a play-in team. Like that LeBron going there and making them relevant yet again, him and Steph combining forces, that would have been electric. Absolutely electric. And that would have been great. I would have loved to see that. And I think everyone in the NBA, and every NBA fan would have loved to see that. As a matter of fact, let me just say this too. If he had gone to Golden State, and this is, again, a moot point. Doesn't matter. Doesn't make a difference now. But, again, I think the league would have wanted to see that. The ratings would have been through the roof. Don't get me wrong. Him going to Philadelphia, that's fine. It's a major market, and, you know, it's at least interesting in that regards. But still, it's shades of, you know, it's like 3-4 steps down from him going. From a popularity standpoint, of the 4 teams that were reportedly in the running, this is the lowest. This is the lowest of the interesting teams. I think we can honestly say that. And by the way, man, you know what? As a matter of fact, I really need to like dig into this. I really need to like lay into some people, man. I really need to lay into the people that are saying, "Oh, LeBron, he just doing this for the attention." Okay? And dude, and listen, that deserves like a full conversation. Because those people are in shambles right now. Those people should be in shambles right now. I will explain on the backside of this break, but also I will talk about LeBron's actual basketball fit. We got to talk about the actual basketball that is going to be played on the court this season with LeBron and company. How does it all fit in? I'll tell you what, I'll tell you right now, it does not fit as easily as people are making it out to be. To me, it's an awkward basketball fit. I'll explain why. But remember, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. We will, again, talk more hoops, more LeBron, and the awkward basketball fit in Philadelphia on the backside of this break. You're listening to the James Koh Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Los Angeles. James Coe here with you. Again, man, this is like this is like Christmas for me, bro. Man. Wow, that was bordering on Kawhi right there. I have no idea why I laugh like that. That was so weird. That's very, very unlike my normal laugh. I'm so stoked, though. It's like another Christmas, man. Are you kidding me? I get to be on the microphone talking about when LeBron signs with Philadelphia. Amazing. Amazing. And you know what? The sports world is buzzing. The NBA basketball world is buzzing for sure. We go to the phones. Again, if you guys want to be part of the show, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. I want to hear what your take is on LeBron going to Philadelphia. I want to hear what you guys are talking about in regards to LeBron. We go to the phones. Isaiah in Covina. Isaiah, what do we got, man? How you doing?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm doing awesome, man. I get to sit here and talk about sports on a Friday afternoon. I'm with it, bro. Let's go.
Oh, this is great. LeBron to the 76ers.
Dude, it's great. It's awesome, man. What you got for me, though?
I heard a guy, Azusa, I think his name was Zach from Azusa. I heard him talking about he thought Braun should have gone to the Warriors and stuff, but I completely disagree.
You disagree? What you got? Talk to me.
I think Braun made the best decision. I think if he really wants to go out with another ring, I think Philly's the best spot for him.
It's interesting. Okay. Give me a reason why. Why Philly? Why Philly over Golden State? Why Philly over Cleveland, Miami?
I think just, the players that he's surrounding himself with and the veteranship he's going to bring to the younger core, I think is going to be great. Him pairing up with Embiid is going to be a great combo. Maxey, Edgecombe, I think they just have a great young core overall, and he's the missing piece that they need.
Dude, I love it, man. I love it. Isaiah and Covina with a different take, with a different perspective. Again, if you guys want to jump in, 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, let me just say this. There has never been a player, never, that could a true superstar player. You've never seen this. If he brings a championship to Philadelphia, that would be the fourth city where he wins a championship. Cleveland was the dregs of the NBA. The dregs. I mean, coming back 3-1 against the Warriors, that is things that is stuff legends are made of. That's LeBron. Bringing a championship to Cleveland, bringing a championship to Miami, bringing a championship to LA. Can you imagine if he brings a championship to a fourth city? No one's ever done that. No one. Listen, I'd have to go back, man. I have to go back into like the Wayback Machine. I cannot think of another NBA player to bring a championship to 4 different cities. And I'm talking not role player, right? I'm talking like legitimate star. Who is that player? Talk to me. Who? Like, I know some people might be like, hey, Robert Horry, he won it in 3 different cities, Houston, San Antonio, and LA. Robert Horry, Big Shot Rob, one of my favorite players of all time, Big Shot Rob. But let's be real, he wasn't a star, right? Like, he's just a really, really good role player. One of the best role players to ever play. But he's not the star, right? In Houston, he had Olajuwon. Lakers, he had Kobe and Shaq. San Antonio had Tim Duncan, Manu, and all them boys, right? Like, okay, it's cool. 3 cities for Big Shot Rob. 3 cities. I think he won a champ. Am I tripping? I think he won a championship in San Antonio. Maybe I'm tripping. Somebody needs to fact check me on that. But I feel like I'm pretty sure he won in San Antonio. Anyways, regardless, you've never seen a superstar win in 4 cities. And golly, it's been a long time since Philadelphia has won a championship. I'm not saying they're going to get there. As a matter of fact, my contention is that people who are saying that Philly is the front runner to win, nah, man, nah. I don't buy it. Let me say this before I dive into the basketball side of it. Yo, the haters need to take a back seat. They do. The haters need to take a back seat. I've heard from many people. I've heard from a lot of really, popular, some of them well-respected, not everyone, some of them really well-respected, but all of them popular sports broadcasters and take artists saying that LeBron wants the attention that he, not only that he wants the attention, that he needs the attention. That he needs the attention to breathe.
Attention is his air. He needs it to survive.
That was Skip. Come on, bro. Come on. He needs attention to survive. That's why he drops this news on a Friday. That's why he dropped this news on a Friday. Guys, if you know anything about media, you know that when you are trying to bury a story, you drop it on a Friday or a Saturday. Right? Like a suspension or something, or some kind of fine being levied, that's dropped on a Friday. You're telling me that LeBron, who quote unquote needs, what is it? Needs attention to live, to breathe? What does Skip say? Let me hear that again.
Attention is his air. He needs it to survive.
It's his air? It's his air? And he drops this on Friday? You really? Okay, come on, man. Come on. Come on, bro. Again, if attention is his air, if he needs attention to breathe, why is he dropping this on Friday? He could have easily waited through the weekend and dropped it on a Monday. Easily. And here come all the haters. They're going to come up with all these reasons why he does it on a Friday. He's going to come up with all these reasons why he didn't do it on a Monday. But at the end of the day, he did it on a Friday. It's the least impactful day that you could have dropped this news. Let's be real. Call a spade a spade. Y'all want to say he wants this attention, that's fine. But listen, call a spade a spade. He drops it on Friday, not on a Monday. If he drops it on a Monday, guess what? We're talking about LeBron all week long. All week long. Last week of July, where ain't nothing happening except midseason baseball? No, dude, I'm telling you, all week long, it's LeBron. All week long. It's crazy. Oh my God, the phone lines are lighting up. I love it. 855-97-LA fan. Oh, by the way, the last point I want to make on quote unquote, he needs this attention for air, to breathe, to live. Then why the hell did he go to Philadelphia? If he really wants the attention, he needs to go to Golden State. If he wants the attention, he needs to go back to Cleveland. That's 1-2. Golden State 1, Cleveland 2. He needs attention to live, to breathe, air. Miami's number 3. Philadelphia is so clearly number 4 that so many folks did not even think that it was a possibility. Like, oh my gosh, like, okay, Philadelphia, I guess it could make sense. Sure. Like, okay, we got Maxey, he's a clutch guy. It's on the whiteboard. It's on the dang whiteboard. But if that's true, why did he go to Philly? It's the least impactful in terms of attention. You know what I'm saying? Listen, Philly's going to get a bunch of TV games, man. I'm not saying that. But again, call a spade a spade. If he goes to Golden State, it sets the entire NBA schedule upside down. You're going to see 40 national games. You're going to see all kinds of national games on every platform. Amazon's going to be clamoring like, hey, yo, give me as many Golden State games as you possibly can. NBC's going to be like, hey, give me as many Golden State games. Golden State will be a huge driver. Again, if he needs attention to live, breathe, and all this stuff, man, like he should have gone to Golden State. He should have gone to Cleveland. Homecoming Part 3. He could have gone to Miami. Yo, the South Beach crowd would have been raucous. Giannis and LeBron and Bam? That's must-watch TV. This is the funny thing about him going to Philadelphia. That's like a ball knowers move. You see what I'm saying? Like, hey, if you're not a casual and you like no ball, okay, then you realize like, okay, VJ Edgecombe is a baller. Tyrese Maxey is a baller. Right? People nationally know about Jaylen Brown, obviously, because he won a title, was an NBA Finals MVP. We know about that. We know about Embiid winning an MVP. Right? But really what throws it over the top for the people who actually follow the sport, who are actual fans of the NBA, it's not those two guys. It's the other two guys. It's Tyrese Maxey and it's VJ Edgecombe. When you know ball, those are the two guys that you point to and say, man, LeBron joining those two cats with Jaylen Brown, with Embiid. You see what I'm saying? This is like the Philadelphia move is like if you know ball. You're like, all right, that's a great move. Right? Popularity, that's Golden State. It's Cleveland. It's Miami. Philadelphia was so far and forth in terms of just attention. I mean, it doesn't even compare. So again, the haters who are saying that LeBron just wants the attention, y'all need to take a back seat. Y'all need to take a back seat. That it does not hold up today. On today, Friday, July 24th, that don't hold up. And y'all can backtrack and make all kinds of excuses and all kinds of like weird. And listen, I love conspiracy theories, but y'all going to come up with these weird conspiracy theories, these weird angles of why this actually does feed into the attention bubble. Y'all are going to come up with some weird stuff, but at the end of the day, this is the truth. Him dropping this on a Friday instead of a Monday, that's the least impactful move you can make from attention. Him going to Philadelphia versus going to Golden State, Cleveland, or Miami, that's the least impactful in terms of attention grabbing. It is. Period. That's the truth. All right. We are going to get to the phone calls. If you guys are waiting, wait just a few minutes longer, okay? We got to go to break. But remember, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. I keep teasing the actual basketball of it. And I swear to you, I will get to this. But the phone lines are lighting up right now. Today is like an extra Christmas for your boy James Coe, man. We step away. When we come back, we're going to get to the phone calls, and we will talk about LeBron's basketball fit in Philadelphia and why I do not believe it's going to be as smooth as people think it will be. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. is cracking, Los Angeles? It is your boy, James Coe, on the microphone here this afternoon on a beautiful Friday afternoon. Let's go, man. Oh, man, if y'all are looking for D-Mac and Reiter, today's the last day I'm filling in this time slot. And then next week, the boys will be back. I will fall back to my normal 6 to 10 p.m. time slot. Shoot, man, if y'all have enjoyed me during this 2 to 6 p.m. hour, I would love for y'all to join my program from 6 to 10 p.m. Normally. Hey, basketball coverage on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Look, I've been teasing this basketball fit for LeBron James, and I truly honestly believe I don't think it is as clean as people are making it to be. I think head coach Nick Nurse has a real chore in front of him to figure this thing out, and I love Nick Nurse. I think he is a really, really good basketball coach. But when we're talking about it from, okay, like what kind of offense does he run, right? Like, again, I really want to get into the nitty-gritty with this because it matters. It matters. As a matter of fact, it reminds me of when LeBron went to Miami for the very first time, and people said, hey, man, this is going to be cakewalk. It's going to be cakewalk. Dwayne Wade, Chris Bosh, LeBron James, you get three of the best players in the NBA, two guys that were at the time top 5 players in Dwayne Wade and LeBron James. Should be a cake. This should be easy. What we found in that first season, and especially over the first 20, 30, 40 games, the first half of that first season, it was a chore. Guys were playing in roles they were not used to. LeBron was used to being a primary ball handler on the ball, playing ISO ball. Dwayne Wade, same thing. Chris Bosh, pretty much the same thing. He was a high post, low post guy, and he didn't get a lot of high post, low post feeds. In my brain, I was thinking Eric Spoelstra would be very smart to just run a high pick and roll with Dwayne Wade, LeBron James. Who's stopping that? But they never did that, which, by the way, I was very critical. And, dude, I was like a teenager at the time, dude. I'm just saying. But, like, I was extremely critical of Eric Spoelstra. And I was like, it drove me crazy when people were saying Spo is a great coach. He's a great coach now, but he has developed. But at the time, I was like, this guy is an idiot. This guy's an absolute idiot. How would you... They didn't run high pick and roll with LeBron and Dwayne Wade ever. It was so stupid. Made no sense. They ran high pick and roll with Bosh as the screener, and one of Dwayne Wade or LeBron was sitting in the corner. How dumb is that? You're going to take one of the best players in the NBA and just sit him in the corner? That's so stupid. Again, Nick Nurse has a job in front of him here. It's not as easy as you would think. Why? Because Tyrese Maxey needs to be on the ball. He's a ball-dominant guard. Jaylen Brown is a ball-dominant guard. I do think that Jaylen Brown, his experience with Boston, he can play off-ball. Obviously, that is something that he can. Joel Embiid. Again, what you're going to turn this guy into what? Into some random pick and... Like, you're going to turn him into Walker Kessler, bro? He's going to be rolling just a high pick and roll guy. That's it. I'm telling you, the basketball fit is not as clean as you would think. I want to know, Tyrese Maxey. And oh, by the way, VJ Edgecombe, is he going to start? So Tyrese Maxey at the 1, VJ at the 2, Jaylen Brown at the 3, LeBron at the 4? What? Does that make sense to people out there? Like, LeBron's going to be the 4. He's going to be like power point forward? Like, what? How does that work? Or are you going to take a really promising young player in VJ and bring him off the bench, which I think they probably will do. I think Dean Wade will probably start at the 4, and it'll be Tyrese Maxey 1, Jaylen Brown 2, LeBron 3, Dean Wade 4, Joel Embiid 5. That would be my thought. But again, I want to dive a little bit deeper into the actual like schematics of it. Like, how does it fit? But before we do that, I want to get to the phone calls. Let's get to the calls here because the phone lines are lighting up here. I want to talk to Matthew in Bellflower. Matt in Bellflower, What are your thoughts here, man? LeBron goes to Philadelphia. Like I said, I don't know if the basketball fit is that good, but what's your initial reactions here to LeBron going to Philadelphia?
Man, I may be the only Laker fan that is truly hurt that he left the Lakers. I would have loved to see one more year with him and Luka, but we didn't get that.
I agree with you, man. And shoot, for the money that he signed for, this is the best bargain in sports history. 2-year, $8 million. That is outrageous. That's outrageous, dude. This guy's coming off of a $54 million contract. He's going to make $8 million over the next 2 years. He goes from 54 to 4. That's wild. Best deal in sports history. Not just because of the on-court production, but also like the merch that's going to be like the number of sellouts that Philadelphia is having. Like, hey, yo, listen, the ticket sales guys in Philadelphia, they're celebrating, man. LeBron is literally feeding families right now. Literally. Those ticket sales guys, those ticket sales reps in Philadelphia, yo, dude, hey, listen, everyone's reaching their bonus this year. Every single person is reaching their benchmarks. Their quotas filled. Done. It's over. Sell out every crowd, bro. Season ticket sales through the roof. I'm telling you, LeBron's literally feeding families. But you're right, man. Like him leaving LA, you are in the minority. And shoot, I was with you that LeBron would have fit perfectly with this current roster construction. Would have fit perfectly. Now, he would have had to take a backseat. He would absolutely have to be the third option behind Luka and Austin Reeves. But I thought when he did that, I thought he looked really good. And it was a very small sample size. Could he do it for 82 games? Okay, that's a big question mark. But he has it in the bag because he's a natural playmaker. All right, very quickly, let's squeeze in one more call here. And after the break, we'll take more calls, okay? David in L.A., what are your thoughts here? LeBron going to the 76ers. What are you thinking, pal?
Hey, James, thanks for taking my call. Honestly, as a Laker fan, it really doesn't affect me at all. It actually kind of, probably like the other caller says, makes me mad that he took $4 million to play for somewhere else when he could have, stayed here and played with the guys we have. But I'm really happy with the pieces that we picked up. But, just to touch up on that one gentleman that called Isaac, that he was so stoked about 76ers being a super team. I really don't think they're a super team other than,
I agree.
Brown, Edgecombe, and Maxey. Embiid doesn't play half the game.
Right,
He's always injured.
Exactly.
And, LeBron is a great player. I'm not going to argue that. Even though I don't care that he left LA, I'm not going to argue he's a great player.
Yeah.
But the last 2 seasons, we started seeing that he's aging and he's getting injured. So what are we talking here? We have 2 superstars that are supposed to make the lineup. They're injury prone.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. Have them sit on the bench, be seat warmers, and let's see what's going to happen. I mean, what are they, that's my opinion. So to me, it doesn't change the needle at all. I hope it works out for him. But you know what? The biggest thing I want to see is, as a Laker fan, I hope I see Bronny win a ring before LeBron wins it in Philly.
Ah, there you go. Bronny before Bron. Let's go. David and Ellie, great phone call. And I couldn't agree with you more. I could not agree with you more, man. Like, people who are making this thing out to be like some kind of ring chasing thing. It's like, that's just, again, haters need to take a back seat. The haters need to take. There's no way this is not a ring chasing exercise, because as David in LA very astutely points out, Joel Embiid is always hurt. Sciatica sidelined LeBron for a big portion of last year. He's 42 years old. Y'all really think he's going to play 82 games? There ain't no way. There is no way. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. All right, we'll be back. Los Angeles! Let's go! It's your boy, James Coe. Enjoying ourselves on a Friday afternoon. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's beautiful. I live for days like today. LeBron going to Philly. People feel some kind of way. It's one of the top news items. Not just sports news, like news. Like I said, man, it's this kind of excitement that gets me going. Makes me really, truly feel blessed to have this job. Talking about sports for a living? Shoot, man. It's the best. I love it. I absolutely love it. By the way, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, that's text injury help to 40222. I do want to shout out the YouTube chat. And if you guys want to stream that bad boy, by all means, find The Fan LA on all social handles. It's, again, at The Fan LA. Go to YouTube, type that in, at The Fan LA, and you will find my show streaming live. And again, they stream live all day long. It's all good. But I do want to shout out the chat because, man, these guys are in here, man. These guys are in here doing their thing. Got Donnie Boy in there. No, first of all, I love this handle. No Tan Lines Rob. No Tan Lines Rob. Yeah. Robert Wallace, as always, is a consistent contributor to the chat as well. If I missed your screen name, I apologize, man. But again, y'all are active in there, which is great. I appreciate that. Again, 855-97 LA Fan. We do have callers. 855-97 LA Fan. And I want to get to the callers. I know y'all been holding, and I do appreciate it. I believe this is Leah. Or is it Lee? Leah? Yeah, Leah in LA. We go to Leah in LA. What are your thoughts here? I'm assuming this is about LeBron, but what are your thoughts?
I'm a Lakers fan, and he won't be missed. I don't consider myself a hater, just a realist. LeBron should stop taking up space on the payroll and retire the jersey.
There you go. Not a hater, but that sounds like a hater, bro. Hey, look, I don't, and first of all, LeBron in his social media message said I was considering retirement. I think that's cap. I mean, again, I always say, call a spade a spade. I say that a lot. And again, for LeBron, I'm going to call a spade. Brother, you were not thinking about retirement, bro. You just, come on. That's not a real thing. And maybe it crossed your mind. I could see it crossing your mind for like a second. But like when you really think about it, come on, man. Like LeBron was not considering retirement, dude. And I know that was like a Rich Paul thing too. Like, oh, LeBron's got to weigh his options. Oh, LeBron might not come back. Brother, come on, dude. Who are we fooling? Bruh. Come on. Bruh. Exactly. Bruh. Come on. What are we thinking? That's not happening. Come on. That wasn't. Although I will say, pull the LeBron Instagram music up. I do love this because he's going to Philadelphia, and whoever is on his, social media team or whatever, like, that was pretty sick, dude. Like of course he's going to Philly. So what does he do? He's got to set the hype video to what? To Meek Mill. I mean, that's what you got to do. Okay, you're going to Philadelphia. You got to hype the Meek Mill. You know what I'm saying? I love it. And then what is it? What's the song? It's Dreams and Nightmares. Come on, bro. No, it's a great hype video. I absolutely loved it. The music's on point, man. The video editing was on point. Get him, Meek! Let's go, Meek! Meek, where we at? Philadelphia, where we at? This is great. Nah, man, it was hype. No, it was hype. Listen, if you guys have not seen it yet, y'all need to go on Instagram, go to King James or whatever. Like, you got to see it, man. It's hype. It is hype. Whoever put that together for him, that was sick. Good job. Really good job. And the intro to it is it's just so nice, man. It's like an 18-year-old LeBron, and he's like, "You waiting for me?" Man, I love stuff like that. Oh, the super cut of him just yakking on people, man. Dude, come on, bro. That's not bad. No, it was good. I like the fact that he threw in that little Meek Mill in there, man. That was good. That was really good. Okay, we go back to the phones. 855-97. Oh, okay. You know what? We won't. 855-97 LA fan. Again, that's 855-97 LA fan. I again, man, it's first of all, you know, there were some haters. Leah says she's not a hater. I feel like she's like at least like 25% hater. Okay? I feel like she was like 25. I mean, she just straight up said he needs to hang it up. Get out of here. Get out of my life. I don't want to see LeBron. I don't want to see LeBron playing basketball, period. I feel like she was 25% hater. I do appreciate the phone call, Leah, by the way. 855-97 LA fan. You know who's the ultimate hater of LeBron, though? It would be one Mr. Donald Trump. Donald Trump, I mean, listen, dude, Trump says a lot of really dumb things, and he says a lot of unhinged things, bro. And like, of course, I don't know who asked him about LeBron, but somebody asked Donald Trump about LeBron, and he had a ridiculous, like crazy unhinged take.
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
Maybe LeBron's a racist. Dog, where did that come from? What? Donald, where? Bro, I know you are used to saying unhinged things, dog, but what? Oh my gosh, dude, this guy, man. Every single day it's something with this guy. You know? Whether it's the fact that he thinks Shohei Ohtani plays in the outfield. Check this out.
Check this out.
Check this out.
Shohei Ohtani.
I mean, legitimately, Donald Trump did not know who Shohei Ohtani was. Just like Mike Tyson, as a matter of fact, who you just heard right there. Check this out.
Check this out.
He didn't know. He had no clue. Hey, Shohei's at the White House, bro. Like, he had no idea. He's like, oh, I love Shohei Ohtani. Maybe the best hitter in baseball. Maybe the best batter, pitcher in baseball. Maybe the best outfielder in baseball. I don't know. I can't do a good Trump, dude. Come on, man. He had no clue. He didn't have a clue who Shohei was. And then when he's like trying to like, you know, like they're on doing the whole, you know, White House lawn thing, and he's talking about Shohei. They had to make a huge showing of like pointing out Shohei, as if like, you know, you can't find this like absolute giant of a man in the back. Like, just find him. It's fine. You know, it's like not that difficult. Nope. They had to like really point him out.
Check this out.
Check this out. Go back and watch that clip, bro. I'm telling you, they like went out of their way to point out where Shohei was. Why? The worst case scenario is that he starts looking at like Yamamoto or something, bro. Like he looks at little like Roki Sasaki and it's like, oh, there's Shohei right there. That's worst case scenario, dog. Everyone in the building knew that was worst case scenario, and the fact that they had to make a crazy huge showing of like where Ohtani was, that lets you know that everyone in the building was worried that was going to happen. Crazy. What is Trump? Like Trump just legitimately just out of nowhere. First of all, I don't even know what the question was. It sounded like, hey, what'd you think about LeBron or something? You know, like LeBron or Mike or something, you know? And like, again, if there's anyone who does not know ball, it's Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't know ball, dude. You know, he just doesn't know ball. Right? Somebody's asking, who was this reporter asking him about friggin' LeBron versus MJ, bro? I don't know. Can you imagine somebody being like, hey, what's your thoughts on LeBron versus MJ? Well, LeBron, he might be a racist. I don't know. What? Wait, what, dude? How does that have anything to do with anything? How How does that have anything to do with anything when you're asking about LeBron versus MJ? I mean, I've heard a lot of unhinged arguments in regards to MJ versus LeBron. Like, I heard a lot, man. I've seen it all. I have seen it all. I don't think anybody's brought up the racist card, bro. Donnie's losing it, bro. Like, what are you talking about, dude? What are you talking about, my guy? It's insane. Absolutely insane. Hey, look, again, I want to really dive in here on the absolute, the nitty-gritty of it all. When we're talking about LeBron's fit in Philadelphia, I have seen a disturbing amount of people talk about how this is, again, the favorites in the East, that they are the favorites to win the title. First of all, they're not the favorites to win the title. Let's be real, okay? They're not better than San Antonio. They're not better than Oklahoma City. They're not, period. Right? And we had a caller call in earlier, right? Was saying like, hey, man, Joel Embiid's probably going to play. Shoot, if he plays 40 games, Philadelphia will consider that to be a win, right? If he plays half the game, if he plays 41 games, that's a win. What's the over-under on number of games played by Joel Embiid? I'll set it at 37.5. I dare you to take the over. I set that line at 37.5. I dare you to take the over. I dare you. You know what I mean? And there's nobody that's going to take the over, bro. Like, even if you think he is going to play more than 37, you're not taking the over. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if he plays 42 games, you'd be like, all right, well, that makes sense, I guess. If he plays 60, you would be shocked. If he played 60 games, you would be absolutely floored. So, It is very much the thought of like, okay, well, what's going to happen from a basketball fit perspective? Like LeBron playing at the 4, that doesn't make any sense. That's why I think VJ just off the jump will be coming off the bench. And by the way, the bench actually looks pretty good if VJ does come out off the bench. Because they also have a kid by the name of Anthony Simons. Simons averaged just 14 points per game last year, but man, his per 36 numbers over his career are legit. Like, this guy's a microwave scorer. He's exactly the kind of player you want coming in off the bench. Per 36, Anthony Simons scores 20 points per 36. He's a legit scorer. He also averages over his career 38% from beyond the arc. Again, this is exactly the kind of player that you want coming in off the bench. You want a little bench scoring here and there. Anthony Simons can certainly give it to you. And then on top of that, if VJ comes off the bench, this is one of those teams that will give you legitimate bench scoring. And I think that's probably where Philadelphia will go. VJ off the bench. Tyrese Maxey was an NBA third teamer last year. He's a legitimate basketball. Maybe y'all don't know about Tyrese, but man, this guy was he was going ham sandwich to start the season last year. He was going nuts. Jaylen Brown, again, got a lot of MVP votes just this past season. LeBron's obviously won multiple MVPs, and Joel Embiid has won an MVP as well. If you could turn injuries off, yeah, listen, 100%. If we're playing NBA 2K and you turn off injuries, then yes, this team is right there. They're right there. Championship contender, no question. But injuries exist. Age exists. Joel Embiid getting a little older. LeBron obviously on his last legs, even though he played extremely well last year. No, this is not they're not a title front runner. No, they are not. They're just not. But we talk about like the basketball fit, right? What do we know about Nick Nurse? It's not a complex offensive system that he runs there in Philadelphia. A lot of DHOs, dribble handoffs, a lot of DHOs, high pick and roll, iso ball. And when they do have Joel Embiid, they use him as like an offensive hub out of the high post, operating in that elbow area. You throw it into him, you allow him to go make plays. Right? Whether he's going to distribute the basketball, get the ball to the open player, or post up, or face up and drive, or face up and shoot. Right? It's not complex. It's not a lot of motion stuff. Listen, like there's not going to be a lot of Pete Carroll stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not going to be Princeton backdoor. Okay, we're not seeing that. Okay, there's not going to be all this like movement like we saw like with Eric Spoelstra's offense in Miami. That's just not going to exist. If we know Nick Nurse, we know it's going to be iso ball, and maybe I'm overstating it, but quite frankly, I just think there's a lot of hero ball in Philadelphia under Nick Nurse. But Nick Nurse is a great basketball coach. He is a great basketball coach because he gets guys, even if it is iso ball, he gets guys into positions to succeed, even if it is something as simple as high pick and roll, DHOs. He puts the onus on the players to make a play. And I think what we have seen is that players, I think, really, truly like that style of basketball, right? He'll get the spacing right. I think he'll get the spacing right. That's really what it comes down to. And again, if your defender turns, give him a little backdoor cut, right? It's just, you're playing, again, it's just the actions off of ball dominance. Like, they need a ball dominant guard for this offense to work. That's why Maxey was playing so well, right? And again, when it's Joel Embiid, you're playing off of Joel Embiid. Again, it's not complex, but it's nuanced. It's not complex, but it's nuanced. And Nick Nurse asks his players to make the right basketball play. But it's not as easy as you would think. Again, it's not a complex system, but when you've got guys that are this ball dominant, Maxey, ball dominant. Jaylen Brown, ball dominant. LeBron James, ball dominant. Joel Embiid, ball dominant. I just listed off their 4 best players. And shoot, I'm underrating even VJ. VJ is awesome. He can play off ball, though. He's been great. He's great in that role. But you've got 4 guys that need the rock in their hands. Right? So it's not just as simple as like, hey, talent-wise, yes, talent-wise, they're right there. Talent-wise, for sure, that starting 5 and the bench, it looks good, talent-wise. Basketball fit-wise, I think people are missing the mark. I do. I think people are completely missing the mark basketball-wise. Like from a schematic standpoint, I think they're completely missing the boat. This is going to be a real learning curve for Philadelphia in the early portion of next season. I'm going to tell you right here, right now, there's going to be a lot of think pieces. There's going to be a lot of podcasts talking about how LeBron going to Philadelphia messed up their chemistry and that it's a bust pick and that it was a bust acquisition. First of all, it can't be a bust. He signed there for $4 million next year. Best deal in sports history, considering how many sellouts they're going to have with LeBron. Best deal in sports history. Crazy. The merch is going to be flying. Crazy. Insane deal. The advertising revenue in stadium, off the charts. Crazy deal. The best deal in sports history from a business perspective. But yeah, man. Hey, listen. Again, just from a straight up schematic basketball standpoint, though, it's not as easy as people are making it seem. You got 4 guys that need the rock in their hands. How do you distribute? Who's playing off ball? Who's going to take a back seat? Who? There's a lot of personalities now. Again, Nick Nurse, man, I'm sure he's happy, but he's also worried. I promise you. Nick Nurse is looking at that lineup, and secretly he's worried. Because he's like, yo, how do I get these guys the ball? How do I get these guys to buy into the team first and not individual when my system is all about individual? Nick Nurse's offense is about hero basketball, but you got to also play off the ball really well. You got to make these back cuts. You got to, again, when they're sagging off of you, can you get to an open spot? It's just normal. Listen, if you play a lot of pickup basketball, it's normal pickup basketball stuff, but just play it at an extremely high level, if that makes any sense. That's just my opinion on it. Listen, I'm not a basketball X's and O's guys, but when I watch Nick Nurse run his offense, that's what I see. That's what I see. I don't see a complex system. I see essentially elevated hero ball. That's what I see. Maybe y'all disagree. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. But I wanted to have this conversation because the overwhelming thought right now is that, of course, it's a great basketball fit. Why do they keep saying that? Because, like Rich Paul and all these, they keep saying the same thing. And I disagree. I completely disagree. I don't think it's a great fit basketball-wise. I think there's going to be a huge learning curve. Jaylen Brown just left Boston because he didn't want to be a second option to Jason Tatum. You're telling me he's going to be a third option behind Tyrese Maxey and LeBron James? LeBron James struggled to be, again, I don't know how true this is, because actually when he was the third option, I thought he looked awesome. But you're telling me LeBron's going to be like, okay, you know what? There's going to be some games when I'm legitimately the fourth option. Okay, that might be a bridge too far. Joel Embiid, what's he going to do? He's going to be okay. A former MVP is going to be okay being just a simple pick and roll guy playing essentially the same role as Walker Kessler. Oh, just going down into the dunker spot, bro. Come on, man. That don't make sense to me, bro. It don't. Nick Nurse has his hands full. The basketball fit is going to be awkward at first. I'm not saying they're not going to figure it out. I think they will figure it out. I'm excited to see them figure it out. But it will be rocky to start the season, mark my words. Okay, you're listening to the James Kell Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan. Oh my goodness, coming up next. Are you kidding me? We are going to be sitting down with Kevin Demoff, president of the LA Rams. President of the LA Rams, coming up next right here on the James Kell Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Welcome back, Los Angeles. What is cracking? It's your boy, James Coe. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Again, that is visit calldowntown.com. Oh my goodness gracious. Are you kidding me? I can't believe we got a VIP calling into the program. He is the president of team and media operations for Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. He is the president of the Los Angeles Rams. He is a proud Dartmouth grad. Go Big Green. We welcome in Kevin Demoff. Kevin, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Pretty good. That's one of the best introductions I think I'll ever get. So you know what? I'll take it.
I love it, man. The Rams have been known around the league circles as having a great culture. And I truly, honestly believe that it starts at the top. Can you talk about how business culture might trickle down to locker room culture?
Well, I think it all is synonymous with each other, and it works hand in hand. And it starts with ownership and Stan Kroenke and giving everybody in the organization, whether it's the coaching staff, the front office, the business side, the resources to go execute his vision, which is to go be the most competitive, best team, not only in the NFL, but obviously in the world, maybe alongside our other teams. And it starts there, right? It's giving us the freedom to go color outside the lines, to take chances, to think differently. And I think where you see the organization today, 10 years in, is a result of a little bit of more of that risk-taking, that modern personality, and hopefully it translates into continued success.
You talk about some of the risk-taking, and obviously I love the risk-taking, and I think the fans love the risk-taking, especially when we're talking about Myles Garrett. I do wonder, though, just take us behind the curtain here a little bit. How long does a deal like trading for Myles Garrett take? I think a lot of fans think, hey, you just pick up a phone call and it happens, and there's just no way it's that simple. Take us behind the curtain here a little bit and talk about some of the details and some of the difficulties maybe and length in regards to bringing in a player like Myles Garrett.
Well, look, I think if you read the story, our pursuit of Myles Garrett started in 2022. So 4 years, almost 4 years to get to get a trade done of this magnitude and to wear the Browns down. But as a player we've tracked for a long time, obviously the success Myles had in Cleveland made him attractive. And I think coming out of last year when we felt really good about our team, but towards the end of the year, we just couldn't get the number of stops we wanted defensively and felt we needed to upgrade personnel. And, that obviously naturally went into the back end of the defense with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson re-signing, Quentin Lake, re-signing Cameron Curl, and kind of getting that area squared away. But then, when you kind of saw in the spring that maybe Myles was available, not explicitly, but had made some contract alterations, and I think we were not afraid to take our shot. And, the Browns pretty much said no for a long time, but if you just keep dogged pursuing, maybe one day they'll slip up and, be hungover or, be in a different mood and open the door. And they did. We were able to open the door a little bit, around the draft. And ultimately, we got there by giving up a great young player in Jared Verse, who's been a core piece of what we've done the past few years. But, our perspective was you got a chance to go land the best defensive player in the game, maybe the best player in the game, pound for pound. You go take that swing. And excited to get Myles to Los Angeles. It was great to kind of show him off to the fan base last night, at Rams Revealed. But, I think the most interesting thing for us is we got him at the end of June, maybe a week left in, the offseason. We weren't just going to throw him out there and risk injury. So I think we're all excited to see him put the pads on in training camp for his first real live action with us and go from there.
I absolutely love it. It is the president of the Los Angeles Rams joining the James Coe Show in Kevin Demoff. Listen, I have to ask, man. I would not be doing my job if I did not ask you, where are we at with Aaron Donald, my man?
Look, I think Sean said it best earlier this week. We said it last night at the season ticket holder event. Everything is in Aaron's hands, and this is a decision he has to make for him, for his family. And if he has true interest in coming back and playing football, then of course we're interested in welcoming him back. But, this is really going to be on his timetable, his decision-making process. Aaron always struck me as someone who was very happy in retirement. This wasn't a player I ever thought would come back. But obviously I think the excitement of what we've done, maybe the chance of playing next to the defensive player of the year and not being double teamed every play. The excitement around the season, certainly has Aaron intrigued. And if Aaron's intrigued, we're intrigued. But, this is someone who won us the Super Bowl here in Los Angeles, is one of the era's defining players in the NFL, an all-time great in the NFL. And, if he wakes up one morning and says, I'm ready to play, I want to play, fantastic. If he wakes up, tomorrow and the other day and says, I'm happy in retirement, fantastic. Because I think that's our viewpoint with Aaron. And, until then, I said, we just keep refreshing social media like everybody else. And, now that LeBron has made his decision, maybe we'll just keep refreshing a little bit faster.
I like it. Let me ask a follow-up question there, because again, man, journalistically, man, I just have so many questions about it. This is my last question on Aaron Donald, I promise, though. Okay, just from a salary cap perspective, right? This isn't baseball where you could just spend, gobs of money, right? It's like the NFL has a very strict salary cap. When you're thinking about somebody like Aaron Donald, where are the Rams from just a financial flexibility standpoint to potentially get that deal done?
Look, I think this team was built without ever thinking about Aaron Donald in mind.
Right.
And, we were able to come through some hoops and, add Miles in. There are a lot of hoops you'd have to jump through to get Aaron back. Obviously, that's predicated on if he wants to be back, what does that look like? When does he come back? You're always going to try to come up with a solve for Aaron Donald. If he raises his hand and says he wants to play football, then you're going to try to get creative, and, Tony Pastores, Matt Sheeran, Ishan Benaretta, who all work for us, will be helpful in that process. There are ways to do it. But obviously, the NFL is a zero-sum game. Every dollar Aaron takes is, maybe a dollar in the future that comes off it. But this is also where you're fortunate to have ownership say, we want to come in and help in any way we can and build the best team. And, again, if Aaron raises his hand and says he wants to play, then I think we would be sad to let anything try to get in the way of that, but that's his call.
Okay, there you go. We got, again, Rams president Kevin Demoff joining the James Coe show here. Kevin Demoff, listen, is not your normal quote-unquote suit. Okay, this is somebody who has been around the game his entire life. Your dad, Kevin, was John Elway's and Dan Marino's agent. This is a guy that in Kevin Demoff that used to do mock drafts at 10 years old. You were a ball boy for the Chargers. Look, I know you oversee a lot of sports, but man, can you talk about your passion for football?
Look, when you grow up around the game, it's infectious. And, I was fortunate to have a front row seat to so many great players, to so many great moments. And, football is the ultimate team game, and you love being part of it. You love being part of an organization. And it's not just me. Sean McVay grew up around it. Tony Pastores grew up around it. Les Snead grew up on it, played at Auburn. Sean played at Miami. Tony played at Dartmouth. You can go down the line around our organization, people who played their entire lives and love it. We're fortunate to have a great group that believes in the grade of football, what it brings. I was fortunate to grow up here in Los Angeles with the Rams, watching what they meant to this community, to be part of the group, to bring them back. But I think we're all small pieces in what we do. And I will say truthfully, when we get things right, maybe we're not suits. When we get things wrong, I promise you people are still going to call us suits.
There you go. Rams president Kevin Demoff on the James Coe show here. Look, I did some deep dive in here, man. Okay. I found out that you called games on Dartmouth's radio stations. I have to ask you, brother, what's the signature Kevin Demoff call? Like, what's the touchdown call? What's a 3-point call from Kevin Demoff look like?
I don't remember any of the signature calls, and I will say there are a couple of games that maybe I was slightly hungover. Saturday morning in college is not a great time to be calling games.
Yeah.
So, maybe some of those Friday night hockey or basketball games were a little bit better. But you love being around all the sports, and, certainly my job now overseeing basketball and hockey and soccer and football, you get a taste for all of it. I called women's lacrosse.
Wow.
A couple of games in the NCAA tournament and in college, baseball, women's soccer, you name it, we did it. But look, I think anybody who's a sports fan, that's your love of life, right? Being around the game, being up close and being part of it. But signature calls, I don't remember. I was fortunate enough as a writer covering the basketball team. Dartmouth broke Penn's 54-game win streak in the Ivy League at home. That was one of the coolest moments I ever covered. Got to call a Dartmouth, North Carolina basketball game, but, signature calls, I don't think you want to hear those. And If anybody can dig them up, especially some of the hungover ones, I'd be impressed.
Oh, listen, I would pay good money to hear you calling a basketball game, man. That would be a lot of fun. I need you to release those tapes. Kevin, I know you got those tapes, man. I need you to release the Kevin Demoff play-by-play tapes.
You find them on broadcast.com or something, anything Dartmouth in the mid to late 90s, by all means.
Okay. Last question for you, and we'll let you go here. Look, at 23 years old, you became the director of football operations for the Arena Football League's Los Angeles Avengers. You've said that you did not, quote, deserve that job and that you, quote, did not deserve the Rams job when you got it. Can you expand on that a little bit?
Look, I was fortunate at 23. I, was working for an internet company, and Casey Wasserman, at the recommendation of a good friend, took a chance on me to help, grow and run an Arena Football League team. I was 23 years old, trying to figure it out, made a ton of mistakes, away from the public eye. I was fortunate enough after a number of years in the Arena Football League, and we got that team up and running and successful. And then a number of years of the Buccaneers that, the Rams took a chance on me in 2009 to come lead a team at 31. Plenty more qualified candidates, I'm sure. But, along the way, I've had people who have believed in me, Casey Wasserman, Chip Rosenblum, Stan Kroenke, and, grateful to all of those for being mentors and giving this path. And, we're not where we are today. I'm certainly not where I am today without that group taking a chance on me. And I, if you ever write a book, the Avengers stories are still among the best that you'll ever see, or read. And we were fortunate to have a great group. Ed Hotchkiss was our head coach, Brent Winter, assistant head coach. It was a fun time. And the Arena Football League always had something special. It's always got a special place in my heart. People who've worked in minor league sports always have a special place in my heart for, you get to be the general manager and hire a coach and make trades. You're also picking up Chipotle for the team bus that day. And, that's the great part about, the Arena Football League and those stories. And, Casey and I dreamed back then of, getting the chance to bring a team back to LA. And, I got to play a small role in the NFL. He's obviously had a great role with the Olympics, and it was a fun time, but it's hard to believe it was a quarter century ago.
Listen, I lied. I got one extra question because you got my brain going here, and I'll let you go, I promise, after this. But if you had one critical piece of advice, because again, you were 23 years old, you're doing football operations for the Arena Football League, right? But if you're giving one piece of critical advice to a young person listening right now who wants to chase down that dream job in sports, what is that one piece of critical advice that you would give?
Easy. Go to the job that is the hardest and the messiest. That's where you're going to be able to prove yourself. Don't go to the biggest name. Don't go to the biggest brand. Go to the place where you can learn the most and make the most impact. And ultimately, that it may seem, off the beaten path. It may, you may not want to start your career in Boise or Wichita or, a small city in a small league or, in Oklahoma City, or, you can think of all the places, but truly that's where you're going to grow the most. You're going to get the most opportunity, and, just believe in yourself, and good things will come if you work hard. But I think too many people chase, hey, I want to work at Los Angeles Rams, Nuggets, Arsenal, New York Yankees, Dallas Cowboys. Go to the place where you can do the most, and the rest will take care of itself.
I love it, man. He is the president and team and media operations for Kroenke Sports and Entertainment. Again, he's the president of the Los Angeles Rams, and he is a proud Dartmouth grad. Go Big Green. Kevin Demoff, we appreciate the time.
Appreciate it, James. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Wow. First of all, I love that piece of advice, and I could not agree more. If you're trying to chase down your dreams, man, don't let location be a hindrance. Don't let location be a roadblock. Go chase down that dreams, man. I love it. Kevin Demoff, appreciate the time for sure. Great advice. And what a great story Kevin Demoff is. I can't believe what he has done in his career in such a short time. That's crazy. Crazy. Okay. We got to step away. When we come back, we will give you a little Dodgers preview as they are set to take on the Mets. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. beautiful, beautiful Friday afternoon. Let's get you ready for the Dodgers as they are on the road and taking on the lowly New York Mets. The New York Mets are exact proof why ownership matters, that talent development matters, and having a good front office matters, because they have the highest payroll in all of baseball, and yet they stink. People think it's the Dodgers. No, but it's the Mets. They have the highest payroll this year, and they absolutely stink. First pitch is at 4:10 p.m. rather. So what are we? 20 minutes away from first pitch as the Dodgers on the road taking on the Mets. The injury report is brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. Tyler Glasnow is scheduled to face hitters today. Edwin Diaz will not be activated this weekend. He needs one more rehab outing Sunday before coming off the IL next week. I am fascinated to see what they do with Edwin Diaz. They paid him a gob of money to be the closer. Tanner Scott has held that position down so well. Do they really go to Edwin Diaz? I don't think they will. Bersh, what do you think, man? Like, are they going to go to Edwin Diaz here in the closer role? They're just going to give him that role back?
I honestly think they will. I think they will at least see how he performs in it right away. And it will also kind of be matchup based.
Do you think they ease him in though? Like they put him in that setup role for like a game or two?
I could see that. I don't know if they throw him right into a one-run game in the ninth inning with the heart of the order coming
right.
up. But I could see him getting a couple seventh or eighth innings before getting settled back into the ninth. But again, they also can now have the luxury of playing matchups in the ninth inning.
Right.
If it's more advantageous to hold off and go with the lefty and Scott, you've got a couple lefties coming up in the ninth, and maybe they go to Diaz in the eighth and kind of attack it that way. That would be wonderful.
That would be great. And you're right that having that flexibility, that's a luxury. Most teams, I would say no other team really, could do that. I mean, who is really doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, what other teams are really out there? They've got two legitimate closer level, relievers that they can mix and match. Who's doing that? It's not happening. Well, Roki Sasaki taking the mound today versus Sean Manaea. For the Mets, Yoshi Yamamoto, Nolan McLean on Saturday, Emmett Sheehan and Freddie Peralta on Sunday. Roki coming off, I would say, arguably his best performance in like 2 months. He looked great against the Yankees. He gave up just one unearned run on 5 hits over 5 2/3 inning, struck out 5, had just 1 walk, and it was his fastball that got a lot of people's attention. Right? Topped out at around 102, 101.8 in that game. But he had a number of pitches clocked in over 100 miles per hour. Roki had an ERA of over 8.5 across the 5 starts prior to his outing against the Yankees. It was so bad. There was talks of, okay, what do we do with Roki? Do we stick him back into the minors? Do you just keep sending him out there and getting shelled on? The funniest storyline about that, and I can say that because apparently they fixed it, it's all about tipping his pitches. And what happens against the Yankees, Bursch? He comes out with the largest glove you've ever seen. It looked like a novelty glove, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, that thing was huge. Can somebody fill me in? And Bursch, maybe you could help me out, bro. Like, what does having a ridiculously oversized glove, how does that help with the tipping of pitches? I don't get it.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure. I know that in some ways guys tip their pitches based on the way they hold their glove when they're coming set.
Right.
It might be a little bit more open. So maybe when it's so big, you don't really notice the difference in terms of like, if it's just, maybe he can't even like close it. It's so big.
It looks like an outfielder's glove. It's like insane.
Yeah, it looks like a novelty hat that he could.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
somebody's got to break this down, man, for me. 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN, because I just don't know enough about baseball, like and I'm talking like the finer points of like, okay, like how is he tipping pitches, and how does the glove make a difference? Like, and why does it have to be the largest glove in human existence for that to make a difference? Like, I don't I don't get it. 855-97 LA fan. I'm just too stupid, dude. I legitimately, and I could sit here and tell you that, man. Like, I could sit here and tell you, like, hey, this is what's happening. Like, bro, like, I don't get it, man. Again, I keep it a buck. I keep it 100 on this show, man. Like, I'm not trying to be anything I'm not. I legitimately have no idea how that goes down. But I do know Roki looked awesome, and I do know everyone's saying, hey, that giant glove helped hide him tipping pitches. But okay, so I'll just go with what people say. That's what people are saying. They're smarter than me about this, so I don't have a dang clue. But I do know he switched over to the novelty glove, and all of a sudden he's just mowing down Yankees. So hey, listen, if maybe it has nothing to do with tipping pitches, and that's like a binky for him. If that's a binky for him, hey, yo, just go out there with the giant glove every single time, man. It's all good. The Mets have the third worst record in the NL at 43-60. Only the Giants and the Rockies are worse. Oh my gosh. When we're taking a look at the lineup, very interesting at the top. Hey, listen, Ohtani's at the top, which is expected. Pages at number 2. And it is my boy, Tommy Hyunsu Edman, checking in at 3rd. Freddie Freeman at 4, Mookie Betts at 5. So that's interesting. Betts has been playing pretty well out of that cleanup spot. But that cleanup spot, number 4 spot, is going to Freeman, then Betts, then Rojas. Kyle Tucker at 6. And then Teoscar Hernandez at 8, rushing at 9. So, again, really interesting. Hyunsu Edman hitting 3rd. Freeman at 4. Mookie Betts at 5. Kyle Tucker has dropped his strikeout rate 28% in June, 11% in July. Okay, that's like looking for something nice to say about Kyle Tucker. And Tucker and Dave Roberts has said he's hitting the ball better. Like he's hitting it better. He's hitting it harder. Hasn't translated into hits. Okay. However, in July, he's hitting 222. He's got a 259 slugging percentage, bro. That is astronomically bad. For a guy who has been known to be a great hitter in baseball, for a guy who's getting paid $60 million, man, how does he have a 259 slugging percentage, bro? How? It begs the question, and the drumbeat is getting louder and louder and louder the longer this cold streak goes on. And at this point, it's not a streak. He's playing bad baseball. The drumbeat is getting louder. At what point do we start talking about the minor league guys getting a chance to play ahead of Kyle Tucker? At what point? And this conversation is happening because the Dodgers have the number 1 rated farm system in the minor leagues. And a lot of these dudes play where? They play in the outfield. Where does Kyle Tucker play? He plays in the outfield. Where does Shohei Ohtani play? Not in the outfield.
Check this out.
Check this out.
Shohei Ohtani.
Mike Sirota is an outfielder, one of the Dodgers' top prospects. He's hitting 321. Josue DePaula, outfielder. When are these guys going to get a chance to play? We'll talk about it after the break. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. cracking, Los Angeles? Come on. James Cole here with you. If I sound jacked, if I sound pumped, or first of all, every show I sound jacked, I sound pumped. That's a fact, Jack. That's what I do, man. I come in here, I'm going to kill y'all with your energy, man. Yay! Yeah! You know why, man? Because again, best job in the world. Are you kidding me, bro? You see my name in the highlights, man? It's on the marquee. This is what sportscasters dream of. Are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to come in with great attitude every single day, man. Come on, bro. But today in particular, though, what an unbelievable day. Unbelievable day. What a great close to the week. And by the way, it's been great filling in here in this time slot for D-Mac and Reiter. It has been awesome, man. It has been awesome. But filling in this time slot, man, it's just been cool. But what a great end to the week. Because, man, not only do we get this LeBron news, I get to talk to y'all about LeBron. The phone lines have been crazy. Phone lines been crazy. YouTube chat's been crazy. But we also sat down with Rams president Kevin Demoff. Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. What a great day to be a sports fan today. Later on, at the bottom of the hour, we will be talking to Benjamin Royer from the OC Register. We're going to be talking to him about the latest Lakers rumors. What's up with Jonathan Kuminga? What's up with Cam Carr? What were the first impressions of Cam Carr? There's also a really deep bench player that people are seemingly pretty excited about. You know? Arthur Kaluma. I never heard of this dude in my life. But man, he has been making some serious Summer League noise. Going to talk to Ben Royer about Summer League and in regards to Cam Carr and Arthur Kaluma. And also, what's the latest on Jonathan Kuminga? If you guys want to be part of the conversation, it's 855-97-LA-FAN. Again, that's 855-97-LA-FAN. Or jump into the YouTube chats, man, at The Fan LA. We had left off the last segment by talking about some of the prospects here. Kyle Tucker, again, maybe you missed it. If you're looking for something that's a little bit better, Kyle Tucker dropped his strikeout rate from 28% in June to 11% in July. That's awesome. We love that. We love that for Kyle Tucker. Unfortunately, where's the production, bro? Where's the production, man? He's hitting 222 in July. I thought he was supposed to be turning around. He's hitting 222. My guy Kyle Tucker has a 259 slugging percentage. It's been so bad that utility man Tommy Hyunsu Edman, the tank, he's moving up. As a matter of fact, Hyunsu's hitting third tonight. Come on, bro. But again, the drum beat from Dodger fans is getting a lot louder. What about these prospects? Because people have been talking about these prospects in regards to Skubal now. Listen, what's funny about this whole conversation with Skubal is that I feel like Dodger fans are more knowledgeable about the farm system than they've ever been in years. Now, all of a sudden, people are like minor league baseball experts and whatnot, you know? I mean, honestly, truly, who would have heard who would be talking about Mike Sirota right now? Who would be talking about Josue De Paula? I mean, the fact that y'all know how to pronounce Josue, that means something. Ain't nobody know about Josue De Paula if it wasn't for Skubal. Right? I mean, it's crazy right now. Josue, man. Josue De Paula, one of the best names you're going to run across. But these two guys are at the top when we're talking about, minor league prospects. They're two of the best. And I think in particular, and actually, Bursch, you could fill me in on this. I believe Josue De Paula is like their number one guy. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah. DePaul is really high up on a lot of charts. Zahir Hope is also very high up. Mike Sirota, as you mentioned, very high. They have a ton. This isn't even mentioning like James Tibbs, who they stole from the Giants, who's been great this season, and he's shooting up charts as well.
Right.
They are loaded in the outfield.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but it feels like Sirota and TePaula are the closest to cracking into the majors. Maybe I'm wrong there.
Yeah, I would say so. Sirota for sure.
Yeah.
And DePaul is like the most. He's probably got the highest ceiling. That's why he's very high up on these rankings. But he probably is still a year or two away. But yeah,
both these guys
Sirota's
are crushing it though.
Yeah. They're. Listen, if the Dodgers were a bad team, these guys would be in the majors right now, for sure.
Right. And again, and the drum beat is getting louder. It's getting louder and louder. Every strikeout, every fly out, every weak dribbler for Kyle Tucker, the drum beat grows. When are we going to see these guys? Why? Because both of these guys are playing in AA ball right now, and they're both playing well. Sirota, he's hitting 321. He's got an outrageous 1.031 OPS. I get it. It's minor league baseball. But he's doing what he's supposed to be doing in the minors. He's also providing a little bit of speed on the base paths too. Josue DePaula, man. Again, outfield. Both these guys are outfielders. Both these guys are two of the Dodgers' top prospects. Josue DePaula, 313 right now, hitting 313. He's got 16 home runs and 355 ABs, man. He's got a 0.937 OPS. Again, another great number. These guys have been incredibly productive. They're hitting with power. They're showing you speed. They're giving you athleticism. Meanwhile, the $60 million man and Kyle Tucker, we're like searching. We're like literally like scrounging through the stats database to give you some like rosier picture on Kyle Tucker. Hey, listen, he went from a 28% strikeout rate to 11%. All right, cool. Yeah. All right. That's great. Meanwhile, he's hitting 222 in July, bro. He's got a 259 slugging percentage. Come on. This is why the drum beat, and how outraged it would be outrageous, it would be out of bounds, it would be ridiculous. It truly would. You can't pay a guy $60 million and sit him on the bench for a guy who's hitting, who's having a great season in AA ball. You can't do it. You can't do it. Realistically, I get it. But the fans, they don't care. The fans, listen, man, at this point, we are sitting here July 24th. Everyone's got their hands up saying, when? When is this going down? At what point do you say, okay, enough is enough? It's not working out with Kyle Tucker this year. At what point do you say that? At what point these high-level prospects, number one farm system in baseball, at what point do you say, okay, let's give the young guys a chance, because the guy who is the veteran getting paid $60 million, he's not doing it. And listen, I know there's going to be a long leeway. There's going to be a long leash afforded to Kyle Tucker, because not only because of the contract, but also because the Dodgers just keep winning games despite the fact that Kyle Tucker has been a near zero at the dish. Despite the fact that Kyle Tucker, a $60 million man, has been just absolutely unproductive at the dish. Despite that, still one of the best offenses in baseball. Despite that, one of the best teams, the best team in Major League Baseball. So yeah, the motivation to get these young guys called up, obviously at extremely low. But the fans, man, I'm telling you, the fans, they don't care. They just want to see production. The more they see Kyle Tucker struggling at $60 million a year, the more they're like, get this guy out of here. I just wonder, at what point does that become an avalanche of negativity? And listen. I'm not saying they got to get him up out of here. That's not what I'm saying. But I do wonder, and the Dodgers, by the way, have this great sports psychologist. He's been so important to the Dodgers' success. Max Muncy is calling him out by name, saying, hey, man, this guy has really helped me get back to this all-star level. I can only assume that the sports psychologist for the Dodgers is also helping somebody like Dalton Rushing as well, right? So, again, he has a very large voice in the development of these guys and the mental health of these guys. And the reason I bring up this avalanche of negativity in regards to Kyle Tucker, you think Kyle Tucker doesn't see this, man? I mean, anytime you see a locker room interview, Kyle Tucker is so tight. He's so tight, man. And it is dripping from his pores how stressed he is. And it's got to be an absolute mental load, a chore for Kyle Tucker to be playing baseball this way. Right? And so again, every strikeout, every slow dribbler down the line, it's just building, bro. It's building. And I just wonder at what point does that negative avalanche, at what point can you not come back from that? As a matter of fact, the Dodgers have experience with this. Tanner Scott last year, double-digit blown saves, the most in the majors. You can't, and you know what? Tanner Scott even addressed this past offseason, that it was building upon itself and that it did impact his performance on the field. At some point, man, it's just going to be too much for Kyle Tucker in 2026. It will be. I just wonder how long the Dodgers can keep him in the lineup playing the way he's playing. And listen, maybe it's not the minor league guys. As a matter of fact, the chance of either one of these dudes getting called up and playing in the majors this year is extremely low. I get it. I totally get it. Maybe they go with more bench guys, right? Tommy Edman has been just unbelievable since coming back from injury. He's been so good that, again, he's hitting third. And shoot, he hit third. I believe he hit third in that Yankee series, too. Oh, no, the Philly series, he definitely hit third. In at least one of those games, man. He's been playing so well. Man. But again, Kyle Tucker moving down this lineup. I'm just saying. How do you take the mental load off of this guy? How do you do it? You give him a couple days off? I don't know. It's tough to see, and I hope that all of 2026 is not lost, man. That's what I'm hoping, but I don't know. We'll see what's going on. USA Today, shifting to the WNBA now. The USA Today must hate Caitlin Clark. What is going on? Yo, what is going on with the USA Today and their beef with Caitlin Clark, dude? This was their headline today. And they got fact-checked so hard, bro. This is their headline, though. Caitlin Clark skipped WNBA orange carpet on Thursday, opting to get her hair done in her hometown of Des Moines. Bro, they got fact-checked so bad, there was like a community note on that bad boy in like a second. Because what actually went down was that, yes, she was getting her hair done in Des Moines because she was going to her charitable foundation. There was an event at her charitable foundation. That's why she's getting her hair done. That they conveniently left off of the original post. They got fact-checked so hard they had to make, again, not a retraction, but they changed their story, bro. And this is coming off of the USA Today yesterday going absolutely ham sandwich on Caitlin Clark. Remember the piece from Nancy Armour yesterday on USA Today comparing her flops to the Emmett Till tragedy, bro? This is crazy. This story today, where again, apparently Caitlin Clark skipped the WNBA orange carpet to quote unquote get her hair done. That was written by Heather Burns. That crazy Emmett Till piece yesterday, that's written by Nancy Armour, man. Like, hey, yo, what's going on over here? Like, you would think, like, hey, can y'all cover for your girl? It's like Heather Burns and Nancy Armour. What did CC do to y'all? You would think, like you would think these like female sports writers, can you get like just cover for your girl a little, bro? I'm gonna be dead serious with y'all, man. Like, hey, y'all think I'm gonna come out here and dog my boy Tommy Hyunsu Edmond quick like that? No, dude. I'll be the last person. I'll be the last person to dog my guy Hyunsu. Again, hey, listen, if you listen to this show, I keep it a buck, bro. I keep it 100, man. Like, I'm just being dead serious with y'all. I'll be the last guy. I will be. I want my boy Hyunsu to do well. Come on, dude. I'm rooting for him. Let's go. Let's go. I'm just saying, man. Heather Burns with a crazy headline today. I'm legit trying to figure this out. Like, why does USA Today hate CC, man? 2 days in a row. Like, completely mischaracterizing like what she is doing. If y'all missed this piece yesterday, it was like it took over the internet. Nancy Armour's piece on USA Today was so bad. She's an opinion writer on USA Today. It was so bad that she had to make her Twitter account private. That's how bad it was. Do you know how bad it has to be when you're an opinion maker? Like, you're a guy, you're somebody who writes opinion pieces. Your whole job is to create emotion. You're going to annoy, anger people. That's like on the reg for Nancy Armour. That should be on the reg. That's your whole purpose to be an opinion writer. Like, make somebody feel something. Happy, sad, angry, mad. It don't matter. But feel something. Like, if you're creating apathy as an opinion writer, you're a terrible opinion writer. Terrible. Bill Plaschke is one of the best in the business. He makes you feel something. I tell you right now, he'll get you mad. But he'll also make you happy. He'll make you laugh. Shoot, that's what this show tries to do. I tell you what, you listen to my show for 4 hours, bro, I'm going to make you laugh at least one time. Come on, let's go. At least, I'm going to say something at least one time that's going to just get you all up in your feels, bro. Like, you're going to be just completely angry with me. You know? I get it. I'm just saying, man, like, what did CC do to USA Today, man? Again, if you missed that piece yesterday, Nancy Armour literally said, hey, she has to stop flopping because it's dangerous for black players in the W. Holy hell, bro. Holy hell. And then she compared the flopping and being like, hey, she has to own up to her role in all this. She does? What role? She has to own up for the psychos that are in other people's DMs? She's playing basketball. She's like said nothing inflammatory at all. She has said and done nothing inflammatory. The only people who have said and done inflammatory things in regards to Caitlin Clark are these complete psychos. What do you mean? It has nothing to do with CC. What do y'all want CC to do? I'm so confused, man. And by the way, like, I get it. Like, we don't want, like, these are dregs of society people. Like, you know, these people absolutely stink. If you're in somebody's DM telling them anything negative, bro, you are the dregs of society, bro. I'm sorry, man, but you are. And maybe somebody out there is listening and be like, dang, I did that. But you know what? Even if you are listening and you did that, you know you don't feel proud of it. You don't. Admit it. You don't. You feel bad. You know that's not appropriate behavior. You know that if you do that, you get up in somebody's DM and cuss them out or threaten their lives or whatever, you know you're in the wrong. You know you're in the wrong so bad that you would never share that. You're not going to be like, hey, yo, check out this DM that I'd sent to, I don't know, whoever.
Check this out.
Check this out. You ain't doing the Mike Tyson, dog. You're not going to be like, hey, yo, check this out.
Check this out.
You're not doing that. So you know it's bad. But you're the dregs of society, bro, if you're getting in somebody's DM and you send them racist or, violent messages, man. You're the dregs. You're the worst, man. Like, what y'all doing? You probably got one of them, screen names that's got like a bunch of numbers on the end of it, You're one of them dudes. You're a Twitter egg, bro. You're an NPC. Come on, man. What are we doing out here? CC's got to apologize for these people? Oh, come on, man. Unfortunately, that just comes with the territory, unfortunately. When the league gets more popular and the players get more popular, unfortunately, that just comes with the territory. Ask any college football kicker who has ever missed a game-winning field goal. Death threats immediately. It's so bad. We are presented by DTLA Law Firm, Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit their website, calldowntown.com. All right, we step away. When we come back, Fantasy Friday is on deck. Also, we will be speaking with the great Benjamin Royer from the OC Register. Going to be talking hoops coming up next right here on the James Go Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What is cracking Los Angeles? James Coe here with you. Man, the YouTube chats, man, it's active, yo. It is active. I want to say hello to everyone on YouTube. If you want to be part of this conversation too, find The Fan LA at The Fan LA on all social media handles. Bloodhound Little Jeff says La Barbie will be close to Diddy now. It all makes sense. Bro, come on, man. Because he played the Meek Mill. Meek Mill obviously has a, you know, with the, oh my gosh, with the whole Diddy thing, bro. Come on. Come on, Little Jeff. Be a gentleman. Be a gentleman, bro. I will flip you the bird. Elite handle. I think they eventually do go Diaz, not immediately, though. I think Scott will be more than happy being in Diaz's shadow. As we have not been very kind to him, I'm sure Tanner can't wait to leave LA. Yeah, I don't know about that one, man. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Chris Navarro, the bigger the glove, the bigger the love, man. in reference to Roki Sasaki's glove. David 100_LA is in there. Patrick Starfish with a very nice comment saying, Ko-Show is good football analysis in the evenings. Thank you, man. I appreciate you, bro. We go back to the phones, but not for a caller, but for the great Ben Royer calling in from the OC Register, talking to us, granting us beautiful time, and I appreciate it, man. Talking NBA, Lakers, and LeBron, man. Ben Royer, how you doing, pal?
I'm doing well, James. Thanks for having me on. Busy day as always, but when is it not a busy day covering the Lakers? I'll say that.
Totally, man. What a crazy day in basketball today is. Oh, my goodness gracious. Hey, let me get your first reactions here, okay? Look, I know you cover the Lakers for the OC Register. Go find his work there, everyone. But what was your initial reaction when you found out LeBron goes to Philadelphia?
I think part of me was a little surprised. I mean, I think we all knew Philadelphia was one of the teams being considered.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a fascinating one. This is, to me, the most fascinating LeBron decision of all time because Rich Paul was such a character in it on YouTube. You know, you tune in and watch what he has to say. He had the big board and, it seemed like a detective putting together the case.
Exactly.
Almost. So I think that was a big part of it. I think I was a bit surprised. I think there's the Jaylen Brown of it all. There's the Philadelphia of it all. And I think even in the last LeBron decisions, you could say, I think it wasn't the 76ers in the East Coast. It was probably going to be the Knicks if a team was going to make a strike for LeBron. So I think I am a bit surprised, but I think LeBron wants to win a championship. And I was talking to some high school students at USC Annenberg. It's where I did my master's degree. And they do a summer camp there, a bunch of aspiring sports journalists, and they were asking me a ton of LeBron questions. And it's not that I didn't believe that LeBron would necessarily go to Philadelphia. It's just that I said to them, I think the best fit for LeBron is probably Philadelphia. And I said, I don't think it's going to happen, but if he wants to win, that's where I would choose if I was him. And there we go. And now he's going to be with the 76ers.
Benjamin Royer from the OC Register. By the way, I also went to Annenberg's School of Journalism to get my master's. So, hey, man, we got two Annenberg master students on the air right now. How about that? That's pretty cool, huh?
Hey, I mean, you've got to flex the Annenberg connections wherever you can, and that
Absolutely.
USC network goes on and on and on.
It does. LeBron talked a lot about family in this, and I just wonder, like, how does this work playing in Philadelphia? Because again, it seems like to me, Ben, that again, I think his daughter is staying in LA. I can't be sure, but it feels like she might be staying in LA. So how does this work when you're talking about, okay, you talk about family and how they factored into the decision, and then he decides to go to Philadelphia? What's the thoughts there?
That's a good question, James. I don't want to necessarily speculate on exactly what LeBron is thinking when it comes to family, but I think there's two realities here. One is that Bronny plays for the Lakers, Bryce is at college at Arizona, and then Zuri, his youngest child, has been in Los Angeles, aspiring volleyball player. I keep on going back to a moment about mid-season-ish in February. We were in San Francisco, and Zuri was courtside, and I believe it was her first ever road trip with her father. And just seeing his joy of watching her watch him not in the Los Angeles environment, I think was something that was really fascinating to see. And he kind of joked after the game, they won that game, and he was joking, maybe she's a good luck charm, and she's asking if she can go on every road trip now. I think stuff like that is something that, he was happy to see. And the family aspect is real. I'm sure they will work it out. I think if anyone is as financially able to make this work, it's LeBron James at the end of the day. And, I've seen some speculation today. I wouldn't be surprised if he lived in New York and commuted to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Other players have done that in the past. I believe J.J. Redick, of all players, actually did that when he played for the 76ers. So it is possible to live in a maybe more desirable location while playing in Philly. Who knows? But we'll see. I mean, at the end of the day, the only true family option, quote unquote, would have been playing up north in San Francisco or playing in Cleveland where he already has family. So I think no matter how you looked at it, he was going to be playing away from Los Angeles. It's just going to be how far is that from Los Angeles was going to be the big question.
I mean, LeBron clearly has the means and the ends. I mean, the guy just took a 2-year, $8 million deal. It's the best contract deal in sports history. It's unbelievable. Him signing for the vet men in Philadelphia is crazy. Okay, shifting to the Lakers here. Okay, the buzz surrounding Jonathan Kuminga seems to not be going away. I truly, honestly believe now that LeBron is off the chessboard, my thought is that Jonathan Kuminga is the next big puzzle piece for NBA teams. Where do the Lakers fit into the chase for Jonathan Kuminga?
That's a good question, James. I think it's fair to say that it's probably going to end up being the Lakers or the Cavaliers that ends up with Kuminga. I do think there's a possibility he returns to Atlanta, but his opportunity for the most money probably is a sign and trade from Atlanta to either Cleveland or Los Angeles. I haven't reported this myself, but The Athletic just had a report a few hours ago that the Cavaliers have once again started discussions and have been in contact with Kuminga. And I think part of that is because if I'm the Atlanta Hawks and I'm looking at the trade possibilities, where am I going to get the best package going forward? It's probably not with the Lakers. The Lakers player capital that you could get is probably the likes of a Jared Vanderbilt or a Dalton Connect or, dare I say, Bronny James, or even who they just acquired, Jaden Hardy. The Cavaliers just have a lot more to work with. And then, of course, the Lakers, even though they did pick up some draft capital in that DeAndre Ayton trade, it's still not a very enticing stuff. When the best stuff you have to trade is a first-round swap pick-wise, it's probably not the highest value, and you need better players to go with that. So I know that conversations are still active and stuff. I haven't heard anything specific since LeBron signed, but I think it's safe to say that it's going to be one of those two teams that ends up with Kuminga. The Lakers are already above the roster threshold. So
right.
No matter what, the Lakers are going to be making more moves. So if they add another, they were still going to have to waive or trade someone. So Kuminga, I think, still a possibility, but I would probably give a slight edge to the Cavaliers right now.
The Lakers spent their first-round draft picks selecting a fellow by the name of Cameron Carr. Now, Cameron Carr, I didn't know too much about his game, but let me tell you something, man. I got familiar watching him play at the Summer League, and he looked legitimately good. I was very impressed by the athleticism and scoring punch from Cameron Carr at Summer League. I believe you had an opportunity to actually chat with him. What were the first impressions of Cam Carr as a person, and then your first impressions as a player?
As a person, I think he's such an open book. It was interesting. Some players that are new to the league or new to being interviewed all the time, they get a little clammy. They don't want to talk as much. But you ask him any question, he goes on, and he has a good smile that goes with it. He's willing to talk and have these conversations, which personally I appreciate as a reporter that wants to get to know the people I'm going to be around better. I've been really impressed with his composure early on. I mean, stuff he said from the second he was drafted, I need to be better at defense. Defense has to be my calling card. he's right. I mean, he's been known as an offensive player all throughout his career so far. At Baylor last year, he was a star offensive player, but if you look at his defensive tape, he was often the guy who was defending and help. He wasn't a point of attack defender, and I think deep down he wants to be able to be a defensive wing with elite scoring ability. I think the scoring ability is the part that we look at right now. You know, as you were saying, James, and watching those summer league games, the guy can score and kind of score at will at times. He has a great three-point shot. He can drive in well. And what I look at it, this is something that Baylor coach Scott Drew told me when I spoke to him on the phone after they drafted Cameron Carr, and he was saying the Luka Doncic of it all, how much space he's going to be able to get open Cameron Carr is going to be a big help to his early career. I mean, some guys are thrown into these rookie environments where they have to be the guy scoring right away.
Yeah.
Cameron Carr might have had to been that, but he dropped so far in the draft. The Lakers now have this great piece off the bench where they can say, go out there and score and kind of score comfortably, because you're going to have guys out there with you that are creating opportunities for you. I was really impressed with what he showed on the court as well through the summer league. Really confident scorer. He made some great defensive plays too. Again, he needs to back up the talk of I want to be a great defensive player. But he's also the type of guy, going back to who he is in front of the mic. I brought up some great defensive plays he made early in a game. And of course, later on, it wasn't as the game trailed on, he kind of took a step back, in my opinion. But early in that game, he made some great defensive plays. And I asked him about it, and he said, yes, I made those plays, but it wasn't good enough.
Interesting.
And I think that's the right mentality that a rookie needs to take, and he certainly has the right ability and mindset so far that I've seen where he could have a true impact on this Lakers team.
I love it. Hey, I'm running out of time, man, but again, I would be remiss if I did not ask you very quickly, talk to me about Arthur Kaluma. I don't know anything about this guy, 24 years old, 6'7", 225 pounds, out of Texas. Man, who is this guy, and why is he making waves in Summer League?
He was probably, by efficiency standards, the best player at the Vegas Summer League.
Wow.
I mean, when they came out with the first team list and the second team list, and his name wasn't on either of them for the Summer League, I was shocked. He didn't maybe have to score the most points in the Summer League, but he was just a guy that you watched him play and you were like, this guy's a leg above everyone else. Part of that is he is 24. He's older. But he played last year on the South Bay Lakers G League. He was an Exhibit 10 guy for the Lakers, which means that you can play in training camp and then you get waived and play in the G League. He did that for the Lakers, but he was injured for part of the Summer League last year. And this year he just kind of got a full opportunity and really took it.
I love it.
I remember I asked him, what does this opportunity playing in the Summer League mean to you, knowing you don't have a two-way deal yet? He's like, I need to show out. This is my opportunity right here. And then he did it. And then the Lakers signed him to a two-way deal, which I'm fairly thrilled about for him, just because I think he's a guy that was waiting for that opportunity, and now he's got it. And he was really confident in talking about how he views his game. Ty Abbott, the Summer League coach for the Lakers, said his versatility stands out. I mean, he kind of is like Naz Reid in a little bit, but I think he's more fluid than Naz Reid. The comparison gets drawn a lot, but he's more fluid, plays more like a wing, even though he's a big guy.
Yeah.
I think he could find some playing time on any team, and I think the Lakers want to see what they've got a little more with him.
I love it. Ben Royer from the OC Register talking about Lakers here. He covers the Lakers. Go find his work at the OC Register. Ben, man, we appreciate the time, brother.
Thank you, James.
Man, so much to take away from that. We do have to step away. I've got some thoughts here. Cam Carr, Arthur Kaluma, really interesting stuff. We appreciate Ben taking time out of his day to speak with us, but let's step away. When we come back, it will be more of the James Koh Show right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. go. Man, what a great day it has been today. I am just, man, I'm besides myself, bro. I am. I'm having fun. This is great. LeBron makes a decision. We get to talk about that, piece it up. I just talked to the great Benjamin Royer from OC Register. Talked to him about LeBron, the NBA, the Lakers. Man, he gave us some really, really in-depth insight on Cameron Carr. Gave us some really good insight on this random two-way guy they just signed in Arthur Kaluma. I don't know nothing about Arthur Kaluma, man. But hey, let me just say this too. The more I hear from Cam Carr, and the more I read about Cam Carr, the more I see of Cam Carr, the more I like this guy, man. I think the Lakers may have fallen, ass backwards into just an unbelievably great pick. This might be just a fantastic pick. They spent all this money. But the number one issue right now for the Lakers, to me, is, where they need more athleticism and they need more defense. And I don't know if Cam Carr can be a defensive stopper. I mean, golly, Ben Royer compared him to Naz Reid. Come on. That's a great 3-and-D guy, somebody who can really make an impact on your team. Is he a superstar? No. But this team doesn't need a superstar. If they get superstar from Cam Carr, it's grand slam. But for them, again, to just get a frontline starter at small forward would be huge. Player development has not been great. Has not been great for the Lakers. If they can get player development for Cam Carr, absolute game changer. Absolute game changer if Cam Carr develops here in Los Angeles. Is Bronny James going to stay in Los Angeles? Well, according to ESPN's Ramona Shelbourne, Rich Paul, the agent for both LeBron and Bronny, she says this. Rich Paul tells ESPN that, quote, they are not a package deal, and there's no current plan or request for Bronny James to join his father in Philly. Bronny James recently had his contract guaranteed by the Lakers, and again, according to Ramona, staff has a fondness for him, according to sources. I mean, you can hate. Look, I get it. He's a Nepo kid, And it's so easy to hate on Nepo babies, man. It just is, Hey, and listen, as somebody, let me tell you about my background a little bit, okay? As somebody who, I moved here, right? Like, I wasn't even born here, bro. I'm an immigrant, dude. And as such, listen, I didn't have no media contacts. I didn't know nobody in the media. Right? Like, my career is just straight bootstraps, bro. Straight up. I knew no one. I had no contacts. You're talking about a kid from Diamond Bar, California. Let's go. Getting to NFL Network. Getting to NFL Red Zone. Yeah. Amazon Prime Sports. You're talking about this kid, man. That's crazy. I'm a bootstrap kid. So there's not going to be anyone more sensitive to Nepo babies than your guy over here, okay? Trust me, I get it. That being said, as this has been a theme on today's show, I keep it a buck, though. And every single time I see Bronny James, dude seems really cool. The dude seems like a nice guy. The dude seems like a hard worker. And shoot, everyone around the building says Bronny James is a hard worker. Would he have been in the NBA without his being the son of LeBron James? Of course not. Of course not. I think we can all admit that, right? That being said, has he made fans in the building? Yeah. I mean, I could see that. He's worked extremely hard. Seems like a very personable dude. It's crazy when you hear his voice, too. He sounds exactly like LeBron. It's so weird, man. It is so weird. But he seems like a nice kid. He works really hard. So, I mean, two things can be true, you know? Like that he is a Nepo baby, but at the same time, he's taken his opportunity and done the most with it. Those two things don't have to be totally divorced of each other. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Like I think for sure has made the most of the opportunity, and it's been great. You know? Does he deserve a shot in the NBA now? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think so. Would he have been given the chance from the jump? No. Coming out from school, like he just wasn't NBA ready. He just wasn't that guy. But he worked in the G League. He's worked on his shot. He's really worked at being a professional basketball player. And I think at this point, again, if we're just being fair to the kid, I think at this point, it's fair to say, yeah, he deserves a spot in the NBA because he's worked really hard at it. I think he's a good team player. I think he's a great example of somebody who, listen, if you are lucky and you get an undeserved opportunity, first of all, every single person needs that. Every single one. Anyone who has been successful has gotten an undeserved opportunity. But when you get that undeserved opportunity, you better kill it. You better go in there and absolutely kill it, man. That's what you got to do. And how do you do that? You got to work hard. You got to have a great attitude. But you also got to stand your ground. I don't know if any of that makes sense to anybody out there, man. But you got to stand your ground, have a great attitude, and just work your tail off. Every single person who has ever been successful has gotten an undeserved opportunity. That's a fact. That is a fact. Listen, you're going to make your hay and make your way and do all the things, man, but at some point to break through, at some point you're going to get an undeserved opportunity. You think I deserve to be at NFL Network? Oh, hell no. Hell no. I walked in that building, I realized how little I knew about football because everyone in there was just straight up obsessed. And I was a fan. I loved football. I knew about the game a little bit, but not to this level. I mean, I had to have been the least knowledgeable person in the building at the time. But, let me tell you something, man. The next 6 months, I just studied my butt off. I sat there just watching random, breakdowns on YouTube about, NFL run game. How to beat cover 2. What are the details of cover 3? YouTube was my teacher, bro. You think I told anybody about that? Oh, hell no. They'd be like, this guy's a YouTube kid. What you mean? This guy can't be talking about ball. He's a YouTube kid. That's what I did, though. That's a fact, bro. It's crazy. Hey, you know what? Again, we're going to step away here. But you know what? Before we go, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit the website, calldowntown.com. Again, that website, calldowntown.com. Hey, it's Friday. You know what we're doing from this moment on? Every single Friday, it's Fantasy Friday. We talk fantasy football after the break right here on The James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. What is going on, Los Angeles? Let's go. 5 o'clock hour on a beautiful Friday afternoon. If y'all are driving home, getting ready for the weekend, baby, let's go. I appreciate y'all jumping in and listening to my show, The James Coe Show, right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Earlier this afternoon, we had the great pleasure and honor of talking to Rams president Kevin Demoff. Sat down with us for a good 20 minutes, man. This guy is such an interesting dude, Kevin Demoff. See, hey, listen, I say president of the Rams, and if you don't know anything about Kevin Demoff, you're saying to yourself, you know, who cares? He's just another suit. Just another suit. He's not another suit, though. This is somebody who has been around football his entire life. He loves football. His dad used to be a public defender and then turned into a super agent. Kevin Demoff's dad represented Dan Marino. Kevin Demoff's dad represented John Elway, Junior Seau, a bunch of other stars. I'm telling you, this guy was an absolute super agent. Can you imagine his dad working that draft with both Elway and Marino in it? Come on. That is sick. This is somebody in Kevin Demoff, by the way, that reportedly used to eavesdrop on his dad's phone calls. Hey, bro, I didn't get to ask him this, but can you imagine? Good thing they didn't have social media back then. Can you imagine? Y'all remember that story out of Atlanta? Or, I can't remember. I think it was Atlanta, right? Where, like, the GM's dad or the GM's son, like, fake called somebody and said, hey, you're getting drafted. Dude. I'm not saying Kevin Demoff would be that dumb, but I'll tell you what, that temptation might be there. Hey, that temptation might be there. Shoot, I'll tell you. Hey, listen, who was it? It was the Clippers. That's what it was. There was also the Clippers, like, strength and conditioning coach or an assistant coach or something for the Clippers. His son got onto Twitter and somebody asked him, like, hey, who are the Clippers going to take? And he's like, oh, I don't know. But my dad says they're going to take this dude. I think his dad was wrong, actually. I think his dad said, the guy reportedly was like, yeah, my dad says we're going to go take Darius Acuff. And obviously they went Keaton Wagler or whatever, It's just like, imagine little Demoff, with social media. Here's his agent. Here's his super agent dad negotiating deals for Dan Marino, John Elway, Junior Seau, among others. Yeah, put Twitter in little Demoff's hands, bro. What happens, dude? I don't know. I'm sure he would have been too smart to, like, fall into the bait, But I'm just saying that would have been funny to think about. This is somebody in Kevin Demoff, by the way, who at 23 years old became the director of football ops for the Arena Football League's LA Avengers team. That's why 23. Hey, what were y'all doing at 23, man? I'll tell you what, I wasn't no friggin' football ops, director of football ops for an arena football league team. No, trust me, your boy's not doing that at 23. 23 on a Friday afternoon, I'm trying to figure out where the girls are at. Come on. What bar am I hitting with my coworkers? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You think I'm the director of football ops? Oh, hell no. Anyways, this guy's got a really interesting story, does Kevin Demoff. But at the end of the day, I feel like, golly, I don't know why the heck I just glazed Kevin Demoff that match. I was like, come on, bro. I don't know what am I doing out here? Anyways, he's the president of the Rams. So, of course, I got to ask him a bunch of Rams questions. Number one question was, how long did it take? Like, what are all the details? Give me some behind-the-scenes details on the Rams picking up Myles Garrett.
Our pursuit of Myles Garrett started in 2022. So 4 years, almost 4 years to get a trade done of this magnitude and to wear the Browns down. But as a player we've tracked for a long time, obviously the success Miles had in Cleveland made him attractive. And I think coming out of last year when we felt really good about our team, but towards the end of the year, we just couldn't get the number of stops we wanted defensively and felt we needed to upgrade personnel. And, that obviously naturally went into the back end of the defense with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson re-signing, Quentin Lake, re-signing Cameron Curl, and kind of getting that area squared away. But then, when you kind of saw in the spring that maybe Miles was available, not explicitly, but had made some contract alterations, and I think we were not afraid to take our shot. And, the Browns pretty much said no for a long time. But, if you just keep dogged pursuing, maybe one day they'll slip up and, be hungover or, be in a different mood and open the door. And they did. We were able to open the door a little bit, around the draft. And ultimately, we got there by giving up a great young player in Jared Verse, who's been a core piece of what we've done the past few years. But, our perspective was you had a chance to go land the best defensive player in the game, maybe the best player in the game, pound for pound. You go take that swing. And excited to get Miles to Los Angeles. It was great to kind of show him off to the fan base last night, at Rams Revealed. But, I think the most interesting thing for us is we got him at the end of June, maybe a week left in, the off season. We weren't just going to throw him out there and risk injury. So I think we're all excited to see him put the pads on in training camp for his first real live action with us and go from there.
What I said yesterday in regards to the Myles Garrett trade too is that this was a true win-win, right? Myles Garrett's a great player, but obviously on the back nine of his career. Now, you could say they traded him at his absolute pinnacle, but that's what I would say. I think that was his best year of football last year, right? And I'm not saying that he's washed. That's not what I'm saying. But last year, I think, is the absolute pinnacle of his performance, right? I think it's it will be the best he ever plays, right? And so his trade value will not be higher. But let me just say this. It's a great deal for Cleveland, too. When you go get Jared Verse, who's an absolute animal, and you get all of those picks, that's a good deal for Cleveland too, right? It helps you build your squad. And in addition to that, you get a legitimate Pro Bowl level player in Jared Verse. So even though you lose Myles Garrett, and is Jared Verse as good as Myles Garrett? No. But he is a high-quality player. It's a true win-win, in my opinion. But what makes the trade so interesting to me is that, again, you're trading away Jared Verse and a bunch of picks. But that being said, you're trading for Myles Garrett, but you're also trading for Aaron Donald. That's what makes that deal even more interesting. Is that when you're trading for Myles Garrett, you're trading for Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. There's been zero stop signs when we're talking about Aaron Donald returning to the Rams. It, at this point, feels much more of a when than an if. Doesn't sound like it's very much of an if. It sounds like a when. When is Aaron Donald returning? So again, we talked to Kevin Demoff about Aaron Donald.
Everything is in Aaron's hands, and this is a decision he has to make for him, for his family. And if he has true interest in coming back and playing football, then of course we're interested in welcoming him back. But this is really going to be on his timetable, his decision-making process. Aaron always struck me as someone who was very happy in retirement. This wasn't a player I ever thought would come back. But obviously, I think the excitement of what we've done, maybe the chance of playing next to the defensive player of the year and not being double-teamed every play, the excitement around the season, certainly has Aaron intrigued. And if Aaron's intrigued, we're intrigued. But, this is someone who won us the Super Bowl here in Los Angeles, is one of the era's defining players in the NFL, an all-time great in the NFL. And, if he wakes up one morning and says, I'm ready to play, I want to play, fantastic. If he wakes up, tomorrow and the other day and says, I'm happy in retirement, fantastic. Because I think that's our viewpoint with Aaron. And, until then, I said, we just keep refreshing social media like everybody else. And, now that LeBron has made his decision, maybe maybe we'll just keep refreshing a little bit faster.
There you go. Demoff keeping a positive attitude in regards to Aaron Donald potentially coming back to the Rams. And again, like I said, man, I could say potential and all this stuff, man. At this point, it just sounds like he's coming back, brother. But, an aspect of Aaron Donald coming back to L.A. that I don't think has been talked about enough is how do these guys make it work under the salary cap? So, of course, when you get the guy who handles salary cap and all of the financial details for the Rams, of course, you're going to ask him that question as well.
This team was built without ever thinking about Aaron Donald in mind.
Right.
And, we were able to come through some hoops and, add Miles in. There are a lot of hoops you'd have to jump through to get Aaron back. Obviously, that's predicated on if he wants to be back, what does that look like? When does he come back? You're always going to try to come up with a solve for Aaron Donald. If he raises his hand and says he wants to play football, then, you're going to try to get creative. And, Tony Pastores, Matt Sheeran, Ishan Benaretta, who all work for us, will be helpful in that process. There are ways to do it. But obviously, the NFL is a zero-sum game. Every dollar Aaron takes is, maybe $1 in the future that comes off it. But this is also where you're fortunate to have ownership say, we want to come in and help in any way we can and build the best team. And, again, if Aaron raises his hand and says he wants to play, then I think we would be sad to let anything try to get in the way of that. But that's his call.
Aaron Donald, I'm telling you, it just feels like inevitable. He's Thanos. It's inevitable. The great Kevin Demoff on the show earlier today, which is, again, appreciate him jumping on. But man, it was an interesting conversation because he's somebody that can kind of sort of take you behind the scenes and really take you into like what goes on at the NFL level to bring in somebody like Myles Garrett and maybe potentially somebody like Aaron Donald coming back to the team as well. You know what, guys, man? I have not done a good job giving you Dodger updates. I'm telling you, it's time to give you Dodger baseball. Let's go. I'm going to give you a little bit of an update here. Where are we? Okay, so it's 1-1. We're in the bottom of the fourth. The Dodgers won. New York Mets won. When we're talking about the scoring, it's Rojas hitting a sac fly to right where Freddie Freeman scored. If you are wondering, Tommy Edman moved up to third in the batting order. That means something now. Tommy Edman's been playing great baseball. This is somebody who's been hitting over 350 since coming back from injury. You take a look at Kyle Tucker, and he's hitting seventh. So the other note that I would have is that Freddie Freeman, who also has just been hitting the lights out, man, he's hitting number 4. Mookie Betts is hitting number 5. So I think it's an interesting development in terms of, okay, what does the batting order look like? Look, I don't think this is going to be a permanent thing with Tommy Edman Tank hitting in the 3-hole, but again, it is something of note. It is something of note. By the way, Roki Sasaki is on the bump for the Dodgers here. 4 innings pitched, 2 hits, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts through those 4 innings as well. So again, he gave up a solo shot, did Roki, in the 2nd inning. But, other than that, pretty clean when we're talking about just 2 hits. And 4 strikeouts through 4 innings for Roki Sasaki. So the 4th inning just concluded. They're going to be going to the top of the 5th. This is when the Dodgers will be on offense here. So we'll see what is going on. And I, of course, bring you updates as they become available. The number one story, obviously, has been LeBron James going to Philadelphia. I can't stress enough that, to me, it very much feels like the world is telling you that LeBron, this is a great basketball fit. And I think people are conflating talent with fit. You can have great talent, but if the fit doesn't make sense, then sometimes that talent, when it's overlapping, is not going to be that great. And that's the point that I'm making. Does Philadelphia have great talent? Of course they have great talent. Tyrese Maxey, All-NBA third team. Jaylen Brown got a ton of MVP votes last year. LeBron, multiple-time MVP. Joel Embiid won an MVP. VJ Edgecombe was an incredible player as a rookie. His ceiling looks, his future is so bright. So bright. But again, how do you get those pieces to mesh together? How do you get it to mesh together? I don't know. Again, Nick Nurse has a long road in front of him. He does. Because, and why do I say this? Because look, the talent is there. But what is the basketball fit? Tyrese Maxey needs to be on the ball. Jaylen Brown would like to mostly be on the ball. He can play a little off ball. But again, when he's at his peak, last year he's at his peak, what was that? He was on the ball all the time. Right? LeBron James needs to be on the ball or would like to be on the ball. I think last year he did an admirable job at times when the big three for the Lakers were healthy and JJ Redick convinced LeBron to be the third option. I thought he looked awesome as the third option, playing off ball. Maybe he does that again in Philadelphia. But again, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. And by the way, if I'm not sure, you shouldn't be sure either. Maybe LeBron goes there and is like, hey, Tyreek's little bro. He's like, hey, little bro, you got to give the rock up. Like LeBron's in town. The sheriff is in town. Give me the rock. I got to play point forward. Or does Nick Nurse say, listen, y'all got to take turns? Almost as if like they're all like his kids. Hey, y'all better take turns now or I'm going to take the ball away. I don't know. I don't know. And by the way, I don't think anyone knows. Joel Embiid, you think he's going to be okay being in like the dunker spot, just like playing high pick and roll and just rotating to the basket? No. He needs the ball in his hands too for the 35 games he's going to play. No, I'm kidding. Or am I? I don't know. I don't know how many games Joel Embiid plays, man. Look, if Joel Embiid stays healthy into the postseason, because who cares about the regular season, right? For this particular team, who cares? It doesn't matter. They could finish fourth in the Eastern Conference. It doesn't matter. They could finish, as a matter of fact, they could finish sixth. Who cares? It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is if they win a championship next year with LeBron. And by the way, they're one of the very few handful of teams that will be in contention. People trying to sell you this story of Philadelphia's the stone cold lock. They don't know ball. LeBron's 42 years old, bro. Joel Embiid's probably going to play 40 or fewer games. What do you mean? Then on top of that, you got 3 guards. Okay. By the way, your best bench player, Anthony Simons, also a guard. Okay. Now what? It's not that easy. That's what I'm saying. It's not that easy. Is LeBron really going to play power forward, guys? Come on, man. That's not happening. VJ's probably coming off the bench. And as a second-year player, you ask him to come off the bench, he's coming off the bench. It's fine. There's really no wiggle room there. But a bench of VJ Edgecombe and Anthony Simons, man, that's a lot of scoring punch. That's pretty good. You want that bench scoring. It's really, really good. Now, they have a need at big. Shoot, let's say Embiid gets hurt. Okay, well, who's stepping in? It can't be Dean Wade, bro. Like, Dean Wade's a forward. He cannot play center. There's just no way. They have a complete dearth of talent at center. So, I don't know. I don't know if they're done. I don't know if they're done making moves. I think with LeBron now in the fold, I think they got to make more moves. Because you got to go for a championship right here, right now. They're not better than San Antonio. They're not better than Oklahoma City. Some would argue they're not better than New York. I would disagree. I don't think New York is as good as Philadelphia. I think New York can take a huge step back. Huge. Massive. We only remember New York for their postseason run. We don't remember New York on the lead up and all season in the regular season. Like we just we just brushed that under the rug. They look terrible. I mean, they looked extremely disjointed offensively. And then all of a sudden they figured it out. I don't know how they figured it out, but they figured it out. But they're like extremely disjointed under Mike Brown in New York leading into the postseason and really all throughout the regular season. They could not figure out how to get Cat involved. So, yeah, I think they take a big step back. I do. I think Philadelphia's the favorite in the East. I don't know how much that says, but they're not better than Oklahoma City. They're not better than San Antonio. Y'all want to talk to me about LeBron, man? By all means, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. Now, we are going to go to break, but when we come back, we're going to talk Fantasy Friday. Fantasy football conversation is coming up. But remember, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit the website, calldowntown.com. Again, the website, calldowntown.com. All right, we will be back. You're listening to the James Coe Show on the brand new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Los Angeles! What is going on? It's your boy James Coe. If you are tuning in on this beautiful Friday evening, we welcome you in, man. We appreciate you guys tuning into the James Coe Show. We're starting something new here. Starting something brand new right here on the James Coe Show. It is almost that time because it is July 24th. And I tell you what, every single Friday, we will be talking about fantasy football. In the regular season, man, I'm going to help you get your lineup set. During the summer right now, I'm going to tell you about sleepers. I'm going to tell you about who could be a bust, who's going to break out. But your boy over here, a.k.a. the Sleeper King. Y'all follow me on social media, man. I'm the self-proclaimed Sleeper King. Yeah! I love talking about fantasy football. To help me do that, it's my guy, the Burshman himself. We're going to be talking about fantasy football. It's Fantasy Fridays, Bursh. How you feeling, pal?
I feel great. I am ready. I like to say, obviously, baseball is my favorite sport.
Yes.
Fantasy football is my second favorite. I am very excited. I am ready for the season.
Hey, man, are we gonna get this station-wide fantasy league going or what, bro? What's going on?
I'm all the way in.
We gotta make it happen.
I want to tell my friends, oh, hey, yeah, I'm playing against Derek Fisher in fantasy this week. Sorry.
Exactly. Come on,
Yeah.
Let's go. Hey, we'll make that happen. I'm gonna force my way into BA's office and be like, hey, we got to get this thing going, man. So we'll get it going. Anyways, every single Friday, it's Fantasy Fridays. We're going to make this happen. All right, kick us off, man. Like, what do we got going on over here?
I have a couple questions.
Okay.
First off, in the first round here, I'm looking at the first round, and you've talked about how you're eyeing Jahmyr Gibbs versus Bijan Robinson.
Yes.
And when I look at this decision, I want to know, am I crazy for having any sort of level of pause when looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, given the fact, obviously, the pros are David Montgomery is gone, and they're a better team than the Falcons. But new offensive coordinator, Drew Petzing. Of course, Jacoby Brissett had put up big numbers last season, but also he was playing for a team that was terrible. And it was a lot of those numbers were because the Cardinals were down by a bunch and Jacoby just had to
Let
sling
it air it out.
And
Air it
Michael
out,
Wilson, in fact, is a very good receiver. So sometimes that just worked out. If you talk to actual Cardinals fans, they weren't super fond of Drew Petzing. It's not like Drew Petzing created that offense.
No.
It was the terrible defense creating the offense. So my question to you is, do you have any level of pause when it comes to evaluating Jahmyr Gibbs as the number one overall with Drew Petzing now as their OC?
I don't, mostly because, and again, remember why Drew Petzing is there, right? Because John Morton did such a poor job on the offense. Look, when you lose somebody like Ben Johnson, who's an offensive mastermind, it's going to be tough. But John Morton did, I thought, a pretty poor job getting some of these guys involved and in the right spots. It's supposed to be the same playbook of Ben Johnson, but as we know, guys, it's not the playbook, it's the play caller. Sometimes not the play caller, it's the players themselves. It's not always the playbook. Sometimes it's the sequencing of plays. Like, how do you call a play? What do you call on second and third? What do you call on 3rd and 8, right? So again, the playbook can be the same. I mean, shoot, this is like kind of sort of, I mean, this sounds dumb, but it's kind of like Madden, bro. Like, we all have the same playbook, but dude, it's just completely different. Like, it's all about sequencing of plays. Now, Drew Petzing, considering that he had, so he's got like high level, like play calling in the book here, right? So again, it's not like going from Ben Johnson. It's not like we're replacing Ben Johnson. They're replacing John Morton, right? And so I think that will be a step up. And if I just think that if it's not a more collaborative effort, let me just put it that way, in Detroit, I would be surprised. Now, what we didn't mention is the other side of that equation, right? Like, when you're talking one overall, why do I prefer Bijan Robinson over Jahmyr Gibbs? Because both of them are electric. The other side of that coin is Kevin Stefanski. down there in Atlanta. Now, again, if you guys know my, my work at all, look, I chart running backs. Like, I've watched a lot of film on both these guys, right? And like the number one thing I would take from Bijan is he's the best running back in terms of offensive player at the running back position in the NFL. And a big part of Kevin Stefanski's run scheme will be, hey, listen, they're going to go under center. They're going to run wide zone. And when you get outside, when Bijan Robinson can get outside, this is when this guy hits home runs, right? So will there be more home runs hit by Bijan Robinson in 2026? I don't think there will be more, but shoot, if we just get the same level of production that we got last year, he's very much well-deserving of the number one overall pick. But you're right. Jahmyr Gibbs with Petzing there, look, it's good. The offensive line is good, and the offense will be good. It's just a very small sliver. Do I give the go-ahead to Bijan Robinson? But both those guys are absolutely worthy of the number one overall pick.
Now, looking a little further into the first round here, after the first handful of receivers that are off the board there, Jamar Chase, JSN, Puka, Amon-Ra, you're starting to look at Justin Jefferson. And Justin Jefferson had a terrible second half.
He did.
Last season. Now, you can attribute a lot of that to J.J. McCarthy, and Kevin O'Connell is insisting that this will be an open competition between Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy. And if Kyler can't... exactly. If Kyler can't win a QB competition against J.J. McCarthy, he should call up the A's and tell them, hey, you know what? I'm ready. I'm ready to play baseball. When you're looking at Justin Jefferson in the first round, how much pause do you give yourself when you look at what he did in the second half of last season?
0%. And for reference here, what Bursch is talking about, last 10 games, so not even half, it's more than half. Last 10 games of last year, he had 446 yards. Again, my math is not that good, but just divide that by 10. You're getting 44 yards per game. That's horrendous. That is awful. That is a 760-yard pace. It's awful. And in the last 10 games, he had one touchdown. My God. It was horrible. Okay, but again, that was with a litany of quarterbacks. Like we had like Max Brosmer in there. We had J.J. McCarthy was stinking up the joint. I don't think it's a stretch to say Minnesota got one of, if not the worst, quarterback play in the NFL last year. And when you add somebody like Kyler, it's a step up. Now, I do want to temper expectations, though. I think this is an absolutely awful quarterback to head coach match. Why? Because Kyler Murray loves to throw deep balls down the sideline. This is somebody who likes to run that, throw that vertical X receiver route tree. We're talking curls, right? We're talking comebacks here, and we're talking, some slant routes, but we're talking about a lot of 9 routes down the side. Okay, this is Kyler Murray's game. What he cannot do is throw to the intermediate middle of the field. He can't. The problem is with Kyler, he can't see it. He's too small. He can't see over his line. That's why he throws these sideline balls, right? But the problem is, if you know anything about KOC's offense, a lot of his offense is predicated on running these deep digs into the middle of the field, right? And this is where Justin Jefferson is awesome. He's great. He's running these like deep intermediate or these intermediate in-breaking routes. So there's a little bit of a oil and water thing going on with Kyler and Kevin O'Connell. That being said, it can't get worse. And at the end of the day, Justin Jefferson still gave you 1,000 yards. So is he going at the top of the draft board? No, he's not. He's going around pick number 9 right now, just depending on where you draft. But in full PPR, he's going around pick number 9. I think that is absolutely a fair price and a good price, because if Kyler Murray ends up being better than advertised, then Justin Jefferson's taken off. So again, I don't like the quarterback and head coach pairing, but it doesn't matter. The quarterback is so much better this year than it was last year.
I've got a couple Rams and Chargers specific questions.
Hell yeah.
First off, for the Rams. So how do you approach the Kyren Williams, Blake Corum split from a fantasy perspective?
Everyone wants to assume that Corum is going to continue to eat into Kyron Williams's, snap share and snap counts, and I don't buy it. Sean McVay can keep talking about we got to get more guys involved in the backfield, and at the end of the day, he is obsessed with getting one guy the football. And it's been true his entire career. Every year he talks about we got to get more guys involved in the run game, and every single year he just lies through his teeth. It never happens, right? Again, last year, when we're talking about the Rams, Kyron Williams played 70% of the snaps, and Blake Corum played about 30% of the snaps, right? And that was a huge shift. Why? But first of all, let me just say 70-30 split in today's NFL is pretty lopsided, right? But it's been even more lopsided in years past. As a matter of fact, in the year prior, Kyron Williams played 81% of the snaps, and Blake Corum played just 11%. I would anticipate that being more the case in 2026 if Kyron Williams is healthy. So how am I approaching it? I am approaching it as if Blake Corum doesn't exist. I am approaching it that Kyron Williams is a really solid draft pick just based off of sheer volume metrics, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if he sees another 80% of the snap share again this year. But if you want that lottery ticket, Blake Corum is that guy, because if Kyron goes down, then who's going to get 70-80% of the backfield share? It's going to be Blake Corum.
For the Chargers here, and first off, I want to... This week you've talked about the way the Chargers are handling their second running back.
Yeah.
Beyond Omari and Hampton, and you kind of broke it down that Kamani Vidal is really going to be the workhorse behind Hampton.
He's the true handcuff.
Yes. From my untrained eye, when I saw the Chargers acquire Keaton Mitchell, I understand that Kamani Vidal is a Jim Harbaugh running back. Amarian Hampton is a Jim Harbaugh running back.
Oh, yeah.
When I saw Keaton Mitchell, I'm like, oh, that's a Mike McDaniel running back. Mike McDaniel just got himself a Timu Devon Achane.
Such a great description, dude.
Am I crazy? Obviously, he doesn't have the same size as Achane, but he's got the quickness. He does. The work in the passing game. Am I crazy for having at least like a tiny bit of sense of optimism and wonder in the Keaton Mitchell selection?
Keaton Mitchell, to me, again, is more of like a lottery, ticket. If he ends up working out, it's great. But I think even if Omarion Hampton gets hurt, I think Kamani Vidal ends up stepping into that workhorse role. And you heard Bursch talk about it. Like, who is a Jim Harbaugh back? Well, dude, you got to be big. Okay, like at the end of the day, he's very much a sizist, is Jim Harbaugh, right? Like I went back like I think almost 20 years. Okay, and I examined Jim Harbaugh backs, right? Toby Gerhart, 231 pounds. Stephon Taylor, 214 pounds. Frank Gore, 216 pounds. Devion Smith, 223 pounds. Karan Higdon, 190. Zach Charbonnet, 220. Hassan Haskins, 228. Blake Corum, 200. J.K. Dobbins, 212. These are Jim Harbaugh running backs going all the way back to his Stanford days. Okay, if you take a look at that, and now Omarion Hampton, right? Of those 10 backs, 8 of the backs have been over 210 pounds. Keaton Mitchell is like a $170, dripping wet, man. So I think they will have packages for Keaton Mitchell. I think they'll have like play designs for Keaton Mitchell, but I don't think that he will be somebody that is leaned upon and used heavily by Jim Harbaugh or Mike McDaniel. Mike McDaniel's the OC, man, but at the end of the day, Jim Harbaugh, who's a control freak, is going to have his thumb pressed heavily onto those offensive scales as well. Okay, we are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, text injury help to 40222. Again, text injury help to 40222. All right, we step away. More of the James Coe Show coming up right here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Oh, my goodness gracious. 10 minutes to go. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. James Coe here with you. We're having a really good time on this beautiful Friday afternoon. Just 10 minutes ago, man. You know, I'm perusing my Twitter timeline. First of all, I don't know how much credence to put into this, but apparently Anthony Davis was working out at Villanova this morning. Where is Villanova? It's in Philadelphia. Anthony Davis was seen working out at Villanova this year. Again, allegedly, because you can't trust things on the internet. That's all. But I did see that on the internet. Just to let you know. By the way, how funny is it? How funny is it that LeBron is going to Philadelphia and that Jaylen Brown is also going to be in Philadelphia? I mean, these are two guys that are absolutely just unwilling to part with their hairlines. You know? It's two guys. I mean, like, did y'all see the videos last year of Jaylen Brown's, like, you know, the hair dust that he uses, the little spray-on hair that he uses, how that was like wiping off on people's jerseys? Jaylen, you're rich, bro. Like, you don't, it's okay, dude. Like, you're rich, you're young, you're extremely good at mask. Just bick it, dude. It's fine. Let the hair go, dude. It's not there anymore. As a matter of fact, we saw LeBron at the ESPYs, and then LeBron over at the Time Honors or whatever, the Time 100 or whatever it was, that award show that he was on, where he got that award. LeBron finally said, okay, cool, I'm going to let my hair go. He bicked that thing. Finally. I was like, LeBron, dude, it's about dang time, man. Like, I know you went to, did the hair transplant thing, you know, try to make that work. His hair transplant, dude, his hair looked patchier than my front lawn, bro. I'm dealing with like moles on my front lawn. His hair looked patchier than that. Come on. It wasn't a good look. Just bick it. You know what? If we're talking about the Michael Jordan debate, at least Michael Jordan knew when to let it go. You know? He knew when to let it go. He was like, hey, listen, MJ don't got it up top anymore. Let me just bick this thing. I don't get why Jaylen Brown, and you know what? Maybe I'm saying this from a position of strength because, hey, if I could, you know, pat myself on the back for anything, your boy over here has got a great head of hair. If I got anything, listen, brother, I got a great head of hair. Okay? I'm just saying, bro. Let that thing go, dude. It's okay, man. You're rich, you're powerful, you're young. It's okay if you bick the top. Just grow the beard out. As long as you got hair somewhere, you're good, bro. You know, if you got that beard with the bick on top, you're good. I don't get why. I really don't understand why both those dudes just would not let it go. But it's hilarious to me that the two most like notable like hair struggling stars in the NBA are now teamed up in Philadelphia. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny. That's not bad. I talked about, I just talked about Michael Jordan and LeBron, and obviously that's a very huge argument that will never die. Who is better, LeBron or Michael Jordan, MJ? Apparently, some press reporter, White House reporter, asked Donald Trump, I have no idea why he asked. He's like, hey, LeBron signed in Philadelphia, but Mr. President, what are your thoughts on the LeBron versus MJ debate? And dude, Donald Trump had the most unhinged answer.
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
What? Bro, it's the biggest softball question that somebody could throw to you, man. Ain't nobody asking you about Iran. Nobody's asking you about crypto. Nobody's asking you about the Epstein files, bro. They're asking you about LeBron versus MJ. That was completely unhinged. What? At what point did you say racist, dude? Like, what? I love the fact that he conflates, like, if you don't like me, You're racist. What, bro? Bro, what are we doing? It's so stupid. What an absolutely unhinged answer that was. Somebody is giving you a layup question about freaking LeBron versus MJ, and you just drop that bomb? That's crazy, man. That's absolutely insane, dude. Oh my gosh. What is wrong with this guy? Honestly. Who is saying this kind of stuff? Like how? Oh my gosh, dude. Unbelievable. And I know people love it, right? People are like, oh yeah, man, he's got no filter, bro. That's my president. Dude, shut the hell up, dude. So stupid. It was absolutely ridiculous. Like, what? Why did you go that road? Of all the crazy LeBron MJ debate hot topics, like, and like hot takes, like I never heard somebody say, you know why MJ's better? Because LeBron might be racist. Huh? What? Where did that come from? Oh my God, I have no idea. Hey, you know what? Before I get out of here, man, let me give you a final Dodgers update here, because the Dodgers are threatening. Yeah, Dodger baseball. Here we go. We are in the top of the 7th. It is still 1-1. Oh wait, hold on. Nope. Hit that sound again. Hit that sound again. Yeah. You know why? Because the Dodgers just scored. Dodgers just scored. Shohei Ohtani. Sack fly. It works. Let's go. I love it. Shohei Ohtani, sack fly. Teoscar Hernandez scored. Dalton Rushing now sits on 3rd. Top of the 7th, 2 out. Just 1 run for the New York Mets. They hit a solo shot off of Roki Sasaki. But man, Roki's dealing right now. 6 innings, 1 earned run, 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts and just 3 hits. Fire! Through 6 innings. That's pretty good, man. Roki was, just absolutely in a dark place. Dude comes back and he comes in with the oversized glove. The novelty glove. And now he's just dealing? If he wears a normal size glove for the rest of his career, we can't let that happen. Dodgers, you can't let that happen. Mark Pryor better have some backup oversized outfielder gloves ready for him. I don't know why that works, but it's working. Roki Sasaki's dealing. Hey, look, I get it, man. The New York Mets, they stink. They're no good. They got 43 wins versus 60 losses. They stink. Despite having the highest payroll in all of baseball for 2026, man. Good luck with that. That's not good. But Roki's dealing right now. This is potentially, I don't want to get ahead of myself now, but potentially back-to-back fantastic starts here for Roki Sasaki. Maybe he can't, you know what? Maybe Bursch, maybe he just can't leave New York. Is that what it is?
That might be it. He's just dominating
New York.
In the Big
Apple.
It's incredible.
He's dominating.
Yeah.
Well, he dominated the Yankees. Now he's dominating the Mets. It's pretty good. We are presented by DTLA Law Group on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Accident or injury, visit calldowntown.com. Oh, my goodness gracious. So there you go, man. That's the entire show. I definitely want to thank Bursch, who has been behind the glass all week for me, really helping me make this transition to the 2 to 6 p.m. Time slot here. That's been fantastic, and that's been awesome. Producer Peyton is not in today, but he's been very helpful as well. Peyton, shout out to you. But it has been good. But you know what? Sometimes all good things must come to an end. I am back on Monday in my normal 6 p.m. slot, and we are out of here. But remember, as I always say to close every show, it's never too late to chase your dreams. Peace.
The Dodgers are back in the city that never sleeps. Live updates and post-game reaction from game number 1 of a weekend set up in Queens inside Citi Field against the New York Mets. We tie a bow on countdown to training camp week. The biggest storylines that you absolutely most know for both the Rams and the Chargers. And LeBron James is now a Philadelphia 76er. Reaction to LeBron heading to Philadelphia, and of course what it means for the Los Angeles Lakers in 2026-27. As it is now prime time in Los Angeles, it's a Friday night here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens, very pleased to be with you once again, rounding out this great week here on the new 97.1 The Fan. It's 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. We want your voices heard for this show. You can hop in the YouTube chat as well, at The Fan LA and at The Fan LA on all the social media channels as well. The Dodgers already underway. In fact, we are already stretching at Citi Field in Flushing, as in the top of the 7th, Shohei Ohtani, a sac fly RBI, scores Teoscar Hernandez, and LA leads 2-1. Roki Sasaki with an absolute gem for a second consecutive Friday in New York. As the 7th continues for the New York Mets, Sasaki is out there, 2 outs already gone. Roki looking to pitch 7 full frames tonight against the Amazons. Again, your game plan for tonight's show. We will bring you those live updates as things happened at Citi Field between the Dodgers and the Mets in the first of the second and final series between these two teams this year. The loss, and you will hear that as well. Whenever something happens for the Dodgers, good for LA or a moment that matters in this game on a Friday evening in the greater New York City area. Roki Sasaki with back-to-back gems now in New York City. Last week it was against Garrett Cole, did not earn a decision in Yankee Stadium. Well on his way to doing that here as the 7th inning comes to a close. Roki Sasaki gets a ground out to second. Quick work for Tommy Edman, and the Dodgers are now leading 2-1 as we head to the 8th. Throughout today's show, you'll get post-game reaction after this game goes final in Queens. So, as we continue rolling here, actually, Tommy Edman playing hot corner today. Miguel Rojas at second, just to correct myself there. End of 7 innings, 2-1 a lead for the Dodgers as the top of the 8th is about to begin. It is a football Friday when it pertains to countdown to training camp week. The Chargers rookies are already at camp at the Bolt in El Segundo. The veterans will join them on Tuesday. The Rams just less than 24 hours away from reporting to training camp. Tomorrow at LMU, both the rookies and the vets show up for the Super Bowl favorites entering a new season. So as we end out this week, it will be the biggest storylines that you must know. Almost recapping everything we have discussed to this point. Each and every night during Countdown to Training Camp Week has had a different theme. Monday was the Rams and the Chargers with the most to prove in this upcoming NFL season. Tuesday, we talked about the schedule, the blueprint, painting the path for both of these teams to reach their desired aspirations. The Rams in a Super Bowl. The Chargers also have Super Bowl hopes, but just trying to win a playoff game for the first time in Justin Herbert's career. Wednesday, it was the new names and the new faces. There were plenty for the Rams who made the most moves, a couple of blockbuster trades to get Trent McDuffie and, of course, Myles Garrett. For the Chargers, it's a new coaching staff under Jim Harbaugh. New offensive play caller Mike McDaniel, new DC and Chris O'Leary as well. Yesterday, it was your divisional deep dives. We put that all together, sum it all up for you in those biggest things that you will need to get ready as a football fan here in the City of Angels for 2026. It's a really good time to be a football fan in Los Angeles. This is the new 97.1 The Fan. It's the new home for Rams fans who unveiled some alternate uniforms on Thursday as well, paying homage to the 1951 NFL champions and the fearsome foursome, with a new fearsome foursome taking shape, led by the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Myles Garrett. Top of the 8th has begun in Citi Field. The Dodgers have put one on base as Tommy Edman leads off the 8th inning. and Freddie Freeman now at the dish. It is a 2-1 lead for the Dodgers as the top of the 8th has begun. It was Freddie Freeman reaching first base against a new reliever for the New York Mets in A.J. Minter. Let's set the stage for this set and what we have seen so far in game number 1. Again, another big opportunity for Roki Sasaki back in New York City. After last week in the first game post All-Star break for the Dodgers, he goes out there and absolutely shoves, and he needed to build that confidence with Garrett Cole being his counterpart on the other side. For Sasaki in that game, 5 2/3, only a single run scored during his time on the bump. It was unearned, a passed ball on Dalton Rushing. Only a couple of base knocks against Sasaki. And maybe most importantly for Roki, the velocity was at a level that we had not often seen during his time as a Dodger in MLB. 21 pitches for Sasaki thrown at 100 miles per hour or higher. That a record for the Dodgers in the pitch tracking era dating back to 2008. A first inning pitch against the New York Yankees that clocked in at 101.8 miles per hour, the fastest for Roki Sasaki in any of his outings during his time as a Dodger in the last year plus. The average fastball velocity for Roki last week was 100.1 miles per hour, the highest in a start in his career. Of course, Roki Sasaki had that 4-start stretch in late May through early June, bookended by a couple of outings against the Angels in both of the Freeway Series, where he started to look like the Roki Sasaki we all expected when the Dodgers brought him over ahead of the 2025 Major League Baseball campaign. But from that point, in the 5 starts entering the All-Star break, it was anything but success on the mound for Sasaki. 3 earned given up in all 5 outings, 22 in total in the 2 starts he had made in July before the All-Star break, a 9 ERA. Very, very different in the 2 starts in July post All-Star break. As right now, when you look at the box score, Roki Sasaki, 7 innings, just 3 base knocks, only a single earned run. He has only offered up 2 free passes as well, has 9 strikeouts, the second most in a single start for Roki Sasaki in his Major League Baseball career. The only run the Mets scored was a Luis Robert home run back in the bottom of the second, a solo shot. That was it. Sasaki has been prone to the long ball. In the 5 starts entering the All-Star break, 9 home runs given up in total, a homer hit in all 5 of those outings. But Sasaki has limited that, and his Dodger team has picked him up with the bats. It was a Miguel Rojas sac fly that scored Freddie Freeman in the top of the 4th, and then again with multiple runners on in the top of the 7th, our most recent inning, Shohei Ohtani comes through. Deep fly ball to left center, scores Teoscar Hernandez, Dodgers in front. Freddie Freeman got on to lead off the top of the 8th. He is 3 for 4 tonight, and Freddie Freeman, even the veteran, still showing you that he has wheels. The 36-year-old just stole second base. So the Dodgers have a runner in scoring position here in the top of the 8th inning. They are reviewing it, but I believe Freddie Freeman will be safe. A manager challenge for New York still being reviewed. Looked like he beat the tag. It looks as though Freddie, and officially the ruling is in. Freddie Freeman, call upheld. He is safe at second base. So Freddie Freeman in there at second. This season, perfect when he goes to steal a bag. 5 attempts, 5 steals for the 36-year-old, who will turn 37 in just a few months in September. Mookie Betts now steps into the right-handed batter's box. He has a 1-1 count against him, trying to plate Freeman and add some insurance for the Dodgers here. No Edwin Diaz, of course, in this game. The Dodgers are hopeful as he continues his rehab assignments that maybe, just maybe, he can be ready as the Dodgers return home to start their first home series of the second half on Tuesday against the Seattle Mariners. This, of course, ends out the 3-series road trip for the Dodgers post All-Star break. Mookie Betts flies out to the right side of the infield, so Freddie Freeman unable to be moved along. When you look at where the Dodgers are, starting this game, 65-38, the best record in Major League Baseball. Winners of 4 of 6 post All-Star break, taking both of their series against the New York Yankees and against the Philadelphia Phillies. The New York Mets, it is a very different situation this year. 43-60, the overall record for the Amazons. These two teams have the highest payrolls in the sport. The Mets have a payroll of $357 million this year. A lot of that tied up into Juan Soto, who is frankly having an MVP caliber season. He has been one of the very few bright spots for this New York team. The Dodgers have the second highest payroll in the sport, $327 million. The Dodgers are seeing a return on that investment with a 65-38 record, the best in baseball entering this weekend in MLB, and a large lead in the division. The New York Mets are in the cellar of the National League East with the second worst record in the National League entering this week. Now, third worst entering this weekend. Only the Giants and the Rockies have a worse mark. Again, the Mets have a very different team than the last few years. Some faces have walked. Edwin Diaz, of course, is now a Los Angeles Dodger. The Mets thought they were in the running for Kyle Tucker. He plays in the City of Angels as well. Pete Alonso, now in Baltimore. It's a different Mets team. Juan Soto, Francisco Lindor still there. They added Bo Bichette. All of these pieces needed to gel, and they have done anything but. In that first series in Los Angeles, back in the middle of April at the Ravine, the Mets entered that set early in the Major League Baseball season, 7-9. But they had already lost 5 straight before that first game against the Dodgers this year. The Dodgers swept the Mets from April 13th through April 15th. It was part of a 12-game losing skid for New York, the longest for the franchise since August of 2002. And things never really turned around, never got better for the Amazons. They fired their manager, Carlos Mendoza, on the morning of Friday, June 26th. They lost that night. The record without Mendoza is still sub 500 at 9-13. I lived in New York City for the last 8 years before I moved back to my hometown of Los Angeles this past September. 2 of my dear friends, as I went to school on the East Coast at Syracuse, 2 of my dear friends, they were groomsmen in my wedding. They were my roommates in my first few years living in New York City. Die-hard Mets fans. I mean, some of the biggest baseball fans I know, some of the most loyal supporters of their favorite franchise and their favorite team. I asked them if they could sum up what this season has been like as a Mets fan, when there has been a lot of very rough seasons the last few years as a fan of the New York Mets. Here was the response that I received. Disheartening or just flat out pathetic? It would be on board with those, said my other friend. Maybe abomination would also be thrown in. So those are just some adjectives to describe how it has felt to be a Mets fan in 2026. A lot of new pieces, but a lot that was hopefully going to lead the Mets to a trip to the postseason that has been anything but. 17 games below 500 entering this Friday night against Roki Sasaki and the Dodgers. So Miguel Rojas with one of the 2 RBIs for the Dodgers in this game. And as we continue to go here, we might need that update from the immortal Vin Scully, as I am seeing 2 runs added on board for the Los Angeles Dodgers. And who is responsible for those 2 runs? A man that hit a home run against this very New York team back in the middle of April, who was trying to find his footing and his stride at the dish once again. Kyle Tucker, 2-run, home run. Dodgers in front now by 3, 4-1 the lead for Los Angeles. Say it, Vin. Say it with your chest, because Kyle Tucker and that 2-run shot have now put the Dodgers in front 4-1. Speaking of Kyle Tucker, in that first series against the New York Mets back in April, he had the game-winning RBI in the second game of that series, the Dodgers sweeping the Mets. He had a solo home run in the third game of that series. You could argue that might be some of the best back-to-back offensive performances at the dish that Kyle Tucker has had this year. And as we are now in the second half of this Major League Baseball season, these Dodgers that we expect to be the biggest performers come playoff time, come October, the likes of Mookie Betts, the likes of Kyle Tucker, need to start figuring it out ever so slightly. And Tucker looks like he maybe can use this evening in New York to do just that. Last week in New York, he was 2 for 13 against the Yanks. The WRC plus for Kyle Tucker this year is a 98. Major League Baseball's average is 100. Kyle Tucker in the previous 5 seasons, 4 with the Astros, last year with the Cubbies in 2025 on the north side of Chicago, had a WRC plus of at least 130. This year, it is below average in Major League Baseball for the $60 million man. He has had at least a WAR, wins above replacement rating, of 4 in the last 5 Major League Baseball seasons as well. It is 0.7 for Kyle Tucker right now. The K rate is up. The walk rate is down. He has not been as disciplined at the dish. It's the worst batting average and slugging percentage for Kyle Tucker in a Major League Baseball season since his very first being called up in the bigs way back in 2018 with the Astros. But something about playing the New York Mets and Kyle Tucker finding a little bit of his stride. A 386-foot bomb to right center field puts the Dodgers in front now by 3, 4-1, as the bottom of the 8th is about to begin at Citi Field. That is a really good sign for the Dodgers, not just adding critical insurance here as they turn it over to the bullpen and Evan Phillips comes in. So after 7 innings, Roki Sasaki's night has come to a close. Only a single earned run. It was a Luis Robert home run back in the 2nd inning. Sasaki brilliant for back-to-back Friday evenings in the greater New York City area. But also significant for the Dodgers, on top of adding the insurance and building this to a 3-run lead for Kyle Tucker to build that confidence and to find his groove this weekend in New York against the Mets. Again, there is so much to get to on this show. 855-97 LA fan. That is 855-975-2326. The biggest news of the day in the world of sports, LeBron James has made his decision, what he calls the final decision of his career. LeBron James is now the newest member of the Philadelphia 76ers. Early in this process, after LeBron let the Los Angeles Lakers know that he would not be playing his ball here in LA in 2026-27, there was a thought that maybe Philadelphia, after the acquisition and a blockbuster deal to get Jaylen Brown, would be one of those frontrunners. But it seemed as though the LeBron to Philly talk had really started to cool. It basically felt like it was either the Cavaliers or the Heat, a return trip to one of the 2 teams that he had played for previously in his 23 seasons as an NBA pro. So ending up in Philadelphia, a little bit surprising, as LeBron let us know on this Friday morning. But now, with the offseason in the city of brotherly love, there is no doubt that the NBA championship and a Larry O'Brien trophy is a must for the 76ers in 2026-27. When you look at the lineup, it is loaded. Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, one of the brightest young duos in the backcourt in the NBA. The addition of Jaylen Brown, LeBron freaking James, and Joel Embiid. Health will be critical for Philadelphia. Of course, that will be a big factor into the success the Sixers have this upcoming season. But the goal now in Philly, as LeBron stated publicly on Twitter, is to win a championship. He still has love for this sport, and he believes he elevates the ceiling for the Sixers, and Philadelphia gives him the best chance of winning the 5th NBA ring of his career, trying to do so with a 4th different NBA franchise. Nobody in the history of the National Basketball Association has won an NBA championship with 4 different teams. LeBron James looking to add more history to his very illustrious and historic 24-year about-to-be NBA career with a 5th championship in Philadelphia. And to help us break down what LeBron going to Philly actually means, Daniel Starkan will join us in our next segment, the editor of Lakers Nation, to talk about LeBron, the fit in Philly, but also, now that LeBron James has made his decision, what does it mean for the rest of the NBA offseason? What does it mean for the rest of the summer? How did we arrive at this conclusion? And could this mean that maybe the Los Angeles Lakers in the running for another wing piece that they desperately need in Jonathan Kuminga, those conversations can start to pick up? We will hear from you throughout this show. 855-97 LA fan. That is 855-975-2326. Hop in the chat on YouTube at the Fan LA as well. The Dodgers a 3-run lead in the first game against the New York Mets this weekend. Bottom of the 8th, Evan Phillips now in for Dave Robertson Company. He's got an 0-2 count against the New York Mets' catcher and Francisco Alvarez. So a really, really strong start to yet another road series for LA in a really, really strong start for a second consecutive for Roki Sasaki. 7 innings, only a single earned run, 9 Ks for Roki. The second most strikeouts recorded in a game in a Dodger uniform in his young Major League Baseball career. And if Roki Sasaki can continue to stack positive start after hopefully some more positive and quality starts in a row, that is only going to build the confidence and only going to be more of a beneficial thing for Doc, for Dave Roberts, and this Dodgers either starting staff or playoff pitching rotation by the time we reach October. As I say that, I believe we have an update here before we hit the break, as it looks as though the New York Mets have played it a run. Indeed, they have. Francisco Alvarez, despite being down to his final strike, hits a solo shot off Evan Phillips. So the Mets cut into the lead. Bottom of the 8th, 1 out. Dodgers still ahead by 2, 4-2. We are just getting started. It is prime time in Los Angeles on a Friday evening as we send you into your weekend. I'm Ben Stevens. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. A full count and 2 outs in the bottom of the 8th inning for Evan Phillips as the Dodgers have a 2-run lead at Citi Field, and that is a very deep foul ball. But foul it goes off the bat of Polanco for the New York Mets, so the Dodgers maintaining that 2-run advantage. It was 3 as Phillips entered the game in the home half of the 8th for L.A. after a brilliant outing from Roki Sasaki. Any updates we need to bring you from Flushing in the greater New York City area in game number 1 of this 3-game midweek set between the Mets and the Dodgers? We will, as Polanco goes down swinging. Evan Phillips gets through the 8th. To the 9th and final inning we go. The Dodgers ahead 4-2. But of course, some of the big news today in the world of sports. LeBron James finally making his free agency decision. He is going to play for the Philadelphia 76ers. What does it mean for Philly? What does it mean for the rest of the association? And of course, what does it mean here locally for the purple and gold? We now go to the phone lines. Daniel Starkan joining us here on this Friday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Daniel doing great work for Lakers Nation as the managing editor. Daniel, we appreciate the time on this Friday. Thanks for being here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Absolutely. You're popping my 97.1 cherry here, so I appreciate you guys having me on.
I absolutely love that, Daniel, because I grew up here in Los Angeles, grew up a diehard Laker fan. But when I last lived in L.A. before returning home a couple of months ago, this was a top 40 station. So it's great to be talking LeBron James, the Lakers, and sports with you here on the new 97.1 The Fan. So let's start with LeBron's decision. How surprised were you that his destination is Philadelphia?
I wasn't super surprised, honestly. I know that, reading the tea leaves, it felt like Cleveland was the favorite all along, but just kind of looking at, the basketball of it all, Cleveland wasn't a great fit. Golden State isn't a championship contender. Miami was a weird fit too. So, if his goal is to win a championship, which he's now made pretty clear is, I thought Philly obviously made the most sense with the moves they made this offseason and the roster they put together. It was just a question of, is he willing to go to a new team in a new city that he hasn't been before? And it turns out the answer is yes.
Yeah, as LeBron told us himself on Twitter this morning, he was deciding whether he still loved this sport, if he still wanted to compete. The answer was yes, and he believes Philadelphia gives him the best shot for championship number 5 of his career. He also believes that he can elevate the Philadelphia 76ers to a stage they have not been since the year 2001, the NBA Finals, when, of course, they lost in 5 games to the Los Angeles Lakers, the second of 3 in that three-peat. So let's talk about it, Daniel, the fit for LeBron in Philadelphia. Of course, this is a tremendously talented roster. Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, the addition of Jaylen Brown, the blockbuster of many in this NBA summer, and Joel Embiid. How do you see LeBron James, at the age of 41, about to enter his 24th NBA season, fitting into the mold in Philly?
Yeah. Well, first of all, you began by asking me if I was surprised. I will say one thing you just mentioned there, from his tweet about how he actually contemplated retirement. That was kind of the surprise to me. I didn't think he was actually thinking about hanging them up, especially after how he ended last year, winning a playoff series, still looking like an all-star caliber player. But yeah, the whole Philly part of it, to me, like I said, there was no perfect fit here. But I think of, kind of the teams he was looking at, it is the best fit just because they do have other guys who could kind of carry the load throughout the course of the regular season. Like, Tyrese Maxey, perennially leads the league in minutes or is up there. Jaylen Brown plays a lot too. VJ Edgecombe is obviously super young. So it's just kind of the question marks health-wise are LeBron and, of course, Joel Embiid. So that the health aspect of it, you just have to hope it works out. But from basketball perspective, I do think that they do complement each other well. LeBron has typically thrived with, quick guards. We saw it with Kyrie. We've seen it in recent years with Austin. So I think him and Maxey are going to fit really well together. And then Jaylen Brown is kind of the big wild card here just because the vibe surrounding him was that he wanted his own team. And now he goes from being kind of the second guy in Boston to, whatever you want to consider him in Philly, the second, third, maybe even fourth, if everyone's healthy. So that is going to be the big question mark, is having all these high usage guys. But I think as far as if you're LeBron, you want to be able to kind of coast through the regular season, maybe sit out back-to-backs, and they have a roster that should allow him to do that.
Daniel Starkan joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. He's the managing editor at Lakers Nation. I think there were some, Daniel, that saw this locally, fans of the purple and gold, and said, dude, a 2-year, $8 million deal to play in Philadelphia? The Lakers could have given you that cheap of a contract. You could have been a part of this roster alongside Luka Doncic, alongside Austin Reeves for that financial investment. Daniel, what context would you add for fans here in Los Angeles into how the relationship and those conversations between LeBron, his people, Rob Pelinka, and the front office played out for LeBron to ultimately decide his future in basketball wasn't with the Lakers?
Yeah, I definitely understand why fans would feel that way, especially when you look at the Lakers roster right now. They are kind of missing that starting forward, and with the other moves they've made this offseason, who knows if LeBron had been willing to take a pay cut like that and to stay in LA, they might be considered a championship contender with you when you look at the other additions they made. So I understand that, but it to me, it just felt like it was time for both sides to move on. It didn't feel like it was a hostile breakup or anything, but it just felt like the relationship had run its course. It's been clear for the last couple years that the focus for the Lakers now is on Luka and building around Luka, and that means being patient, waiting for the right moves to make. You're not necessarily on LeBron's timeline where we have to win a championship in the next year or two and then I'm done. If you're the Lakers, once you were thrown that life raft by Nico Harrison trading for Luka, that allowed you to plan more for the future, which we've now seen with the players they've targeted. They obviously knew they needed to bring in a long-term center, which they used all their assets for to bring in Walker Kessler. So I just think, LeBron understood kind of where he stood in the Lakers organization. And I think it was just time, for both sides to move on.
So, Daniel, I think it's really interesting now because the LeBron James decision is, of course, notable and attention-worthy by itself, the biggest thing that will probably happen in an NBA offseason. But it's not just LeBron in Philadelphia. It's how the 29 other NBA teams, including the Lakers, kind of pick up what is left. Of course, the Lakers have been in conversations with Jonathan Kuminga for some time. What does LeBron James ultimately and finally making his decision mean for those conversations with Kuminga and maybe ending up as an LA Laker?
Yeah, well, all along it's felt like, the two suitors for Jonathan Kuminga have been the Lakers, of course. They've made that very public. But the other one is the Cavs, who obviously were pursuing LeBron as well. And now that they know that they're not landing LeBron, they could free up some money to make, some other moves. And there was a report that came out a couple hours ago by Joe Varden of The Athletic. We covered it over at Lakers Nation that, Jonathan Kuminga's agent went on the record in that report and said there's definitely mutual interest in Cleveland. Kenny Atkinson was an assistant in Golden State and has a good relationship with Kuminga. I believe it said he's worked out with Donovan Mitchell in the past. He spent time in Cleveland and likes it as a city. So it's not looking too good for the Lakers right now, especially since, it has to be a sign-in trade at this point, and the Cavs probably have more desirable pieces. If you're Atlanta or a third team, they have Dennis Schroeder's expiring contract, Max Strus's expiring contract, and those are two guys who are probably overpaid a little bit, but those are still useful players, whereas the Lakers would be, trying to get off some of their undesirable contracts. So it's not looking great. Obviously, things can change at any point. Maybe Rob Pelinka, throws in an extra second or offers that first-round pick swap. That's the only one the Lakers have left to offer, and maybe that's more enticing to Atlanta, or if they get a third team looped in for the sign-in trade. But yeah, looking at the Lakers roster, it's pretty clear that if they want to contend, to any sort of degree, they're missing that starting power forward, and Kuminga's not the perfect option by any means. I'm sure you guys have been talking about this on your show the last couple of weeks, just like we have, but of the options out there, he's probably the best and most realistic right now, and it seems like that might be slipping away.
It does seem like the most realistic and the best for what is available on the market right now. I think part of the conversation and maybe why this has been held up ever so slightly just between the Lakers and Kuminga is if the Lakers want to make the financial investment of saying Jonathan Kuminga is the best right now and for the next foreseeable few seasons in the NBA as well. Daniel Starkan joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, the managing editor over at Lakers Nation. So let's say, Daniel, that Jonathan Kuminga ends up in Cleveland or somewhere else, not in the purple and gold. What moves do you think Rob Pelinka makes to counter?
Yeah, that's the big question because there's not a whole lot out there. I wouldn't be surprised at all, and I know Laker fans wouldn't want to hear this, but I wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of go into the season with what they have and keep those. They have very few assets to work with, so I believe they have 3 second-round picks and 1 pick swap. So you could save those, for the deadline and see, if someone else becomes available there. Maybe your expiring contracts, become more desirable at the deadline. But, it would have to be via trade. Obviously, we know the Lakers used up all their cap space, and the options on the trade market aren't great. The other name that has come up a lot is P.J. Washington, but I don't know why Dallas would want what the Lakers have to offer. And there's also been reports out there that the Lakers aren't too fond of his contract. And then it's just kind of stopgap options, like maybe DeAndre Hunter from Sacramento. Old friend Kyle Kuzma, I'm sure Milwaukee would be thrilled to give him up. But like I just said, those are stopgap options if you're the Lakers. Like Kuminga, at least you could maybe see the vision. He's only 23 years old, like that he could kind of, if he's willing to accept his role, like he could be the long-term answer at the forward position. But outside of him and P.J. Washington, there isn't really that long-term answer out there right now.
So, Daniel, as we look at it right now, with the Lakers roster as currently constructed, and of course, everything building with the future for Luka Doncic, alongside Austin Reeves, and of course, the addition of Walker Kessler. Last year, a second-round playoff exit swept by the Oklahoma City Thunder. The injuries throughout the postseason of both Doncic, of course, and Reeves, a big reason why. Do you think this year's Lakers team, as it currently stands, entering 2026-27, and without LeBron James, has a higher ceiling than last year's squad did?
I think long-term, yes, maybe not this season, like especially if they don't go out and get that starting forward. Like if they land Kuminga, I'd feel a little bit better about their odds of competing. But right now, like if they just go in with this roster, I don't look at them as like the top tier of contenders. Like in the West, we know that's OKC and San Antonio, and in the East, that's now Philly and the Knicks, of course. So I would look at the Lakers kind of in that next tier with the Denvers, the Minnesotas, the Houstons, those type of teams. But the thing is, with all the moves they made this offseason, like they're all super young guys in their 20s. That the roster is more built around the vision that JJ Redick wants as a head coach. Like they have athletic wings, they have shooting. Obviously, Luka and Austin are going to be their primary ball handlers, and then they have Walker Kessler protecting the paint as that defensive anchor, which they've been needing for so long. So I think as currently constructed, they probably need 1 or 2 more moves over the next, whether it be this summer or the trade deadline or next summer, and then they could really get to that, true contender status. Right now, I look at them in that second tier, I'd say.
Daniel Starkan, managing editor of Lakers Nation, joining us here on this Friday on the new 97.1 The Fan. Daniel, we appreciate the time greatly. Enjoy the rest of your weekend ahead.
Absolutely. You guys too. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here, breaking down LeBron James to Philadelphia, and of course, where the Lakers go from here in the rest of the NBA offseason with the summer ahead. We will continue to update the Dodgers in game number 1 in New York against the Mets on the other side of the break here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
Your Dodgers postgame show starts now.
The Dodgers stand tall.
On 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Your Dodgers postgame show starts now.
The Dodgers stand tall.
On 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
A 4-2 victory for the Los Angeles Dodgers in the first of 3 games this weekend up in Queens against the New York Mets. 4-2 the win for the Dodgers. Save number 16 this year for Tanner Scott. A win for Roki Sasaki, his 4th of 2026 in a Dodger uniform, and a 2-run home run from Kyle Tucker. His 2nd home run in 4 games against the New York Mets this season. Win number 32 for the Dodgers in comeback fashion when they have been trailing in any juncture of a Major League Baseball game this season. That is the 2nd most in all of MLB. Win number 35 on the road this year for the Dodgers. They have the best record on the road in Major League Baseball. And win number 66 overall at 66-38. Your Los Angeles Dodgers, the best mark in baseball. Now, a full game and a half clear of the Milwaukee Brewers, who lost today to start their weekend as well. A really big win for the Dodgers following a 2nd consecutive really good Friday night for Roki Sasaki on the road. This is the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens, and it's your Dodger postgame show. Here is how it sounded for Kyle Tucker, adding some insurance for the Dodgers that they would desperately need in the top of the 8th. The 2-run shot that scored Freddie Freeman, and Kyle Tucker going long out in Flushing, New York.
Enters 1-1. Tucker hits it hard. Deep right field. Ben's going back. It is gone. Kyle Tucker goes yard. Dodgers lead it 4-1.
Kyle Tucker post All-Star break, 2 for 19. He was 2 of 13 in the 3 games against the New York Yankees. Last weekend in the Bronx, he was 0 for 6 against the Philadelphia Phillies in the 2 games he played in this week in Philly, games 2 and 3 of that set. We have mentioned that this year for Kyle Tucker is by far the worst of his Major League Baseball career, at least given expectation. He is the $60 million man, and it's been a disappointing return on that investment so far in a Dodger uniform. Worst batting average, worst slugging percentage since his very first year in the Bigs back in 2018 with Houston. A 5-year run of a 130 at least WRC plus or better. A 5-year run of a WAR, wins above replacement, basically how good are you at stacking up wins individually for your club overall? A WAR of at least 4. Those numbers nowhere close. Kyle Tucker entered this week with a 98 WRC plus. The Major League Baseball average is at an even 100. So the $60 million man in Kyle Tucker is below average. If it wasn't $60 million and it was $25 million, basically for your everyday right fielder, that still would not be a great return on its investment. But given the context of Kyle Tucker's signing here in LA, it comes with even more sour grapes. So for Kyle Tucker, for this Dodger team that has the best record in baseball at 66-38, now has won 5 of 7 in the unofficial second half of this year post All-Star break. All of that is well and good, but you are going to need your superstars, who you have paid to be a superstar here in Los Angeles, start to figure things out and at least performing at the best of their abilities come October if the Dodgers are going to win a 3rd consecutive World Series championship. One of the other storylines of this first game against the New York Mets, of course, was Roki Sasaki. Last week, after 5 consecutive starts that weren't so good for Sasaki entering the All-Star break, he had allowed 22 earned runs in total. He had a 9 ERA in 2 outings in July before that All-Star break began. He had allowed at least 3 earned in those 5 starts since a really good 4-start stretch back in late May and early June. It was about Sasaki finding that confidence. He did that in spades against the New York Yankees last Friday night, outdueling Garrett Cole to an extent because Cole did end up getting taken yard by Max Muncy for what would be the game-winning 2-run home run. Sasaki had 21 pitches of at least 100 miles per hour, hitting the century mark on at least 21 pitches, the most for any Dodger pitcher in the StatCast tracking era, which dates back to 2008. The fastball average for Roki was 100.1 miles per hour, along with Jacob Mizorowski, the only two pitchers in a single game this year with a average on their fastball, throwing at least 10 pitches of at least 100 miles per hour. You could see the confidence build in real time inside Yankee Stadium, but could he carry that over for a second straight start? Yeah, Roki Sasaki did that and then some. 9 Ks today for Sasaki, the second most as a Dodger in his career in Major League Baseball. Let's take a listen to how that sounded at Citi Field on this Friday night.
There it was. Sasaki strikes out the side in the 6th.
That was a K of Francisco Lindor to end the 6th inning. He struck out the side, did Sasaki, in that 6th frame. It was the first time in Sasaki's Major League Baseball career striking out the side. He did so tonight against the New York Mets, as again, the Dodgers win 4-2. Let's talk about some other big things for the Dodgers in this game. The reliance on the back end of that bullpen. I understand at times this year, if you are looking for an issue for the LA Dodgers, you can point a couple of fingers at the bullpen, as we often do. But the Dodgers have the 3rd best ERA as a bullpen staff this year. They are top 5 in WAR, wins above replacement as a bullpen. That's what you want your relievers to do. Contribute to winning efforts, and the Dodgers have done that incredibly well this season. And a guy in Tanner Scott, who was not expecting to be the closer this year, it was the former Mets closer in Edwin Diaz that everybody thought would take the league in the National League by storm in a Dodger uniform this year. Tanner Scott has been thrust into that position. Now, of course, he has experience as that final guy out of the pen, who you can rely on to close out a baseball game. That was not what his expected role was entering 2026. He only has 2 blown saves this year, and with tonight's save, that is save number 16 for Scott. Comes in the 9th, doing exactly what was needed. Did not allow even a single hit, 1 strikeout, got the job done in 16 pitches, 10 of them in the strike zone. After Sasaki goes 7, just that final tally on Sasaki once more, 7 innings, only a single earned run. It was a Luis Robert Jr. home run in the 2nd, a solo shot for New York. That was it. 3 hits, 9 Ks for Sasaki, only 2 walks offered up. Evan Phillips comes in the bottom of the 8th. Not too much danger against him. He makes sure, though, although he gave up a Francisco Alvarez solo shot, that he limited the damage there and turns things over to Tanner Scott, which is why Kyle Tucker's 2-run shot in the top of the 8th, as the Dodgers had taken the lead 2-1 in the top of the 7th, courtesy of a Shohei Ohtani sac fly RBI that scored Teoscar Hernandez. All of those pieces adding to one eventual goal, which is to win and continue to stack wins as the Dodgers take game number 1 against the New York Mets tonight, 4-2. Here is how the game coming to a close sounded in New York this evening.
Line drive center field. Pages is there. There's your ball game. Dodgers with a 4-2 win.
A hard hit ball off the bat of rookie Carson Benj, the rookie right fielder for the Mets, but basically right at Andy Pages. And again, quick work for Tanner Scott. 16 pitches, 10 of them within the zone. He had 1 strikeout as well for his 16th save this year. Evan Phillips doing just enough to hold on to that advantage and maintain it for the LA Dodgers, who get their 32nd comeback win of the season. They're 66th overall at 66-38. Once again, my friends, it is the best record in baseball. The Colorado Rockies go into Milwaukee today and beat the Brew Crew 5-2. So Milwaukee is now 64-39. Gasps indeed. And because of it, at 66-38, LA is a game and a half in front of the Brewers for the best record in baseball, and maybe most importantly, the best record in the National League. To earn that number one overall seed, the top two seeds in each league's playoff bracket of the 6 teams that will qualify for October, earn that opening round bye past the wild card round. And for this Dodgers team, as they are trying to get as healthy as possible to make that run when it matters most in the postseason to win a third straight World Series, this is what you want. The Dodgers being in pole position, having home field advantage at the Ravine for the games that are the most important. 2 more games to go in Citi Field this weekend against the New York Mets. The Dodgers have played the Mets now 4 times this season. They have won all 4. We will continue to discuss what Kyle Tucker has done against this New York team. He had the game-winning RBI in the second game back in the middle of April of that opening set in Los Angeles against the Mets. He hit a solo shot in game number 3 to end out that first series of the year against the New York Mets. And he has the 2-run home run tonight that was the insurance necessary for the Dodgers to prevail up in Queens 4-2. Our second hour is about to begin on the other side of the break. And a man you haven't really heard from this week here on these airwaves, the legendary Doug D-Mac McCain, joins us on the other side on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports.
Your Dodgers postgame show starts now.
The Dodgers stand tall.
On 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports.
We welcome you to hour number 2. It is prime time in Los Angeles on this Friday on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. Not just prime time in LA, not just a Friday night here in the City of Angels. It is your Dodger postgame show on the new 97.1 The Fan as well, because the Dodgers are already victorious in game number 1 of their 3-game weekend set in New York against the Mets. A 4-2 victory for Los Angeles. How did the Dodgers plate 4 runs? After they trailed 1-0, Luis Robert Jr. hit a solo shot off Roki Sasaki in the home half of the second. That was the only damage given up by Sasaki in a second consecutive stellar outing in the greater New York City area. Last week inside Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. This week up in Queens inside Citi Field against the New York Mets. The Dodgers had a Miguel Rojas RBI sac fly in the top of the 4th. A Shohei Ohtani RBI sac fly in the top of the 7th after some poor base running from Kyle Tucker. But do not worry, Tucker would make amends because in the top of the 8th, he hit a 2-run home run, his second in 4 games against the New York Mets this year. Evan Phillips did just enough to hold on, and Tanner Scott records his 16th save of this season as the Dodgers outlast the New York Mets 4-2. And it's your Dodger postgame show here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And who better to join for a Dodger postgame show on these airwaves than a man that is just itching to talk a little bit of ball on the new 97.1 The Fan this week. You normally hear him each and every afternoon into the evening hours from 2 to 6 p.m. on D-Mac and Reiter. It is the legend himself, Doug D-Mac McCain, joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Mac, what is up, my man? Thank you for being here on this Friday. An off day for you, a Friday night, and you're still like, you know what? Let's get on 97.1 to talk a little bit, huh?
What is up, Ben? You've been crushing all week, as always, my man. Dude, I am absolutely itching to talk sports on the radio once again. I've just bothered my wife enough. I've bothered my 3-year-old kid enough. I bothered the cashier at CVS enough, the mailman, the UPS guy. So it's great to actually have someone to talk to and get it all out, man. You're just absolutely awesome to be on here, my man.
D-Mac, you strike me as a guy that the takes don't stop flowing even if there is a microphone or a camera not in front of your face. Whoever is around you is going to hear your assessment on what is happening in Los Angeles sports with the Dodgers, which we'll discuss here momentarily, LeBron James becoming a Philadelphia 76er, that I would love your thoughts on as well, and maybe even on this countdown to training camp week, a thought or two on the Super Bowl favorite, Los Angeles Rams. D-Mac, let's start with the LA Dodgers. 4-2 win in game number 1 of this weekend set at Citi Field against the New York Mets. A Kyle Tucker 2-run shot in the top of the 8th that provided the necessary insurance for the Dodgers to win game number 66 this year. What impressed you most about this Dodgers outing up in Queens?
Yeah, as you broke down perfectly, this was just a Dodger win on the road, not too much flash, but they get the job done. They're not playing their best baseball, but yet they've still gone 5-2 on this road trip. And where the Dodgers are at, you're still within striking distance of having the best record in Major League Baseball. They're really in a good spot, and their offense really hasn't been incredible. I mean, you mentioned the home run for Kyle Tucker. He's been an average player essentially all season long, but definitely was good to see him get going. But just like that, the best record in baseball at 66-38. They get their 32nd comeback win of the season. It's the second most in Major League Baseball. But Ben, to answer your question, what stood out to me the most was Roki Sasaki and that gigantic mitt that he's using that I guess has solved his pitch tipping issues. Tonight he was electric in Queens, and you see the strikeouts going up, and you see the use of that splitter start to go up as well. Tonight he threw that splitter 47% of the time. He had 21 whiffs tonight, 15 via that splitter, gave up 1 run on 3 hits in 7 innings of work, 9 punch-outs, 2 walks, and 2 starts in New York, 1 against the Yankees last week, 1 against the Mets, 12 2/3 innings, 1 run given up, that's it. Forget Jalen Brunson, forget Aaron Judge. The king of New York is Roki Sasaki.
That feels very fair. Who cares if the Knicks just won their first NBA championship since 1973? You now know the name. It is Roki Sasaki in whatever borough. Hey, listen, the Knicks only play in Manhattan. Roki has delivered stellar performances in both the Bronx and in Queens. And D-Mac, let's talk about Roki Sasaki, because entering the All-Star break, it wasn't so sound. 3 earned allowed in at least all of those 5 starts, 22 earned runs in total in the 2 outings in July before the All-Star break, a 9 ERA. And yet in back-to-back starts in New York against Garrett Cole last week and tonight on the road in Citi Field against the New York Mets, he has looked absolutely dazzling. How important is it at this stage in late July for Roki Sasaki to build that confidence as we head down the home stretch?
It's massive, and you said it best. It was dazzling, right? It's not just that he went out there and got the job done. He did it in dominant fashion. He looked like the ace of a staff, and in those 2 starts in New York, 37 swings and misses. That's massive. And for the Dodgers in particular, is Roki Sasaki going to be making postseason starts? Not if they can help it. They hope that it's going to be either Yamamoto or Ohtani or Blake Snell or Tyler Glasnow, or if everything works right and they go over the kill shot and they trade for Tarek Skubal. They would prefer not to have one of their young starters make these big postseason starts, but that just proves that there's levels to this. The Dodgers' 2 best starters this year really have been Shohei when he's on the mound and he's healthy, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto. Outside of that, it's been 2 young starters, Roki Sasaki and Justin Robleski, and Roki Sasaki and Justin Robleski, really their path to being on this team in October is in the bullpen. Most teams would like those 2 guys to be their game's 1, 2, or 3 starters. For the Dodgers, they're going to be viewed as bullpen pieces, maybe multi-inning reliever guys, depending on how healthy their bullpen is, if they add someone. And I think big picture for Roki, that's kind of the important big step in the right direction, because the Dodgers really knew that they were going to give him an extended leash, that they were going to give him an opportunity to prove himself as a starting pitcher. They were never going to move him to the bullpen. They were never going to send him down to AAA unless he was injured or getting rocked. They were going to give him these opportunities, and now things are starting to click. And I can tell you this, Ben, a couple years ago when I was in Dallas at the winter meetings, I was sitting right across from Dodgers president of baseball operations, Andrew Friedman, in his suite in Dallas, and there's been a couple times when I've had the hair stick up on my neck, and that is, 1, when I looked up at the Sistine Chapel for the first time in Italy. Beautiful. 2, when I heard Bill Reiter do radio for the first time. And 3, when Andrew Friedman looked me dead in my eye and said that Roki Sasaki thinks that he can be the best pitcher on the planet, and we think that Roki Sasaki can be the best pitcher on the planet. So that kind of tells you everything you need to know how committed the organization is to Roki Sasaki. And I'm just giddy because he wants to be great. Ben, you know these athletes, some they want to be in the show, some they just want the big contract. He wants greatness. And I think that's why he shows emotions at times. That's why I think he's hard on himself at times. He's a big tinkerer, but it is a real big step in the right direction to see these last 2 starts from Roki.
First win for Roki Sasaki, and earning that decision tonight since the end of May. D-Mac joins us here on the Friday night on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Starting on Monday, you will hear D-Mac and Reiter at 2 p.m. each and every afternoon. They've had a great week off, a very well-deserved break before we get ready for football. D-Mac, as we continue to break down the Dodgers' victory tonight in New York against the Mets, the 4-2 win for LA, 66-38, the record now for the Dodgers, the best in all of Major League Baseball, a game and a half clearer and better than the Milwaukee Brewers. We talked about Kyle Tucker, the 2-run shot in the top of the 8th, insurance that ended up being necessary after Evan Phillips allowed a solo home run in the home half of the 8th. When you look at Kyle Tucker this year, I feel like your assessment on his production, of course, in the context of being a $60 million per year man, has been very fair. Kyle Tucker entering tonight, a 94 WRC plus. Major League Baseball's average is 100. So it has not been great for Kyle Tucker. What did you see tonight from Tucker? What do you need to see from Tucker down the stretch so you will have any belief that he can be a postseason contributor for this Dodgers club?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I love to geek out on advanced stats, but the one you bring out is the most important one, is that his bat has been league average, right? And you don't drop $60 million per year on a player, a $240 million contract for a guy that's league average offensively. And then you add the defense. He was supposed to be an improvement in right field defensively. Really, the defense hasn't been good. Tonight was definitely a positive sign. You put up a big swing, get what proved to be some insurance runs for later in the game. Then early in the game, he got an infield hit, so he was showing that hustle right there. But I think the great thing for Kyle Tucker is this, is that if he signed that contract, let's say for the Mets, right, and he's in Queens and the team's struggling and there's a chance that they're not going to make the postseason, well, then guess what? The contract is just a bust. The great thing for Kyle Tucker is that he plays for the Dodgers, who guarantee their ticket to the postseason every single year. So if Kyle Tucker has a strong finish to the season, if he has a big NLDS, NLCS, or World Series, everyone is going to forget that he struggled for most of his first season with the Dodgers, because that is why they signed Kyle Tucker. I'll never forget when he signed with this team and they talked about what he would bring, and Dave Roberts mentioned him as a floor raiser. Now, Ben, for most teams, you drop $60 million on a guy, he's the biggest piece of your puzzle. For the Dodgers, he's a floor raiser, and they need him to be that. And look, the truth is, he's not performed. And I think if you're in L.A. and you sign a deal that big and you're supposed to be that infusion of kind of youth and a prime player into this line, you at some point have to perform. I caught some heat earlier in the year when I said that he was never at his locker, and Miguel Rojas trolled me on Instagram because they posted a picture of Tucker at his locker. And look, the point I'm trying to make is you're in L.A. now, dude. You're not in Houston or Chicago. If you're not going to perform, it's going to be loud. And right now, it is a little loud. And you can't cash superstar checks and put up role player numbers, and that's what he's done this season. So if he does not finish strong and the Dodgers lose, that will be one of the first questions that Andrew Friedman has asked this offseason is, hey, do you look back at that signing and look back at the acquisition of Kyle Tucker and think maybe we should have gone a different direction? Because, Ben, Cody Bellinger's having a good season in New York. There's some other options out there. He needs to start performing bottom line, or it's going to be viewed as a bad contract.
There is opportunity ahead for Kyle Tucker, and that privilege to play in the postseason for this Los Angeles Dodger club is something he should be looking forward to. You know what, Miggy Rojas, making fun of you or calling you out on Instagram shows to me? You just have that kind of sway and pull here in Los Angeles, D-Mac. That's what that proves to me, Miggy, just so everybody knows. D-Mac, let's transition now from the Dodgers to the Lakers. Maybe not so much the Lakers, but of course LeBron James. The big news on this Friday, he now signs with the Philadelphia 76ers for a 2-year deal with a player option in year number 2, $8 million in total. D-Mac, what was your reaction to LeBron heading to Philly?
Well, so the first thing I'll say is, this morning I tweeted something about LeBron is such a ring chaser and that he wouldn't take a significant pay cut for the Lakers despite them doing everything that he wanted, and then he ends up playing for pennies in Philly. And I got like 800 responses to this thing. I got people making fun of me, zooming into my profile picture. And I will say this, I wish I had gotten into the LeBron hate business earlier. I didn't know that it did this well. So I will start by saying that. But also, look, I think with LeBron, he is one of the smartest, most calculated players in the history of professional sports. He has a great sense of when he has a roster around him that can compete for a championship. We've seen him go every single place he's gone, and what is the one common thread? He ends up hoisting that Larry O'Brien trophy, whether it be coming back to the Cavs, the 2 with the Heat, going to the Lakers. So who's to tell LeBron, hey, man, you don't know what you're doing, because everywhere he's gone, he's won a title. Having said that, I do find it pretty interesting, first and foremost, that he wants to hitch his wagon to a team that, yes, on paper, this is an incredible roster. On paper, this is a roster that should compete for an NBA championship. I do look at Joel Embiid as a guy where it's almost like you build your dream house on quicksand, right? And that's how I feel like LeBron's kind of doing that in a sense. But make no mistake about it. I mean, we don't 100% know how things ended with LeBron and the Lakers, whether it was the Lakers giving LeBron the cold shoulder and LeBron saying, you know what, I'm not fired, I quit, or whatever dynamic was there. But we also know that anytime that LeBron wanted to potentially take a pay cut, it was for certain players that were really unattainable for the Lakers, right? So to me, as a born and bred, tried and true bleeder of the purple and gold, it does feel like a slap in the face to Lakers fans. It really, truly does, because you're going to the Sixers, and I'm thinking $8 million? $8 million for 2 years? And a month ago, you had Windhorst reporting that he wouldn't take anything less than $50 million for the Lakers. I mean, that's the thing, man. So, look, I will say I need this game on opening night. I need this game on Christmas Day, and I hope that it's Lakers-Sixers somehow, some way in the finals, man.
Hopefully so, because the Philadelphia 76ers have not reached the NBA Finals since 2001. In fact, the Philadelphia 76ers have not reached the Eastern Conference Finals in the last 2.5 decades as well. How else are LeBron and Bronny going to spend Christmas together unless the 76ers and the Lakers are squaring off against one another? And just to back up D-Mac's point in terms of the salary component, every contract that LeBron James has signed throughout his lengthy, now 23, about to be 24-year NBA career has been on the up and up. It has been an upgrade. It has been an increase. So from $52.6 million last year down to a little bit less than $4 in 2026-27 is quite a drastic decline. All right, D-Mac, last question for you. Countdown to training camp week all week long here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, the new home for Rams fans. The Rams report to training camp at LMU tomorrow. Both the rookies and the veterans show up. There is no doubt about it. The Rams have the most talented roster in the National Football League. They are the very, very hefty favorites to win Super Bowl 61. What are you most excited about for this Rams team entering 2026?
I'm most excited about seeing what this defense can do with Myles Garrett and improved secondary, because we know this offense can hang with the best of them. Their quarterback just won the MVP. Puka Nacua is in the conversation for best receivers in the league. Devontae Adams is still catching touchdowns at a prolific rate at this stage of his career. The offensive line has held. Kyren Williams and Blake Corum, I think, are going to be a great 1-2 punch again. I think that Sean McVay going to 12 and 13 personnel, incorporating tight ends, he's going to do it at a even higher level this season. But really, defensively is what I'm looking at. Myles Garrett, can he be a ferocious beast on a Super Bowl winning team? That's all we really need to see from Myles Garrett, right? He has been that Bugatti at the trailer park meme in Cleveland, right? Now he gets the opportunity to shine in an organization that is as all in as any organization really in professional sports. I mean, the Rams are completely committed to winning at least one more Super Bowl with Matthew Stafford, and Myles Garrett is a guy that could win the MVP. I mean, he's got that kind of talent, and if Aaron Donald comes back, what that could mean for not only him, but also the rest of the young talented guys on this defensive line with Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, Byron Young. And I'm really looking forward to see what Chris Shula, the Rams defensive coordinator, can do with the secondary, with Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. With Jalen Watson, a guy that he played with in Kansas City, you can do some really interesting, creative things with Trent McDuffie where you don't have to keep him on the outside. He can be aggressive. He can be at the line of scrimmage. And, look, there's a lot of pressure on Chris Shula, and I will say that if we're having this conversation this time next year and the Rams defensive coordinator, Chris Shula, who that last name should get you a job just in the first place.
Yeah.
If Chris Shula is not the head coach of a team this time next year, we'll know that things probably went very wrong with the Rams defense. So I'm most excited to see, can this Rams team have an elite defense for the entire season and not put the pressure on Matthew Stafford, who at 38, 39, 40 for the rest of his career have to be an MVP. I hope that Stafford doesn't have to be an MVP for this team to win their division, to finish with the best record, to get that bye. So, look, the Rams defense, I think, is going to be the star of the show, and I think both these units are going to be incredible. Also, too, let's not mention, you got Bubba Ventrone, a new special teams coordinator. The Rams special teams was an absolute disaster in big games last year. So, lots of pressure on the Rams. Can they deliver? I think they have the personnel to do it, and I'm hoping for one more big Christmas present under that tree. The Nintendo 64 is going to be number 99. Hopefully Aaron Donald coming back and taking his defense to a whole nother level.
D-Mac, that's why you're my guy, because as you close with your Rams assessment and why they are the Super Bowl favorites entering the 2026 NFL campaign, you mentioned the special teams coordinator in Bubba Ventrone, because it's all three phases, ladies and gentlemen, that the Los Angeles Rams need to be elite at to make those Super Bowl dreams a reality in 2026. D-Mac, I'm looking right now at the famed Shohei Ohtani Cup that is yours, but currently here in our Mid-Wilshire Odyssey studios. So I look forward to seeing you back here at some point next week. What are you going to do with your weekend before D-Mac and Reiter return to the new 97.1 The Fan at 2 p.m. on Monday?
Bro, I think I'm going to go out to the beach a couple times maybe. Probably hit up that Costco, make a little Costco.
Yeah.
I do a Costco Trader Joe's back-to-back run on Sundays. So
on Sundays?
I keep it a little low-key. Yeah,
D-Mac, that's a crazy move, no?
It's a crazy move. Trust me. I'll break it down one of these days. But look, trust me. If you get produce at Costco, you have to basically eat it on the way home, or it's going to go bad. I don't know why that is. So that's why I go to Trader Joe's. But hey, Ben, you're the absolute best at what you do. You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much for having me on. I'm disappointed we didn't get to talk Big Ten football. Though.
Hey, you want a little UCLA take before you go? The Bruins are going bowling in 2026. I am a Bob Lever. I'm trying to print out the shirts for new head coach Bob Chesney. Bob Believer becomes one word, Bob Lever. I think you know some merch guys, D-Mac. I think we can get this done.
Bro, that is absolute gas, as the kids say. I'm here for it. Four's up. Bob Chesney, best hair in the Big Ten.
Wow.
One of these days, going to have the best team in the Big Ten. We're coming for that Big Ten and the CFP appearance before USC has. So let's do it, my man.
Ain't clapping his way out of here. Doug D-Mac McCain, the legend that he is. D-Mac and Reiter weekdays, 2 to 6 p.m. here on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Mac, enjoy the weekend. I hope your trip to Costco is one that is very, very fun.
Oh, bro, I got the membership, everything. Let's do it, bro.
Yeah, he certainly does. D-Mac, we appreciate it greatly. Thank you for being here on this Friday. We will continue your Dodger postgame show here on the new 97.1 The Fan. We'll hear from those in New York after the Dodgers take Game 1 of the series against the Mets 4-2. That's next here on the new 97.1 The Fan. We welcome you back to a Friday night prime time in Los Angeles. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. It's your Dodger postgame show. The Dodgers take game number 1 of their final 3-game set on this road trip following the All-Star break. They win 4-2 tonight in Queens against the New York Mets, despite trailing early after a Luis Robert Jr. home run in the bottom of the second off Roki Sasaki. That was the only damage Sasaki allowed, picking up his first win, earning that decision for the first time since late May as the Dodgers rally the rest of the way. Miguel Rojas, sac fly RBI in the top of the 4th, tied the game at 1-all. With some ducks on the pond and some traction in the top of the 7th, Shohei Ohtani pays it off. A sac fly RBI that scores Teoscar Hernandez that puts LA in front 2-1. And then in the top of the 8th, with Freddie Freeman aboard, after Freddie successfully stole his 5th base this season, all in 5 attempts. That's perfect. As my numbers show, Kyle Tucker belts a 2-run home run. He's got 8 homers this year, does Kyle Tucker. A quarter of them have come against the New York Mets. Can he find something here in this series? That's what we will see. Here's how that home run sounded in the top of the 8th that gave the Dodgers a 3-run lead.
Enters 1-1. Tucker hits it hard. Deep right field. Bench going back. It is gone. Kyle Tucker goes yard. Dodgers lead it 4-1.
The Major League Baseball average for WRC+, it's an advanced statistic, basically means how good are you at helping out your offense and putting runs up on the board? How are you contributing to the overall scoring output of your Major League Baseball team? Which, of course, you need to put runs on the board to win baseball games. That's simply how I think of it. The Major League Baseball average is 100 for WRC+. Kyle Tucker entered tonight with a 94, sub-average, below average. Kyle Tucker will have opportunities, as D-Mac told us in our last segment here on your Dodger postgame show, that Kyle Tucker will have those opportunities to figure things out down the stretch so that despite the disappointing season so far in the opening half of his Dodger life, that he can course correct in the most important part of this Dodger campaign, that being October in the chase for a 3rd consecutive World Series. That 2-run home run was necessary from Kyle Tucker in the top of the 8th. Here's Kyle Tucker following the Dodgers' victory on what was working so well tonight in Queens.
If you look at how things all came together for you tonight, is there something that you kind of maybe point to that led to the results you had?
Just keep grinding every single day. Just try and do your best out there, compete, and just try and keep the line moving and just play for one another. So, I mean, if we keep doing that like we've been doing, we'll be in a good spot.
Sportsnet LA there, and Kirsten Watson speaking with Kyle Tucker on the turf, on the diamond at Citi Field following the Dodgers' 4-2 win. Kyle Tucker at the dish tonight, 2 for 3. The 2 RBIs on that 2-run shot did earn a walk at the plate as well. Kyle Tucker often a very disciplined and patient batter at the dish. Not the case this year. The K rate up higher than we have seen in some time. The walk rate is down. Basically all of the offensive numbers that could have gone awry for Kyle Tucker in his first year as a Dodger in 2026 have. But tonight is a really good result. And the Dodgers needed that insurance. They led 4-1 heading into the bottom of the 8th. Evan Phillips came in for Roki Sasaki and did allow a solo shot to Francisco Alvarez, the 9-hole hitter and the catcher for the New York Mets. So they needed Kyle Tucker and those 2 runs that came from his long ball to right field. And Tanner Scott picked up save 16 of the year. But when you look at the overall course of this game, and you have a conversation about what the Dodgers have done well, winning 5 of 7 in this second half post-All-Star break, a big part of that conversation needs to be the 2 Friday nights that we have seen in New York City from Roki Sasaki. 5 2/3 last week, did not allow an earned run. 5 hits, 5 Ks, but when he left the game, the Dodgers were trailing. It wasn't until Max Muncy hit a 2-run go-ahead and game-winning shot in the 7th off Garrett Cole that the Dodgers came back for yet another win. Tonight, when Roki Sasaki left the game, after 7 innings of work, only a single earned run, that Robert Jr. home run in the bottom of the 2nd, 3 hits and 9 punch-outs, he was in line for the win, and he got it. His 4th victory in 2026, his first since May 23rd against the Milwaukee Brewers. It's all about confidence for Roki Sasaki. Let's hear how his night went on this Friday in Queens.
落ちも良かったですし、投げてる、コースも良かったので、ただひたすらそこに投げ続けたっていうところで、うまくこう配球も含めて良かったのかと思います。
Yeah, I was able to locate my splitter really well, and it was also sharp, and also on the game plan was really worked out. So.
That was Roki Sasaki through his interpreter. That splitter is what many around baseball consider for Roki Sasaki by far his most dangerous pitch. But what he did last Friday in the Bronx against the Pinstripes, with 21 pitches at the century mark, 100 miles per hour or higher, was the most we have seen for a Dodger arm in the StatCast tracking era, which dates back to 2008, nearly 2 decades now. 21 pitches at 100 miles per hour or better for Roki Sasaki. He topped out at 101.8 last Friday night against the Yanks. So the overwhelming velocity last Friday, his best pitch, that splitter, being absolutely dotted with incredible control and efficiency tonight against the New York Mets. The 9 strikeouts for Roki Sasaki, the second most in his Major League Baseball career, only following the 10 that he had against the Angels back in the early portion of June. He also struck out the side in the 6th inning for the first time in his Major League Baseball career. Here's Doc, the Dodgers manager Dave Roberts, on what impressed him most about Sasaki's start.
Tonight was just a good exhibition of pitching. I thought, like you said, the command was really good. Left that ball, middle end to Robert for the homer. But outside of that, I thought innings 4 through 7, that split was really unhittable. It was really kind of just off the fastball as far as the plane, and was in really good command all night long. He was efficient, wasn't stressed, and it was good to see him get through that 7th inning.
I believe, as D-Mac told us in the Dodger post-game show, that in these 2 outings in New York City against the Yankees last Friday, against the Mets tonight, Roki Sasaki has recorded 35 swings and misses. For a guy that has had issue at times this year being dominant, being overall commanding in what he can do and against the opposing batter, for him to have that kind of whiff rate, for him to have that kind of whiff percentage, for him to miss that many bats in these 2 starts in New York, really, really big stuff for Roki Sasaki. And again, it does bear repeating that Sasaki needs to build this confidence. Sasaki needs to feel this once again as a starting pitcher in this Dodger rotation in his 2nd year in Major League Baseball. We know how prolific Roki Sasaki was last postseason, out of the bullpen. And more than likely, if the health of this starting staff does return, and Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell are ready to go by the time we reach the playoffs for the Dodgers this year, Sasaki might be in the pen once again come October. It was a .84 ERA last year in the postseason, with 3 saves for Roki Sasaki. And even if he is more of a relief pitcher by the time the playoffs begin for the Dodgers, this confidence right now on these stages, the Mets are not good this year. They're 18 games sub 500 at 43-61. You're still pitching in New York City. You're still pitching against a talented lineup, at least on paper. And what he did last week against the New York Yankees, who at the All-Star break and currently have the 2nd best record in the American League, that is only going to bolster the confidence necessary for Roki Sasaki in those biggest moments. And of course, for the Dodgers, that will be in October. Just a little bit of cleanup duty here for the New York Mets in this game. If there has been a bright spot this season for the Amazons, who have been anything but what their team nickname is, it's been Juan Soto. He DH'd tonight. He bats 2nd for Andy Green, the interim manager who replaced Carlos Mendoza on Friday, June 26th, just about a month ago. Soto recorded 2 walks. Again, one of the most disciplined and patient batters that we will see in Major League Baseball throughout his career. But he left the game with left calf soreness. Jorge Polanco came in his place, had 2 ABs in place of Juan Soto in the 2 spot, and instead of 2 walks, struck out twice tonight against Dodger pitching. There was some conversation after the game that Andy Green believes there will be an MRI on that left calf of Juan Soto, and maybe, just maybe, that Juan Soto could potentially be back on the IL. It sounded a little bit more serious than just exiting the game for any maintenance. So not good news for the Mets in a season full of really bad news for the New York Mets. Tomorrow on Saturday, primetime, nationally on Fox, it will be a second pitching matchup between two guys that faced each other back in Los Angeles here in the middle of April. Yoshinobu Yamamoto is supposed to be the starting pitcher for the Dodgers tomorrow night. He will face Nolan McLean on the other side for the New York Mets. They were dueling against one another back in that first series here in LA. We will set the stage for game number 2 of this series a little bit later on. And so, as the Dodgers pick up this 4-2 win here on your Dodger post-game show, we saw some offensive performances from both Kyle Tucker and Teoscar Hernandez, who scored on Shohei Ohtani's sac fly RBI and, of course, the 2-run home run for Tucker. Doc knows better than anybody. Doc understands that these guys need to find their form here late in July down the home stretch of this regular season, and both Tucker and Hernandez with 2 base knocks tonight impressed the manager in Dave Roberts. Here's what he had to say about the offensive performances from Tucker and Hernandez postgame.
It's important. It's important because I think that, when we put this team together, you don't, see Tucker in the 7, Teo in the 8, but once they get going, then it certainly adds some true length to our lineup. And, so, yeah, the corner production in the outfield hasn't been, where it needs to be. But I do believe that the back of the baseball card means something. And both guys are working hard. So, we need those guys to be good.
That's been a common sentiment for Dave Roberts this year, that although Kyle Tucker has been struggling in his first year as a Dodger, the opposing pitcher should never be able to pick up on that. The opposing pitcher, every time that Kyle Tucker steps into that left-handed batting box, should understand they are still facing Kyle Tucker, one of the best hitters of the last half-decade in Major League Baseball. Tonight, the Mets got a small taste of that. 2 base knocks, 2-for-3 for Kyle Tucker, and the 2-run home run in the 8th. That was the insurance necessary for the Dodgers to pull off their 32nd comeback victory this year, second most in Major League Baseball. Of course, we will have more Dodger reaction throughout this night, but it's a Football Friday on Countdown to Training Camp Week. The storylines that you need to know as the Super Bowl favorite Los Angeles Rams report to camp tomorrow on a Saturday afternoon. That's next here on the new 97.1 The Fan. We welcome you back to Countdown to Training Camp Week right here on the home for Rams fans. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. Oftentimes, when you compare two of the greatest words in the English language together, you should take the opportunity to do so. So allow me to do that right here, right now. Football Friday. Football Friday here on the new 97.1 The Fan, because on a football Saturday in Los Angeles, the Rams report to training camp tomorrow at LMU. Both the rookies and the vets show up, and the 2026 season officially for the Los Angeles Rams will be underway. All week long here on the new 97.1 The Fan, we have been breaking down Countdown to Training Camp Week with a different conversation, a different main talking point each and every night. On Monday, it was the Rams with the most to prove. On Tuesday, it was the blueprint, looking at the slate, the schedule. How difficult would it be for both the Rams and the Chargers to navigate the docket in 2026 to reach their ultimate destination? On Wednesday, it was the new names and faces that you must know. And yesterday, a divisional deep dive, because the NFC and AFC West are two of the hardest divisions in all of the National Football League in 2026. Today, we tie a bow on Countdown to Training Camp, and we look back on everything that we have discussed, but basically make it plain and simple for you. The main storylines that you should be monitoring, that you should be following, that you must know as training camp begins tomorrow for the Los Angeles Rams and in full for the LA Chargers on Tuesday when the veterans show up to the Bolt in El Segundo. Of course, 2026 begins tomorrow for the Rams, and it's a 2026 season that has all the expectation in the world. The Rams are fully all in. The Rams made the two biggest blockbuster deals of this offseason on the defensive side of the football. The acquisition of Trent McDuffie alone for the 29th overall pick back to Kansas City, and acquiring an all-pro quarterback would have been enough to elevate this Rams team into Super Bowl favored status. But then, a few months later, on the very first day of June to kick off this summer, the Rams put together a blockbuster package to acquire the reigning NFL Defensive Player of the Year in Myles Garrett. The Rams are looking to make history this season. They are looking to win a second Super Bowl in the last 5 years. They are looking to hoist a Lombardi trophy in their own home stadium on Valentine's Day 2027 inside SoFi, the site of Super Bowl 61. And simply with the trade for Myles Garrett, the Los Angeles Rams have already made history in the National Football League. It will be the first time in the NFL since the Defensive Player of the Year award was first handed out in 1971 that two different individuals won the MVP award and the DPOY award, and they will play on the same team the following season. It will be the first time ever that a team will have the reigning NFL MVP and Defensive Player of the Year winner on the same roster. Now, there has been a few times in years past, including in 1971, when the award was first given out, that Alan Page of the Minnesota Vikings won both Defensive Player of the Year and the most valuable player hardware. We saw that as well in 1986 when the legendary LT, Lawrence Taylor, won both MVP and DPOI for the New York Giants. We have seen even back in 1994 for the San Francisco 49ers, Steve Young, the quarterback, win the MVP hardware, and Deion Sanders win Defensive Player of the Year. But in 1995, Deion Sanders left for Dallas to chase a Super Bowl with the Cowboys. So Matthew Stafford and Myles Garrett together, paired up, teamed up. For the first time, the Rams will be the first team in NFL history with the reigning MVP and Defensive Player of the Year on the same team as two different players. And anything short of a Super Bowl appearance in Los Angeles should and must be considered a disappointment, at least at this stage. Football is a grueling sport. Football is a brutal game. You are always going to have to deal with injuries. Yesterday on the show, we talked about the FTN fantasy metric that is known as adjusted games lost. Basically, how many games did your key starters and your key players miss and or play at less than 100% healthy? The Rams weren't crystal clean last year, but they were in the top 10. Of course, when you have a 38-year-old quarterback entering year number 18, the health of Matthew Stafford is always going to be a priority. but any NFL team in large that is going to lose their starting quarterback for any consistent amount of time is going to have a large drop-off. If Matthew Stafford is healthy, then the Rams will be healthy. And the Rams will be in the chase for that Lombardi Trophy all season long. One of the biggest reasons you keep Matthew Stafford healthy is because you trust the ground game and you trust your offensive line. The 5 guys for the Rams that played in large part last year are all back up front as the Hog Mollies to anchor that O-line and keep Matthew Stafford upright. That will be a big, big thing to follow throughout training camp. And as we look at this LA Rams team, some of the biggest Rams storylines that everybody should be following as camp begins tomorrow. Number 1 for me was the same thing that I led off Monday night's show with, as the Ram with the most to prove in 2026. Will Puka Nacua sign a new contract extension to be a cornerstone of this organization for the LA Rams, not just in 2026, but for many years in the future? Puka Nacua and what he has done in his 3 seasons as a Ram, in his 3 years of his National Football League career, what he has done on the field you cannot question and you cannot take from him. A rookie receiving yards record back in 2023. Last year, he led the National Football League with 129 catches, 80 of them for a first down, also best in the NFL. He had more than 1,700 receiving yards, second most in the National Football League, only behind the Offensive Player of the Year in Jackson Smith-Njigba. And Jackson Smith-Njigba signed a new contract extension with the reigning Super Bowl champion Seahawks back in March to become the highest paid wideout in the NFL at $42.2 million per year. Only 2 wide receivers in the National Football League currently make at least $40 million per year on average. It's Jackson Smith-Njigba and it's Jamar Chase. Only 2 other guys make at least $35 million per year. It's Justin Jefferson and it's Drake London. A few weeks ago, NFL executives, coaches, scouts all came together for the annual ESPN survey where they basically rank 1 through 10 and maybe even deeper in some spots, positions around the National Football League. And the wide receivers, Puka Nacua checked in at number 4. It was Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and Jackson Smith-Njigba in front of him. And 3 of those guys make $35 million per year. 2 of those 3 make at least 40. The reason that Puka Nacua, who enters this 2026 campaign under the final year of his rookie deal, has not signed a contract extension just yet is because of all of the off-field issues that he has dealt with and has put the Rams as a franchise through, especially in 2025. Of course, we know that he brought streamers to the practice facility without the knowledge of Sean McVay. He was fined for doing an anti-Semitic dance. He also was fined multiple times for calling out the refs on social media. There is a lawsuit currently ongoing against Nacua. He entered a holistic care treatment facility back in the spring. He has emerged from that. And we last heard from Puka Nacua at OTAs when he was asked about the decision-making that he had put on display basically in the last calendar year, saying that he has learned from his mistakes and he understands and recognizes that he has to be better, that he has to be a leader for this organization, that he has to be a leader in this community in Los Angeles. That is, of course, the right thing to say for Puka Nacua, and it must be genuine. I believe it is. And Puka Nacua will be tasked with answering those questions as training camp begins tomorrow at LMU. If he can put his best foot forward, if Puka Nacua can prove and display that level of maturity needed to become the face of a franchise over the next few weeks and over the next few months, then a contract extension is going to come from that Rams front office in due time. In terms of how contracts often work in the NFL, it often happens around when the calendar starts to pick up. So either early in the offseason, around the scouting combine, late in February, or in early March. It happens when the league year begins in the middle of March. It often can happen as you get ready for the NFL draft in late April or as the guys show up to the facility for OTAs and mandatory minicamp. That extension has not come. just yet for Puka Nacua. There has not been a ton of reporting on either side from the Rams' perspective as an organization and a front office, or from Puka Nacua's perspective that he and his representation are peeved or annoyed at the lack of progress in that contract extension. I think both parties are well aware of what Puka Nacua must prove in terms of that mentality to be that face of the franchise. Because if the Rams are going to invest anywhere from $35 to $42 million into Puka Nacua per year, probably in a 4 or 5 year contract extension, they want to know the return on investment is going to be worth it. And I think one of the main storylines that we will follow over the next few weeks during Rams camp is if those conversations are happening, what is the status of those conversations, if they are ongoing, or we can expect a new contract for Puka Nacua before 2026. The final, that he is under contract with the Los Angeles Rams as a part of his 4-year rookie deal. Countdown to training camp will continue into our third hour. We'll talk LeBron. We'll talk the Dodgers as well. Next, here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Our third hour here on this Friday night as we set the stage for your weekend in Los Angeles. We welcome you back to the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. We want to hear from you. It's 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. In our next 2 hours, up until 10 p.m., of course, we will continue countdown to training camp week. The headlines that you need to know and the storylines you must follow as the Rams report to training camp tomorrow, officially beginning what everybody considers a Super Bowl or bust season here in Los Angeles. We'll continue the conversation around LeBron James, headed to Philadelphia, and what it means for the Lakers. If you want my genuine take, I think the Lakers are better without LeBron. We'll discuss why just a little bit later on in the show. And as you heard at the very start, we continue our Dodger postgame show here on the new 97.1 The Fan as LA takes the first of their 3-game weekend set in New York against those Mets. 4-2 the victory for the Dodgers. They have played the Mets 4 times this year, including the first set at the Ravine back in April, and the Dodgers have won all 4 games. To help us make sense of what we saw in the opening game of the set tonight, and of course where the Dodgers stand in their 3rd series post-All-Star break, Vincent Sampario joins us here on the new 97.1 The Fan. He's the host of the 9 Innings podcast and Dodgers Unplugged. Vincent doing incredible work covering the Dodgers on a daily basis. And Vincent, we say thank you for joining us a little bit later on your Friday night here to talk Dodger baseball following the victory in New York.
I appreciate you having me, and I'm always down to talk Dodger baseball no matter what time of day or night.
Yeah, so let's talk about it, Vincent. Game number 1, a 4-2 victory for the Dodgers in Citi Field against the New York Mets. This is the 3rd of a 3-series road trip post-All-Star break. And tonight, it was Roki Sasaki dealing and a Kyle Tucker 2-run home run in the 8th that would be the difference for the Dodgers. What did you like most about this Dodger effort tonight to get the victory over the Mets?
Yeah, I love seeing Kyle Tucker, do something on offense. It's been a while since we've seen him do much, even draw a walk. First walk that he's had in about 12 games. He probably got saved a little bit by the umpires there, not allowing the ABS challenge. But that was good to see. But I think the big story is got to be Roki. Roki going 7, striking out 9, coming off his performance against the Yankees a week ago at Yankee Stadium. He just looks like a little bit of a different guy here coming out of All-Star break.
Yeah, he certainly does, both on this Friday night in the greater New York City area, Vincent, against the New York Mets in Queens, and last Friday night elsewhere inside Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. When you look at what Roki Sasaki has done in the 2 outings post-All-Star break, what has impressed you most about what Sasaki has figured out here, at least in these 2 starts?
I think that he did things a little bit differently in both starts that makes you feel like maybe he is putting it together. Last week, the big surprise from him was the velocity, 21 pitches, 100 miles an hour or faster, a little bit of bully ball from him against that Yankees team, just pounding the fastball. So using the splitter, he dropped the forkball usage. But then tonight, 21 swings and misses, just 1 pitch over 100 miles an hour, a lot more of the splitter. But it was working. 9 strikeouts. The Mets team is not a great offensive team, but they do have strong offensive players individually, maybe not having the best season. I think from what we've seen from Roki, even when he had his good month of June, even when he had those 2 outings against the Angels, was that there wasn't the consistency that we wanted. And now it's only 2 starts, but the fact that one of them was fastball driven, the other one was splitter driven. He has the bigger glove, which is maybe helping with the pitch tipping, maybe because he figured something out with the mechanics. There's a lot to like about Roki, and maybe just the fact of, hey, Blake Snell might be back soon. Hey, Tyler Glasnow will be back maybe a few weeks after that. And, I might be an odd man out in the rotation. So, make sure I put my best foot forward.
Yeah, whatever that role is going to be for Roki Sasaki moving forward down the tail end of this regular season, or certainly in October, building the confidence with a couple of good quality starts stacked on top of each other is only going to be a benefit for the Los Angeles Dodgers. Vincent Sampario joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. He is the host of the 9 Innings podcast and Dodgers Unplugged, covering the boys in blue with the best of them each and every day throughout a long Major League Baseball season. Vincent, I think what you said in describing Kyle Tucker in the 2-run home run tonight, 2 for 3 at the dish, did earn a free pass as well. is a common sentiment among Dodger fans here in 2026. He finally did something. What do you want to see from Kyle Tucker in the remainder of the regular season that will allow you at least to have a small sliver of confidence that he can make a contribution for the Dodgers come the postseason?
Yeah, around the All-Star break, I looked ahead to the second half and things I want to see. And one of them was, first and foremost, I just wanted to have Kyle Tucker to have a moment. I don't feel like he's endeared himself to Dodger fans, and not by his attitude or demeanor or anything, but just by, obviously, his play on the field. And even though this one hit home run was the difference, it was hit at a time when the Dodgers were already winning. So maybe not quite that moment, but just a moment to kind of make me feel something emotional towards Kyle Tucker where, you know, it looks like, hey, this guy's a Dodger. There's a chance for hope. Even when he was hitting at his best so far in the regular season, when he had that stretch of a few weeks where he was hitting, there was a lot of singles. He brought the homer tonight, brought the big lumber, and hopefully we see more of that because that's really what I want to see. I want to see the Kyle Tucker that we've seen before. He's a signing that was a little bit, maybe some people didn't want him because they wouldn't believe he was worth the money. He's kind of proven that out so far. But I just want to see a moment. I want to see him be part of the team, give me an emotional feeling like, okay, I can back this guy.
Vincent, when you look at the two teams that are facing each other this weekend at Citi Field in Flushing, there has been some common threads between the two that started in the winter to where we are right now in 2026. Kyle Tucker being one of them. It seemed like his two best suitors were the New York Mets and the Los Angeles Dodgers. He goes to L.A. for $60 million per year. The longtime Mets closer, who had great success in Queens, Edwin Diaz, also leaves New York to head to Los Angeles. It is why many around the sport of baseball and just sports in general have pointed their fingers at the Dodgers and say, you guys are ruining baseball because you spend more money than anybody else. You're the evil empire. And yet the Mets have a higher payroll than that of Los Angeles in 2026. I know you did a show today kind of talking about those comparisons and why the Dodgers are 66-38 with the best record in baseball, and the Mets are now 18 games below 500 at 43-61 in the cellar of the National League East. What stands out to you most in comparing the Dodgers and the Mets and the way they have operated this season?
Yeah, this season is, it really goes back to when Steve Cohen first took over the Mets and when Guggenheim first took over the Dodgers and kind of what the plan was. The Dodgers had, a solid enough core. They added to it right away with the Adrian Gonzalez trade. Didn't make the playoffs that year, but, signed Zach Greinke that offseason. And I think it all started with the pitching for the Dodgers. They had Kershaw, they had Greinke, Ryu was in that mix. They had those guys for the next few days where even if your offense isn't quite hitting, you're always going to have a chance when those guys are on the mound. The Mets never really got that off the ground, and they've kind of been trying to play catch-up since on the offensive side, but haven't taken care of the pitching. I think that's what we see here. They went after and got Freddie Peralta. It didn't work out for him. But, in the past, Sean Manaea, the guy that was on the mound today, he did well today, but, they parlayed his 2024 strong season into thinking he was going to be a guy for them. And, you have to go out and get a real guy, somebody out there that's your ace, your bona fide, your number one. They had that in the ground, but he just never could be healthy enough. They ended up getting rid of him. They tried to sign old Max Scherzer. They tried to sign old Justin Verlander. They didn't quite work out. I think they've been trying to patch things, patch a ship with a bunch of holes, and they're trying to patch them all up as it goes along. Where the Dodgers took care of the major league team, took care of the minor league system, brought it up all together, and now, they continue to see the fruits of that, whether the young guys come up and play well, like Corey Seager in the past, like Cody Bellinger in the past, like Andy Pothead now, Will Smith, or guys that end up getting traded for guys like Mookie Betts or, somebody else that they can go get. So it's just the Mets didn't quite do it that way. They've gone about it a different way. They got rid of that core that they had now this past offseason. And it just looks like a disjointed mess, and it looks like that on the field as well.
Spending a ton of money doesn't always guarantee success. Vincent Simpario joining us here on the new 97.1 The Fan. You can check out his work covering the Dodgers on a daily basis, the host of the 9 Innings podcast, and, of course, Dodgers Unplugged as well. Vincent, we appreciate the time on this Friday. Have a great weekend.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good one.
Thank you for being here. Dodger postgame show reaction from New York. Reaction from both D-Mac and Vincent Simpario. We've got a pretty good sense on what the Dodgers needed to do and did in the 4-2 victory in New York tonight. We will set the stage for Game 2 and the pitching matchup between Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Nolan McLean on the other side for the Mets. They've already faced off against one another earlier this year at Chavez Ravine back in April. The Dodgers swept the Mets back in the middle of April. The Dodgers win Game 1 tonight up in Flushing. That's a perfect 4 for 4 against the Mets so far. It's not just Dodger baseball on this Friday. It's a football Friday as we tie a bow on countdown to training camp week here on the new 97.1 The Fan. In the countdown for camp for the Los Angeles Rams is in its closing hours. Probably 14, 15 hours from now, the players are showing up to LMU to report to the start of training camp. And it's a start of training camp that will have so many eyeballs on them here locally in Los Angeles, but of course across the entirety of the NFL. Because the Rams enter this year with Super Bowl expectations. And not just how everybody claims they want to win a Lombardi trophy, but true Super Bowl expectations that, at least as everybody else sees it, has the highest chance of becoming a reality by the time we reach February, where Super Bowl 61 will be contested in the Rams' home stadium of SoFi Stadium. We are giving you the biggest storylines that you need to be following throughout training camp. The headlines that you will see in the names you need to know all week long on Countdown to Training Camp Week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the new home for Rams fans, and what a time it is to be in this new home as you get ready for a Super Bowl season in 2026. It's been each and every night a different main theme. The Rams with the most to prove, the blueprint, what the schedule looks like, the new names and new faces, of which there are many talented guys the Rams added defensively. Yesterday was the divisional deep dive. All of that culminating into those biggest storylines that will carry the day throughout training camp. As we ended out our second hour, we talked about what my main storyline that I will be following is going to be in the next few weeks. That is the contract status of Puka Nacua, who enters 2026, his fourth year in the National Football League, playing in the fourth and final season of his rookie deal. Puka Nacua is certainly in line for a big payday, is certainly in line to be rewarded for his performance on the gridiron. It is the maturity, the off-the-field stuff that he needs to prove to Les Snead and Sean McVay that he can be the face of the franchise. I said it earlier in the week, and I will say it once more. Puka Nacua has an opportunity based on his star status and the performances that he has put forth as a wide receiver to not just earn a contract extension and get paid, but to be the face of the franchise for this Rams organization for many, many years to come. Matthew Stafford has one, maybe 2 more years at the quarterback position, as we all assume. Myles Garrett is now here. He is 30 years old. He will turn 31 a little bit later in the month of December. He is under contract through the 2030 NFL season. He is certainly going to usher in a new era post-Stafford. We'll see who that quarterback is. Everybody expects, and Les Snead is certainly hoping, that it's the 13th overall pick from this past April in Ty Simpson. But Puka Nacua can be that face. Puka Nacua can be that guy, the reliable cornerstone that melds and merges 2 different eras of Rams football. Hopefully with great success in a Super Bowl championship this year, to not have any Super Bowl drop-off when Matthew Stafford decides that his football playing days are done and he retires. That would be the investment, not just financially in a new contract and making Puka Nacua one of the highest paid wide receivers in the NFL, but the personal investment into Puka himself as one of the leaders of the Los Angeles Rams for many years to come. So I will be fascinated to follow the reports of if any contract is imminent, if anything is going to happen in the immediate future, or if this is going to carry on throughout 2026. Because I can tell you one thing, the Rams are not going to want Puka Nacua to test free agency waters this upcoming offseason. You do not want to be in a bidding war for one of the highest paid wide receivers this sport has ever seen. So what exactly will those contract status reports look like throughout training camp if Puka Nacua is consistently doing the right things both during practice and away from camp in those moments off the field. Number 2 for me is this defense. And what exactly does the defense look like? We all know with the additions and the blockbuster trades for Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie, as well as the signing of Jalen Watson, that this Rams defense is going to be better. We'll expect it to look a lot better. And last year, they were not even all that bad. They were top 10 in scoring defense in the National Football League. They were third best in red zone scoring percentage of opponents a year ago. They had the 5th most turnovers and takeaways in the regular season with 26, the 5th highest pressure rate throughout the regular season. But in moments when it mattered most, including that playoff run, in 3 games for Los Angeles, the team as a whole recorded only 2 sacks, both coming from Braden Fisk. I have said it a few times. With great power comes great responsibility. And to be at the plugs of this defense for third-year defensive coordinator Chris Shula, that is a lot of responsibility placed on your shoulders because you are going to need to execute. You are going to need to live up to those expectations. Not to be a top 10 defense, but to be a top 3 defense, to be a top 5 defense, maybe to be the best defense to match what the offense is able to put up to truly be that Super Bowl favorite that is lengths, leaps and bounds in front of everybody else in the NFL, where the Rams will start this preseason and throughout training camp. Yesterday, as camp is on the horizon, of course, probably about 12 hours from now, but yesterday, under 48 hours away, the Rams had a little bit of a celebration of sorts. They unveiled some alternate uniforms for 2026, paying homage to their history, the 1951 NFL champions, who won that NFL championship before it was called the Super Bowl here in Los Angeles at the Coliseum, in a road white uniform that pays homage to the fearsome foursome, one of the best defensive lines the National Football League has ever seen in the 1960s and early 1970s, including a Hall of Famer, by the way. Here's a history lesson for you, by the name of Deacon Jones, who is regarded as the guy that coined the term sack. We would not be able to say sack in football without Deacon Jones, and nobody has posted more sacks in a single season than Myles Garrett. He had 23 a year ago. That an NFL record, on his way to winning his 2nd Defensive Player of the Year hardware in the last 3 years. So on a night of festivities and celebration, here is what Myles Garrett had to say about what he is most looking forward to in 2026.
I want the champ.
Yeah, he wants the champs, because to beat the best, you need to go through the best. And to be the champs, you need to knock off the champs, because until somebody knocks them off their pedestal, they remain those reigning and defending Super Bowl champions. And it's not just a Super Bowl winner, it's one of your divisional foes, who you will see twice each and every season, but in a Super Bowl year of expectations of your own in 2026. So when he was asked last night on stage, who are you most looking forward to in playing? Who do you want to see in the NFC West of those divisional rivals this year? He said, I want the champs. Because
I want the champ.
Yeah, he does. Myles Garrett putting it all out there. And that's the bravado and confidence you would expect from one of the most fearsome defenders this sport has ever known. Myles Garrett is one of 9 players in the history of the National Football League in the 55 years that the Defensive Player of the Year award has been handed out to win said hardware as the best defender in the National Football League twice in his career. He has done it twice in the last 3 years. Another guy that played here in Los Angeles for this organization also has that rare distinction of winning NFL DPOY twice in his career. But he did not just win it twice, he won it 3 times, 2017, 2018, and 2020. And that will be a storyline to monitor as well. What does the defense look like under Chris Shula? Well, might that include Aaron Donald? Here was Sean McVay from earlier in the week about that long-standing relationship he still has with AD.
Cross paths with Aaron Donald. And, what's special is we have a really special relationship, and it's way bigger than football. I've heard him say it before, and it means the world to me, and I feel the same. It's family with us. He's done so much for me. I love the man he is. I love the husband, the father, the son. He represents a lot of the things that are right. And what he's going to do is he is thinking about this. He's going to go through his process. And the one thing about Aaron Donald is what he does it full speed ahead.
Can we get Sean McVay to cut us a promo here? Can Sean McVay do like our show intros on the new 97.1 The Fan? Not just as a player, but as a husband, as a brother, as a son, as everything this man represents. That's what I want Sean McVay to say as we come back from commercial break. It's Ben Stevens on the new 97.1 The Fan, but then Sean lists every accolade I have had in my career. He started senior night for Calabasas High School despite being a backup quarterback with a career completion percentage of 55%, but it doesn't matter. He's got a good voice, and as some might say, a face for radio. That's what I want Sean McVay to say as this show begins each and every time. But to what Sean McVay was being asked in terms of the relationship with Aaron Donald, and if he sees Aaron Donald as a member of the 2026 Rams, I thought what he said was spot on. And it's what AD has basically maintained the whole time. I just turned 35 years old in May. The process is still there. The grind is still there. I can still lift more weight than basically anybody else. But can I light the fire? We will find out. It's why it's one of my main components of this training camp and the storylines. What this defense is going to look like with all of the tools that Chris Shula has at his disposal. A Football Friday continues on the other side of the break, here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Countdown to training camp week into its final day, and the countdown to camp for the Los Angeles Rams has reached its final few hours because LA will show up to LMU for training camp on a Saturday. Both the rookies and the veterans report to training camp tomorrow. The rookies for the Los Angeles Chargers are already there at the Bolt in El Segundo, and the veterans will join them on Tuesday. First full practice for the Bolts at the Bolt will be on Wednesday morning. So, on this Football Friday, as we say farewell to countdown to training camp week, and then we just get into training camp weeks ahead and follow the storylines that are coming out of practices for the Rams and the Chargers, we want to make sure that you know the biggest storylines before all of the action gets underway. One of the biggest storylines that I will follow is how this defense is looking and what are they looking like under Chris Shula. The Rams, of course, last night unveiling the alternate uniforms, including the road whites, that pay homage to the fearsome foursome of the 1960s and the early 70s. There is a really good chance that they will have a fearsome foursome and then some in 2026 because of the addition of Myles Garrett. 23 sacks a year ago, the most in a single season in the history of the National Football League. He won Defensive Player of the Year for a second time in a 3-year window. It's not just 23 last year. Myles Garrett has had at least 14 sacks in 5 consecutive years. He is that defender since Aaron Donald called it a career, but might be coming back as there seems to be a little bit of smoke and fire starting to build as we near camp. But Myles Garrett is that defender that every single opposing offense, every single opposing quarterback, every single opposing offensive coordinator pays attention to first and foremost. So it's not just the addition of Myles Garrett and his specific and individual production. It's what it means for everybody else along this Rams defensive line and in this Rams defensive unit. Byron Young in a contract year, the third-round pick in 2023 after a Pro Bowl season in 2025 with a career-best 12 sacks, he is going to be freed up. Braden Fisk in his third season after recording both of the 2 sacks the Rams had in the postseason, he is going to be freed up. Kobe Turner also looking for a new deal. He will have avenues and lanes that have never been presented to him prior. Poona Ford, one of the best run stuffers in this sport, will have opportunities to make impacts that he has never seen, all because of Myles Garrett. And Myles Garrett, individually, will still be as productive as ever, but will also have an opportunity that he has rarely had in his 9-year NFL career. That is entering a season with Super Bowl expectations. That is entering a year where you better be ready to play in the playoffs. Myles Garrett has only played in 3 NFL postseason games in his career. The Browns lost 2 of those. He has only been a part of 1 playoff victory. It was way back in 2020. For all that Myles Garrett has done in regular seasons, for all of the accomplishments and the accolades and the hardware and the trophies and the nice things that you can say about him, in the regular season, he only has 1 single postseason sack. That is the main reason that Myles Garrett is here in Los Angeles, to be a part of and to be an important and main factor in contending for a Lombardi trophy. So how does that defensive line look? In what spots is Myles Garrett going to be predominantly at? On the edge, in the middle, in a variety. We would expect the creativity under Chris Shula to be on full display this year for that defensive unit. You've got 2 reliable linebackers right behind in Nate Landman and in Omar Spates, who are really good at what they do. Landman received a contract extension late in 2025 to kind of anchor the middle of that defense, wearing the green dot for Chris Shula and communicating those play calls. And if there was a weakness to a really good Rams defense last year, top 10 in scoring, 5th highest pressure rate, 5th most takeaways in the regular season with 26, it was on the outside, which is why I cannot wait to see how Chris Shula utilizes his 2 new cornerbacks in Trent McDuffie, a 2-time All-Pro, who the Rams traded for from Kansas City ahead of the NFL draft, investing what would have been the number 29 pick into McDuffie, speaking very highly of him in doing so, and his former running mate in KC for the entirety of his 4 years in the NFL, Jalen Watson. Both guys went to school in the state of Washington. Trent McDuffie, a first-round pick out of UW, playing for the Huskies. Jalen Watson, a seventh-round pick from Wazoo, playing for the Cougs. But both have basically been on the field together for the entirety of their 4-year NFL career. There is that comfortability. There is that familiarity with one another, even now in a new scheme, a new system, and in a new city. We have seen Chris Shula, because of the talent that he has in the defensive backfield, be able to utilize and move guys around. We have seen Quinton Lake be in a variety of schemes. We have seen the same with Cam Curl. Both guys rewarded this offseason. We have seen that with Cam Kinchins. And you now have that ability to do so with Trent McDuffie, who can be a pure outside corner, but can also be your nickel guy to do a lot of really good things. Trent McDuffie was a first-team All-Pro performer for Kansas City in his second year back in 2023. That season, he had multiple sacks for Kansas City. He can be a run stuffer. He can be involved in defending the ground game of the opponent's offense because he is willing to put his nose in there. You now have all of these pieces to fit in your puzzle and at your disposal. And again, with that responsibility comes a lot of expectation. I believe Chris Shula will make good on that expectation. But that is one of the main things that I will be following throughout this training camp for the Los Angeles Rams. Just where exactly are all of these pieces of the puzzle put into place, and how does it look? Because if the Rams are as good as everybody expects them to be, and if the Rams have this much talent on the roster and are leaps and bounds based on those anticipated product that we are going to see in 2026, then we are going to see this team not just be top 10 in scoring, 17th in yards allowed per game as they were last year defensively. We are going to need to see this team be top 3, top 5, and heck, maybe number 1. The reigning Super Bowl champions in its second year under Mike McDonald, the Seattle Seahawks, were the best scoring defense in the National Football League, barely allowing above 17 points per game. If the Rams can get to around that number, 18, 19 points per game, and the offense continues to deliver in the way that we all expect with Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay, LA was the best scoring offense in the National Football League in 2025 at 30.5 points per game on average. This Rams team is going to make real what we all dream can happen in Los Angeles this year. That is what I truly believe, because I think the Rams have that in their power, within their reach. I really do, for Los Angeles. It was a team last year defensively that allowed 31 points in 2 of the 3 playoff games, including to Bryce Young in the Carolina Panthers. So in those biggest moments, after only recording 2 playoff sacks in last year's postseason, this is why this Rams team went out and made a blockbuster deal for Myles Garrett. Nobody was hating on Jared Verse. Nobody thought Jared Verse wasn't one of the best young defensive pieces in the NFL. It's just if you can make that sincere upgrade to get one of the best performers defensively that you will see in the National Football League in the last decade, to be fully all in, to push all of your chips into the middle of that table, the Rams have done that, and thus they will be expecting a return on all that they have done. When I look at the offensive side of the ball, another thing that I will pay attention to first and foremost throughout this training camp period is the Rams' backfield and who is there to support Matthew Stafford. When you look at the Rams' offensive line, basically everybody is back. In fact, everybody is back. And they were relatively healthy in 2025, unlike 2024. It's a contract year for Warren McClendon Jr., the right tackle, hoping to stay with this Rams team beyond this season. Same story for Kevin Dotson, the right guard, and the left guard in Stephen Avila. They are going to hope that Coleman Shelton can continue that communication that he has with Matthew Stafford. Stephen Avila also going to be in that contract year, as I mentioned. Alaric Jackson, some off-season, off-the-field issues, arrested for domestic violence, but will not face felony charges. Does not mean he is out of the woods, either from the judicial system or the NFL's own personal conduct policy. But the Rams in the third round, drafting Keegan Trost out of Missouri, who I think is a really quality replacement, if necessary, either for injury or non-availability on the outside. This Rams team has a lot to like along that offensive line. And of course, it will be reliant on keeping Matthew Stafford upright. But another thing that I am really, really excited to see is how good this Rams backfield is going to be. I don't think it's undervalued or under-discussed, but I do think Kyren Williams and Blake Corum are one of the best duos that you will find in the NFL. And I do think it needs to be appreciated, maybe just a tad more, for what Kyren Williams has done in his 4-year NFL career with the Rams. That in each of the last 3, he has registered at least 1,100 rushing yards. He has played in at least 16 games in each of the last 2 seasons. He has double-digit rushing touchdowns in all of the last 3 years. And where I think Kyren Williams can maybe take that next step, especially in this Rams offense as it continues to evolve, is as a receiver out of the backfield. 50 targets last year from Matthew Stafford. 36 grabs for 281 yards and 3 receiving scores. A third of the catches that Kyren Williams made a year ago resulted in a first down. So being utilized on all 3 downs and being utilized to move the chains, not just when he is handed the football by Stafford. Those 50 targets, the 4th most for the Rams in 2025. Only behind Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, and the tight end in Colby Parkinson. That goes to show his involvement in the passing attack for LA, but that's where I think you can take additional steps in really kind of solidifying Williams' place in this offense of being a unicorn. And you know that you can get him involved as a receiver additionally because the guy right behind him in Blake Corum can handle the workload. 145 attempts for Corum in his second year, up from 58 in his rookie year in 2024 for 746 rushing yards last season, up from 207 rushing yards the year prior. Corum did not record a rushing touchdown in his rookie campaign. He had 6 last season. And the 2 guys at the running back position that had the highest success rate in terms of pounding that rock a year ago both play in LA. It speaks to the creativity of Sean McVay's scheme. It speaks to that offensive line and the bulldozers they can be up front. But Kyren Williams had a 62.9% rushing success rate, and Blake Corum had a 59.3% rushing success rate. The 2 highest success rates on the ground for individual players in the National Football League last year are both members of the same backfield. And that, to me, is going to be fascinating to watch throughout training camp. And that, to me, is something to appreciate here in L.A. And additionally, that, to me, takes some of the onus, the responsibility, and the pressure off the reigning NFL MVP in Matthew Stafford. It is a Friday night on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of L.A. sports. There is so much more to get to on the other side of the break. We welcome you back to a Friday night. It is prime time in Los Angeles here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. We want your voice to be involved in all of these conversations, whether it's the Dodgers weekend in New York, taking game number 1 against the Mets by a final of 4-2. We'll set the stage for game 2 on a Saturday evening in Queens in just a little bit. Whether it's the countdown to training camp for either the Rams, who report to camp at LMU tomorrow, or the Chargers, who already have the rookies there at the Bolt, or of course, anything else you want to discuss, like LeBron James being the newest 76er, as we will here. It is 855-97-LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. Hop in the chat on YouTube at The Fan LA. Follow on all the socials as well at The Fan LA. We make it easy for you. The consistency in handle, so everything is very plain and simple. Or make sure you're listening live on the Odyssey app. Here to the new 97.1 The Fan, the home for Rams fans. It's a good time to be a football fan in Los Angeles. It's a pretty good time to be a basketball fan now in Philadelphia. LeBron called it the final decision of his career, and he announced on this Friday that he is going to play for the 76ers in 2026-27, a 2-year deal with a second-year player option worth only $8 million in total. And of course, as everybody was trying to scout and woo and court LeBron James, whether it was in Miami, whether it was in Golden State up in Northern California, whether that was back to his hometown near Akron, Ohio, in Cleveland, everybody had something to say. That included in Philadelphia, where the Major League Baseball All-Star Game was just over a week, in a native of South Jersey right outside Philly, and a lifelong Eagles fan who loves that city, Mike Trout, made his pitch to LeBron James joining the 76ers.
Yeah, definitely want him to go to the Sixers because I think he's got the best opportunity to win. And if he wants to play golf, I got a nice little golf course down south. So.
Yeah, he does. That's a great pitch. LeBron does love golf now, and there's a lot of great golf courses in the greater Philadelphia area. Marion has hosted multiple United States Opens. And speaking of Mike Trout, his Angels in action tonight in San Francisco, taking on the Giants. End of the 5th. The Angels have clawed back into this game, trailing 5-4 right now, but they did have a 3-run 5th inning. Tyler Heineman, a 2 RBI double, followed by that man, Mike Trout, with an RBI sac fly to left that scored Heineman to make it just a 1-run deficit for the Halos. Producer Peyton, here tonight on this Friday, a die-hard Angel fan. You don't find many of those in Southern California. Peyton is. So he's very excited that the Angels have made it a ball game by the Bay. Shout out you, Peyton. Great work there. And great work by Mike Trout, who, of course, was the reason, as you could tell, that LeBron James is joining the Philadelphia 76ers. Golf will be a component of it, but for all of the narratives we heard about LeBron James and why he would ultimately make the decision he would for 2026-27, Zuri and her schooling plans, not about a championship, just where he was invested, we finally heard from LeBron himself on this Friday morning, because LeBron took to Twitter to tell us exactly everything that we needed to know about his own decision. It was LeBron in a 4-thread post about why he wanted to go to Philly. He started with this, quote, "I thought I was done when the season ended. I wasn't ready to announce it, and I knew I needed some time to really decide. But I was pretty sure I played my last game, contemplating retirement. I was honest at that last press conference when I said I needed to look at myself and decide if I still love this game. I still truly love this game, and I have more to give." He would go on to say, "This is my last decision. I'm not going for money. In fact, he is taking a very large discount. I'm not going for family. What am I really playing for at this point? I still want to sacrifice. I still want to work. I still want to grind. I still want to compete, to win, and to have a chance at the feeling of winning another championship. I believe I can help the Philadelphia 76ers. I believe I can help make the Philadelphia 76ers a championship team, and I am so excited to energize a new fan base and start this incredible journey one last time. Thank you, LA. Miami, I'll forever love, and Northeast Ohio will always be home." So LeBron James believes that he can turn the Philadelphia 76ers into a championship-winning team. That has not been the case for the Philadelphia 76ers in the last 43 years. The Sixers' last NBA championship was in 1983. The Sixers' last appearance in the NBA Finals was the 2001 season. Who did Philadelphia lose to in the NBA Finals in only 5 games? You bet. The purple and gold of the Los Angeles Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal was the finals MVP. It was the second of 3 consecutive Larry O'Brien trophies that Kobe, Shaq, and Phil would all win together from 1999 through 2002. So when you look at this Philadelphia side, in fact, that has been the story of the 76ers the last half decade or maybe even longer than that. Philly hasn't won a championship in 43 years. It is the 5th longest drought of any NBA franchise that has won a title before. And they have reached the postseason a ton as of late. Philly has made the playoffs 8 of the last 9 years. The only year they did not was the very weird season because of injuries to many in 2024, 2025. They have reached the postseason in 8 of the last 9 years, but they have failed to get out of the second round each and every time. In fact, it is in that second round, in the conference semifinal, that Philadelphia has been bounced from the playoffs in the NBA 6 of the last 8 years. It is why there are all the jokes and memes about Joel Embiid never having reached the Eastern Conference Finals. The Sixers' last NBA Finals appearance was 0-1. They have not been to the conference finals in the Eastern Conference in the last 25 years either. That is what LeBron James is hoping to change. Just quickly here on the Philadelphia 76ers and how this all fits in. We are not in Philly. We are in Los Angeles. LeBron is 41 years old. He turns 42 on December 30th. That's my mother's birthday, by the way. My mom shares a birthday with some of the greatest athletes of all time. LeBron James. Yeah, cheer for that. LeBron James, Tiger Woods, Sandy Koufax, all born on December 30th, as is my mother, Lynn Stevens. She was not so much of an athlete. He turns 42 in late December. This will be year number 24 in the NBA. And last season, despite missing the early portion of 2025-26 with the sciatica injury, he still played 60 games. He still averaged more than 33 points per game, or 33 minutes per game, at the age of 41. And when you're going to now play alongside a very talented roster after the acquisition of Jaylen Brown earlier this summer in the NBA offseason, that maybe people point to as not Mike Trout's pitch, but Jaylen Brown's addition as the main reason that LeBron James really started to consider the Philadelphia 76ers and some of the familiarity with the front office and the relationships with the team, because Tyrese Maxey is also represented by Clutch Sports, all of that taken into account. You look at this starting 5, Joel Embiid, LeBron James, Jaylen Brown, VJ Edgecombe, and Tyrese Maxey. This is as good of a starting lineup as you will find around the NBA this year or for the last 5 years plus. They are absolutely stacked and loaded. And so what exactly is LeBron's role going to be? Of course, a lot was made last year, and rightfully so, back in the early portion of March when J.J. Redick had a meeting with LeBron James, the NBA's all-time scoring leader, one of the best players to ever grace a basketball court, and said, "You have been the number one for the entirety of your life. But more than likely right now, we need you to take a step back. We need you to be number 3. We need to focus everything that we do through Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves." LeBron even admitted to being uncomfortable with that idea at its start, but it worked. The success was immediate. The Lakers in 17 games in March went 15-2. It is why they started to make that move up the Western Conference standings to even be hosting an opening round playoff series without Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves in the fold. And as that third option in March, even here with the purple and gold, LeBron James also saw individual success. Maybe not the numbers we are accustomed to throughout the lengthy portion of his NBA career, but he still averaged 18.5 points per game, 7 dimes, 7 boards, still played more than 34 minutes on average, and shot an incredibly efficient 56.2% from the floor on fewer than 13 field goal attempts on average. Both Luka Doncic and Austin Reeves had a much higher shot volume than LeBron, but the efficiency was there. This is what LeBron James is going to be in the 24th NBA season of his historic career. This is what LeBron James is going to be in Philadelphia at the tender age of 41. Now, some Lakers fans have said, brother, that's what you could have been here with the purple and gold. We saw how well that worked in March. And if you are willing to take a discount, 2-year, $8 million deal, that is a discount of more than $48 million from the $56.2 million that LeBron James made just last season here in Los Angeles. You could have been a member for this team where the Lakers still really need the role that you fit to really excel. But for this reason and this reason, I will say why I think the Lakers are better without LeBron James. Not LeBron James, one of the all-time greats, but LeBron James in his 24th NBA season. Because the Lakers have done this offseason what I believe is most beneficial for Luka Doncic. They have constructed this roster, both in its starting lineup and in its reserves, I think to mirror the modern NBA, with far more depth than we have seen in the last few years, and with pieces around Luka, like Austin Reeves and Walker Kessler, that I truly believe elevate the Lakers' ceiling from where it was a year ago. I think the Lakers did what was necessary this offseason to be better. It is a large, large climb to the pinnacle of the Western Conference to get past the San Antonio Spurs and the Oklahoma City Thunder. But just because LeBron James is playing in Philadelphia does not mean the Lakers are in a worse position. Our fourth and final hour starts next here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Our fourth and final hour on a Friday night in Los Angeles. It's prime time in LA. It's the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. I can't believe my week here in this spot is coming to a close. The James Coe Show, back to regularly scheduled programming starting next week, 6 to 10 p.m. each and every weeknight here in LA. I'll be around. I'll be here, especially as we gear up for football season as well. I know it's late. Maybe you're getting ready for your Friday night. Maybe you have us on as you're pre-gaming, putting back a few at the end of the work week. Give us a call. 855-97-LA-FAN. That is 855-975-2326. Hop in the YouTube chat at The Fan LA as well. Listen live on the Odyssey app or anywhere. We are just happy that you are here with us on a Friday. Producer Peyton is rocking. What's that update on the Angels game? Top of the seventh. Halos still trail by a run, but an opportunity for the Angels to come back in San Francisco. If there is an update, I'm sure that Peyton will let me know all about it. 4 was also what the Dodgers scored today on the road in New York against the Mets in the opening game of their 3-game weekend set against the Amazons. Again, that's just their nickname. It's what they've been called for a long time. Step right up and meet the Mets. The Amazons, they've been anything but amazing this year. In fact, the Mets are now 43-61, 18 games sub 500, because the Dodgers victorious on this Friday night in Flushing. 4-2, the victory for the Dodgers. They trailed early. Luis Robert Jr. hit a solo shot against Roki Sasaki in the bottom of the second. A couple of sac fly ribbies from Miggy Rojas in the top of the fourth, from Shohei Ohtani in the top of the seventh. Gave the Dodgers the advantage 2-1, but they would need some insurance, and they got that insurance from what has become an unlikely spot here in 2026. His name, Kyle Tucker. A 2-run blast in the top of the 8th to add to the Dodgers' lead.
Enters 1-1. Tucker hits it hard. Deep right field. Bench going back. It is gone. Kyle Tucker goes yard. Dodgers lead it 4-1.
The Dodgers lead 4-1 because only one run was allowed by Roki Sasaki, who on back-to-back Friday nights in the world's biggest city, in NYC, he stepped up when the occasion mattered most. Last week in New York against the Yankees, 5 2/3, 5 hits, did not allow a single earned run, although one was scored against him, had 5 Ks. He was overwhelming with the uptick in velocity, 21 pitches at 100 miles per hour or better, the most by any Dodger pitcher in the last nearly 20 years in the StatCast tracking era that dates back to 2008. Tonight, he had almost unhittable stuff. In fact, he had 9 strikeouts, the second most in his Major League Baseball career, and made more career history for Roki tonight in striking out the side in the 6th.
There it was. Sasaki strikes out the side in the 6th.
Credit to Sportsnet LA and, of course, the beautiful voice of Joe Davis. He put him down in order in the 6th. He had 6 more strikeouts elsewhere across his 7 frames, 9 punch-outs for Roki. And it wasn't the fastball at 101.8 miles per hour as it was last Friday in the Bronx against the Pinstripes, but it was the splitter that was absolutely unhittable against this Mets offensive lineup on Friday. Here's Roki's thoughts on that splitter and his command tonight at Citi Field through his interpreter.
Yeah,
I was able to locate my splitter really well, and it was also sharp, and also on the game plan was really worked out. So,
Roki Sasaki needed these 2 starts desperately. The Dodgers needed these 2 starts out of Roki Sasaki. Finally, tonight he records a win for the 4th time this year overall, and for the first time since May 23rd. Last week, I should say, on Friday in New York against the Yanks, when he left the game, the Dodgers were trailing 1-0. It wasn't until Max Muncy took Garrett Cole deep in the top of the 7th, a 2-run blast in the second deck of right field at Yankee Stadium that put the Dodgers in front for good. When Roki Sasaki left the game this night, the Dodgers led 2-1 because Shohei Ohtani had a sac fly RBI in the top of the 7th. The Dodgers needed these starts from Roki and Roki needed these starts as well. We're not so sure what Roki Sasaki's outlook is going to be as October looms. Is he going to start a playoff game? Not if the Dodgers are fully healthy in their starting staff. Not if Tyler Glasnow comes back and Blake Snell returns from the loose bodies in his left elbow and they are ready and geared up to go by the time we reach the postseason. But Roki Sasaki, as he put on full display in the World Series run of 2025, if he has that confidence and belief in himself, he'll mow you down whenever, as he did out of the pen in October with a .84 ERA. So what exactly is the skipper, Doc, Dave Roberts, looking for when he evaluates performances like this from Roki Sasaki?
Tonight was just a good exhibition of pitching. I thought, like you said, the command was really good. Left that ball, middle in to Robert for the homer. But outside of that, I thought innings 4 through 7, that split was really unhittable. It was really kind of just off the fastball as far as the plane, and was in really good command all night long. He was efficient, wasn't stressed, and it was good to see him get through that 7th inning.
He talked about
Again, the Dodgers have now won 66 games this year. They have the best record in baseball. They're a game and a half better than the Brewers for the top spot in the National League. When you look at the National League West standings, it is only a matter of time, not if, but when the Dodgers clinched the divisional crown for a 13th time in the last 14 seasons. An 11-game lead on the D-backs, who have won 8 of their last 10, including 3 in a row. But still, the largest divisional lead in the sport in the Bigs, 11 games in front of Arizona. I say all of that because each and every night, through the very long marathon that is 162 games in a Major League Baseball season, for a Dodger team that is expected basically to win every single one of them, they have been an underdog only 5 times this year in 103 games now. For this Dodger team that will not be defined by 66 wins, now 104 games just to clarify, for this Dodger team that will not be defined by 66 wins, 35 of them on the road, or 32 come from behind victories as they put on display tonight in Queens. This will be a Dodger team that is defined by October. But I think what Doc was saying right there, and what Dave has said about this team, you are looking for things each and every night to find those bright spots, to hone in on something, because you can be overly critical when your expectations are the moon. A 3rd consecutive World Series, which nobody has done in Major League Baseball since the year 2000. So when you look at a couple of spots tonight, yet another gem on the bump from Roki Sasaki. The 2-run home run from Kyle Tucker, but not just the blast in the 8th, also legged out an infield single in the 7th. The Dodgers had a really good opportunity to put up multiple runs in the top of the 7th. Not a base running gaff per se, but Dalton Rushing tried to play a little bit of small ball and bunt Kyle Tucker home. He was caught in a pickle and thrown out before Shohei Ohtani paid it off the next batter with an RBI sac fly that put LA in front. But Kyle Tucker tonight, 2 for 3 with those 2 RBIs. The home run, of course, which was his first since late June against the San Diego Padres, also drew a walk. He reached base 3 times. Teoscar Hernandez, who batted 8th right behind Kyle Tucker in the 7th spot, 2 for 4 tonight as well, scoring what was that go-ahead run on the Shohei sac fly. You want to see your best players trend in a positive way, especially here in the second half. How did it look to Dave Roberts tonight to see multiple base knocks from both Tucker and Hernandez?
It's important. It's important because I think that, when we put this team together, you don't, see Tucker in the 7, Teo in the 8, but once they get going, then it certainly adds some true length to our lineup. And, so, yeah, the corner production in the outfield hasn't been, where it needs to be. But I do believe that the back of the baseball card means something, and both guys are working hard. So,
Tonight's 2-run home run for Kyle Tucker in the top of the 8th. That, by the way, the Dodgers did need, because after Roki goes 7 strong, Evan Phillips comes in It is pretty good, but does allow a solo home run to Francisco Alvarez for the New York Mets that made it just a 2-run game. So the 2-run home run from Kyle Tucker, of course, incredibly beneficial in holding off the Mets. Tanner Scott came in for his 16th save of the year. What a blessing he has been in the back end of the bullpen with the injury to Edwin Diaz. But that 2-run shot for Kyle Tucker was the first for Tucker since June 27th in a 3-hit game against the San Diego Padres. We have said multiple times on today's show that Kyle Tucker, despite being the richest man in baseball on an annual average salary basis and making $60 million per year, has been below league average. And that simply cannot happen for that investment into the Dodgers right fielder. The WRC plus entering this Friday in New York was 94. The Major League Baseball average is 100. It is one of the best statistics, I think, to look at for a hitter because what does WRC plus mean? Weighted runs created plus. How good are you at putting the ball in play, at getting on base, and helping your offense generate runs that your team needs to win baseball games? And Tucker's number of 94 being 6 points below league average of 100 is not what anybody expects when you make that type of financial investment into Kyle Tucker. It's not what Kyle Tucker expects out of himself. But D-Mac, yes, that D-Mac of D-Mac and Reiter, weekdays here from 2 to 6 p.m. on the new 97.1 The Fan, who joined us for our Dodger postgame show at its very start, back to start off our second hour early at 7 p.m., I thought made such a great point about Kyle Tucker. And D-Mac has been, I think, fairly critical of Tucker given the context of the contract and the performances that we have seen this year. Said that although the first 3.5, 4 months of this Major League Baseball season have been incredibly disappointing for Kyle Tucker, he has the opportunity. He will be gifted the chance because of the team that he plays on, the Los Angeles Dodgers, in a chase for a third straight World Series, of rectifying any of those issues, of making up for those wrongdoings and overcoming all of that adversity to have success when it matters most for him, to play in those important games, and to have success when it matters most for the Los Angeles Dodgers in the month of October and hopefully into early November. Kyle Tucker's first home run tonight since June 27th. Nearly a month, a really good thing for LA. In fact, of the 8 home runs that Kyle Tucker has hit this year, 2 have come against the New York Mets. 1 came back in the third and final game of the opening series this year against the Mets at the Ravine. It was April 13th through April 15th. It came in that third and final game. Dalton Rushing also had a grand salami in the top of the 8th inning, the same inning that Kyle Tucker hit the solo shot. Kyle Tucker in the second game of that sweep of the New York Mets had the game-winning RBI. In that second game, by the way, we are going to see the same starting pitching matchup that we are expecting to tomorrow night on a Saturday in New York. By the way, prime time on Fox for the LA Dodgers. It will be that nationally televised game. It is the youngster for the Mets in Nolan McLean, who has been really, really good this year. Nolan McLean. In that first outing inside Dodger Stadium, he faced off against Yoshinobu Yamamoto, who is the probable starting pitcher for the Dodgers. McLean in that first outing against LA, 7 innings, just a single earned run, only 2 hits, had 8 strikeouts. Yoshi on the other side in that first game against the Mets, 7 2/3, 104 pitches. That early on, impressive. 1 earned run only, 4 hits, and 7 strikeouts. Of course, Yoshinobu Yamamoto was brilliant last weekend in New York, in the Bronx, inside Yankee Stadium, when he threw the first complete game in a regular season in his Major League Baseball career. So you've got Yoshi and McLean squaring off tomorrow. McLean is a youngster. He was the 3rd-round pick for the Mets in 2023. He was actually the 3rd-round selection of the Orioles out of Oklahoma State the year prior. Did not end up signing with Baltimore due to differences in his physical. So he was drafted in the 3rd round by the Mets the following year and has come up pretty rapidly throughout their farm system. And this season has been one of the bright spots for New York as well. He has gone exactly 6 innings in 4 consecutive starts. He has only allowed 2 earned runs in total in this 4-start stretch. he has been shut out against the opposition. He has shut out the opposition in 3 of those 4 outings. He has recorded at least 7 punch-outs in 5 of the last 6 starts, 47 total Ks in that 6-start stretch. So the Dodgers will have their hands full against Nolan McLean tomorrow. Another bit of news for you here based on this first game against the Amazons. Juan Soto, who hit second tonight for Andy Green, the interim manager for the New York Mets, was pulled out of the game due to left calf soreness. He is going to undergo an MRI, and there is a thought in the Mets clubhouse it could be a little bit significant, and maybe, just maybe, Juan Soto flirting with the IL once again. Soto has been the lone bright spot all year long for the New York Mets. He had 2 walks tonight. He has the 3rd highest walk rate in Major League Baseball. 1.27 walks per strikeout. It is the 3rd best walk per K rate in all of Major League Baseball. WRC plus, Kyle Tucker at 94, Juan Soto at 157, 4th best in the bigs, a 283 batting average, a 404 on base percentage, 3rd best in Major League Baseball as well. So if the Mets are to lose Juan Soto for the remainder of this series or any time, that would be a continuous bummer in what has been a very difficult season there in Queens. So the Dodgers and the Mets tomorrow. Again, first pitch scheduled tomorrow night in prime time, 4:15 p.m. here locally, 7:15 p.m. More than likely, there is some regional coverage, but airing on Fox nationally. It will be Yoshinobu Yamamoto on one side for the Dodgers and Nolan McLean on the other for the New York Mets. Now we transition back to football because it is countdown to training camp week. It is a football Friday. Blow the whistles because they start tomorrow at camp to the LA Rams. The Chargers are already at camp, at least the newcomers. The rookies are there. We are tying a bow on everything that you need to know, recapping this countdown to training camp week in the biggest and best storylines, the headlines that everybody will be following throughout the coming weeks of training camp into the preseason. My 3 biggest one for the Rams. Puka Nacua's contract extension conversations. Are they happening? What are the status of those contract negotiations? Because Puka Nacua is about to enter his 4th and final year of his rookie deal in the National Football League. And can he show the Rams that he is worthy of the financial investment to be the face of this franchise for years to come? Only 2 wide receivers have cashed in a big way around the National Football League, making at least $40 million per year. It is Jackson Smith and Jigba. It is Jamar Chase. Puka Nacua is right there on that same tier, in that upper echelon of wideouts in the NFL based on the football performance. But the off-the-field issues and the blunders that Puka Nacua has had in the last year must be corrected, and he must show and prove that to Sean McVay and Les Snead. If or when he does, that money is going to come. Does it happen before the start of 2026? Does it happen before the Rams make the long trip down under to Melbourne, Australia, 48 nights from now for the 2026 season debut against the San Francisco 49ers? That is what I will be following, and that's what I really want to know. The second biggest thing that I will be following all camp long is how Chris Shula, with great power comes great responsibility, is utilizing all of the pieces at his disposal defensively and how all of those pieces fit in the puzzle. There is no doubt that after adding Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie, the Rams are going to be a much better defense in 2026. But it does not take a rocket scientist to tell you just that adding the 2-time NFL Defensive Player of the Year and the guy that has the most sacks in a single season in NFL history, the 23 that he racked up a year ago, is going to make a team better. No duh. But how does Chris Shula utilize Myles Garrett to get that similar production in 2026, or at least the 14 sacks that Myles Garrett has had at minimum in the last 5 NFL seasons? And how does he get that individual performance out of Myles? How does he then open everything up for the other members of that defensive line? Byron Young, Kobe Turner, Braden Fisk, Poona Ford, and others in getting after the quarterback. How does he use Trent McDuffie, a guy that can play on the outside, a 2-time All-Pro performer, but as he put on display when he was a first-team All-Pro selection in his second year in the NFL in 2023, he likes to fit the run. he likes to stick his nose in. He can be there getting after the quarterback as well in different spots. The versatility, the creativity that he can also use alongside the likes of Cam Curl and Quentin Lake in that defensive backfield. And how much does he rely from the very start on Jalen Watson, your prototypical outside cornerback because of his size and length at 6'2", to guard the outside receivers? The Rams allowed the second most yards per game to outside wide receivers in the National Football League a season ago. If there was a blemish, if there was a weak spot for Chris Shula's defense last year, it was guarding those outside wideouts around the NFL. They have two huge upgrades in that positional group that I think is the most important individual upgrade they could have made this season, in the additions of Trent McDuffie and Jalen Watson. And number 3, in terms of one of those main storylines and headlines that I will be following, is how much we should appreciate this Rams backfield, because it's darn good. They have a really good running back tandem and a really good running back duo in Kyren Williams and Blake Corum. Kyren has had 3 consecutive years of at least 1,100 yards on the ground. He has played in at least 16 regular season games, each of the last 2. He has had double-digit rushing touchdowns in the last 3 years consecutively. And last year, where I think Kyren Williams can continue to grow and be a huge factor in this Sean McVay offense, is as a receiver. 50 targets last year, 36 grabs, 12 of them for a first down. And when you pair that with Blake Corum and the uptick of production across the board in his second year last year, we appreciate the running backs here in Los Angeles. And that's not even to mention Jarquez Hunter, that I think has some upside as the Rams' third back. We'll continue the football conversations as Countdown to Training Camp Week comes to a close here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, up next. We keep it rolling. It's countdown to training camp week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, the new home for Rams fans. And the countdown to camp for the Los Angeles Rams is nearing its final hours. The Rams report to camp tomorrow on a Saturday at LMU. Both the rookies and the veterans will be there. 2026, as camp begins, is about winning a Super Bowl, and only winning a Super Bowl here in Los Angeles for Sean McVay and company. We have given you the main headlines that you must know. We have basically had a different conversation and a talking point to attack the Rams in 2026 from every single angle, every single night here on Countdown to Training Camp Week. The Puka Nacua contract extension conversation. When is it happening? Is it happening? When might a deal be done? If Puka Nacua can prove his maturity. How does Chris Shula utilize all of the defensive pieces now in his puzzle, of which they are very, very talented pieces? And as I said right before the break, I think we need to appreciate the Rams running backs just a little bit more. Not that they're undervalued or underappreciated, so to say, but what Kyren Williams does and what Blake Corum does as well in filling out this backfield tandem is as good as you will find around the National Football League. No two players had a better rush success rate than both Williams, who led the NFL at 62.9%, and Blake Corum at 59.3%, second best in the National Football League in 2026. Of course, everybody will have their eyes on the reigning NFL MVP, who won the first MVP trophy of his career in year number 17, Matthew Stafford. It is year 18. He is 38 years old. He has the trust in those wideouts. The Rams still looking really for that third pass-catching option. He has that confidence in his backfield, and they can alleviate some of the physical toll that Matthew Stafford must go through in an NFL regular season. But more than anything, so can the starting offensive line, where all five guys that will start this year for the Rams up front played in at least 15 regular season games, and Warren McClendon on the right tackle spot, to Kevin Dotson as the right guard, to Coleman Shelton as the center, to Stephen Avila as that left guard, and to Alaric Jackson as your left tackle. That was the same offensive line for all three NFL playoff games last year for the Rams. Keeping Matthew Stafford upright is always going to be priority number one. A guy that knows a lot about that, because he did so as the starting right tackle when Matthew Stafford and the Rams won a Super Bowl in 2021, was Rob Havenstein. He was here on the new 97.1 The Fan earlier in the week on D. Fish and Decker, breaking down what this Rams offense is going to look like with Stafford in year 18.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and make every situation as easy for him as possible, and then if you give Stafford easy, he's going to make some incredible throws. They've got a whole slew of tight ends over there, a bunch of different guys with a bunch of different skill sets. So I think we're going to see a lot more utilization of those guys and the challenges that presents to a defense. And I think the Rams are going to kind of have the pick of the litter of what they want to do and how they want to attack teams. And I think because they've been going so much 12 and 13, and I expect that to continue throughout camp and through the early parts of the season, it's not how are the Rams going to attack somebody else, it's how are they going to defend them, just because of the matchup problems that they have. And then they've got some special players in place, and not to mention a Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams on the outside, who could still turn and burn with the best of them. So I'm expecting a lot, and I'm expecting them to have their the foot on the gas for pretty much the whole season.
Rob Havenstein, man, out of Wisconsin, drafted by the Rams in 2015 in the second round, spent all 11 years of his NFL career with this Rams organization, winning a Super Bowl in his 11th and final, or not in his 11th and final, but winning a Super Bowl with this Rams team. And now, last year in 2025, was his last as a member of this team. He knows Sean McVay. He knows Matthew Stafford. He knows what the resurgence of this Rams team has looked like here in Los Angeles. And when I hear somebody say 12 or 13 personnel, I just get geeked up. Because what that means is one running back, 2 or 3 tight ends. 12 personnel, 2 tight ends. 13 personnel, 3 tight ends. And the Rams have the talent at the tight end position to run 13 personnel, which I think would also allow guys like Terrence Ferguson to break out. You are going to see Colby Parkinson, who had 8 receiving touchdowns last year, third most on this Rams team, only behind the 14 of Devontae Adams that led the entirety of the NFL, and the 10 of Puka Nacua. You are going to see Davis Allen out there often as well. Probably the best blocking tight end the Rams have. We hope to see the veteran Tyler Higbee as much as possible if he can limit the injury concerns in 2026. And he will be a veteran leader and a guider in that locker room regardless of his playing time. But what Rob Havenstein is saying right there, all of that works to alleviate the pressure on Matthew Stafford and allows Matthew Stafford to be at his absolute best. He is 38 years old. It is year number 18. Of course, he has to stay healthy. But you could have that same health conversation for every single quarterback around the National Football League for all 32 teams, especially for those expected to contend for a Lombardi Trophy. What happens if he gets hurt? What happens if he gets banged up? Then their season goes off the rails. It's the quarterback position. It's the most important, not just in football, but in all of sports. So we've talked about those main headlines for the Rams that everybody should be paying attention to, that everybody should know about, that everybody should be following throughout training camp here as it begins for LA tomorrow. Let's have those same type of conversations for the Los Angeles Chargers. Because if alleviating pressure from Matthew Stafford is going to be this Rams offense at its best, that is the same story for the other LA team in the Chargers. The main storyline for the Bolts in this training camp and for all of 2026 is how Justin Herbert gels with his new offensive play caller in Mike McDaniel. We saw these two work together during minicamp. We saw them work together during the offseason program at the Bolt. A couple of things that have been highlighted by McDaniel that he wants to improve, maybe not necessarily change, but just tighten up for Justin Herbert is his footwork, and his footwork leading to quicker and more decisive throws, not just relying on the rocket right arm that Justin Herbert has, not just to thread needles in those very tight windows around the National Football League, but to put the ball to his wide receivers in space, which is so critical for a McDaniel offense, and trusting their speed, athleticism, and breakaway ability. Things that guys like Ladd McConkey absolutely have in their tool belt. That has been one of the main things that McDaniel has preached to Justin Herbert in trusting his system. McDaniel is also one of the great run game coordinators and schemers in this sport. I expect a really good second year when healthy for Omarion Hampton. We have talked a lot about the offensive line. The health of that is a critical component for the Los Angeles Chargers, and it will be interesting in the very first few days of camp. The vets for the Chargers show up in El Segundo on Tuesday. First full practice for everybody for the Bolts is on Wednesday. Are Joe Alt and Rashawn Slater out there running with the ones from the very start? We expect them both to be both. Rashawn Slater missed the entirety of 2025. Joe Alt missed a ton of 2025 and every game after week number 9 due to serious injuries. All of that means elevating Justin Herbert. All of that means protecting and taking some of the onus off the right arm and right shoulder of Justin Herbert. All of that ultimately means for a Charger team that has won 11 games in each of the first 2 years under Jim Harbaugh and has earned a playoff berth in each of the first 2 years under Harbaugh, getting Justin Herbert back to the playoffs and Justin Herbert delivering in the most important game of his career, which would be his first ever playoff victory. I believe it's going to happen in 2026 because we can joke about Mike McDaniel, some of the sunglasses he wears and the shoes that he sports on the sideline. You can poke fun at what happened to the end of his tenure with the Miami Dolphins. But what you cannot make fun of Mike McDaniel for is his offensive genius, because he is that. In his second year with Miami, they were the best total offense in terms of yards put up and second best scoring offense in terms of points scored in all of the National Football League. As the offensive coordinator of the San Francisco Giants in 2021, he had the Giants as one of the best units and really good running the football as well. I think this Chargers offense is going to be really, really good. But the number one thing that you must look for as camp begins for Justin Herbert and his fellow Chargers on Tuesday is how does it look? How fluid is it in Mike McDaniel's scheme? And when Mike McDaniel is out there coaching him up, What exactly is that relationship looking like? Do they both feel as though they are pulling on the same rope and moving forward in a positive way? I believe they are going to be. But that will be the main storyline, not just for camp, not just for the preseason, not just for the regular season, but the full year for the Los Angeles Chargers. Another main storyline is Tuli Tuipulotu and his contract extension for the Los Angeles Chargers. Because when you look defensively under first-year play caller Chris O'Leary, Tuipulotu is one of the brightest young edge rushers in the NFL. Last year in his third season, he had a career-best 13 sacks. He was a first-round pick from USC back in 2023. First-round rookie contracts work as such. A 4-year deal with a 5th-year team option, where at the end of your 3rd year, you can start to have those contract negotiations. And it's actually, at least in my idea, at the behest of the organization to get that rookie deal done early, because if you are going to pay somebody a ton of money, you can balance out that extension over the final 2 years of their discounted rookie deal, and it's just better overall for the franchise. It makes financial sense. So, as this conversation goes for Tuipulotu, he was asked about these ideas through the offseason program and how those conversations were going, and if conversations were not necessarily with the most positive momentum when training camp started in late July, would he consider what is known as a hold-in, reporting to camp but not practicing in full? And Tuipulotu replied, "Only time will tell." That is the second biggest storyline for me as the Chargers start camp. Everything means Justin Herbert. Everything leads to Justin Herbert winning a playoff game for the first time in his NFL career as he is about to embark on year number 7. It's Rashawn Slater healthy. It's Joe Alt healthy. And it is, of course, the transition to Mike McDaniel's new offensive scheme and how quickly that gels for quarterback and play caller. And then number 2, Tuli Tuipulotu's contract extension. And does Tuipulotu get that new deal as camp begins for the Chargers in just a few days? We tie a bow on countdown to training camp week. We tie a bow on this week here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, on the other side of the break. It is our final segment here together this week on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I am Ben Stevens. I have been humbled to sit in this chair, to speak into this microphone, to look at this camera, if you are watching us on YouTube or any of the places you get the new 97.1 The Fan. Next week, back to regularly scheduled programming from 6 to 10 p.m. It will be the James Coe Show. From 2 to 6, D-Mac and Reiter make their return to the airwaves. You heard D-Mac a little bit after 7 p.m. tonight, recapping the Dodgers' victory in New York against the Mets 4-2. I'll be here in some form or fashion, doing some great work with the new 97.1 The Fan, I am sure, especially as we trend closer and closer to football season. Countdown to training camp week comes to a close tonight as well, because training camp countdown basically ends tonight for the Rams as well. They report to camp tomorrow at LMU. The Chargers rookies are already in camp, with the veterans being added to the fold on Tuesday. So, football is here. Football lives in Los Angeles. And as this is the new home for Rams fans, you could not pick a better season than 2026 to be invested in the old pigskin here in LA. The Rams are leaps and bounds in front of everybody, at least on paper and projected, for this upcoming NFL season. Yeah, the games have to be played. Yep, it's 18 weeks of the most grueling sport that you can play year in, year out. But if projection becomes reality, the Rams are going to be playing in a Super Bowl in their own home stadium inside SoFi on February 14th, 2027. I think the Rams make that game. I think the Rams are going to play in that game. And, of course, if you're playing, there's a good chance you're hoisting that Lombardi trophy. I think the Chargers are going to have an opportunity as well to reach Super Bowl 61 in Los Angeles, because I think the Bolts are going to make the postseason for a third consecutive year, all 3 seasons under Jim Harbaugh. But the big question for LA is, can the new pairing of Mike McDaniel, offensive play caller, and Justin Herbert, quarterback in year number 7, result in Herbert having his best performances in the postseason, where, frankly, throughout his career, he has been at his absolute worst. He is 0-3 in the playoffs in his NFL career. They are hoping to make that at least 1-3 in 2026. I do think the Chargers are going to win a playoff game. Now, both of the LA teams, as we laid out in the Blueprint edition of Countdown to Training Camp Week on Tuesday, have very difficult roads ahead. The Rams have the 5th most difficult schedule in the National Football League, the Chargers the 12th. But the Bolts have the hardest schedule of all 4 teams that play in the AFC West. It is a huge reason that both the Chargers and Rams have very difficult dockets ahead of 2026, because their divisions are so dang hard. The NFC West last year sent 3 of 4 teams to the playoffs. The Seahawks, the champs, the Rams, and the Niners. 2 years ago, the AFC West sent 3 of 4 teams to the postseason. The Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Broncos. And Kansas City played in a Super Bowl for the 5th time in 6 years, 2 seasons ago. Last year, the Chiefs missed out on the postseason for the first time in a very long time, and had a losing record for the first time under Andy Reid in his 13 years at the helm in Kansas City. And both the Broncos and the Chargers still made the playoffs. And I think with a healthy Patrick Mahomes already at KC training camp, already back on the practice field, cleared and ready to go, is only going to make the AFC West all that much harder in 2026. There are so many good teams in both of those 2 divisions. The gift for not just the Rams, but the Seahawks and the 49ers is the fact the Arizona Cardinals exist, who I think are going to be the worst team in the National Football League. And the Rams and the Seahawks and the Niners all get to play the Cards twice in 2026. The Raiders, although they should be in the bottom of this division in 2026, are not a bad team. And I think they will be competitive, and I think they will be fun. The question for the Silver and Black, now with Fernando Mendoza signing his rookie deal, when does the rookie, number 1 overall pick in the reigning Heisman Trophy winner from Indiana via Cal, make his NFL debut. Is it going to be Kirk Cousins from the start? That is what the plan has said to be in Sin City under first-year head coach Clint Kubiak. But only time will tell, and throughout training camp, if the continued reports of the offseason program is that Mendoza is looking as good, if not better than Cousins, I think those calls for Fernando are only going to grow a little bit louder out in Las Vegas. So the countdown to training camp really comes to a close tonight. The Rams report to camp tomorrow. The Chargers veterans show up to camp on Tuesday, and camp is here. Football is here in Los Angeles. Countdown to fall camp nears as well, collegiately, as the unofficial start to the college football season in the Big Ten Conference begins on Tuesday. Big Ten Media Days in Chicago. Lincoln Riley and the Trojans take the podium on Tuesday. Bob Chesney, ahead of his first year as the new head coach of UCLA football, and his Bruins, they will take the stage in the Windy City on Wednesday. I'm sure there will be a plethora of previews for you around USC and around UCLA. Here are my two thoughts on both of those teams entering a new college football season. The Trojans have a very, very difficult schedule. They play Oregon at home. They play Washington at home. They have Ohio State at home on Halloween. They have road trips to Penn State. They have road trips to Wisconsin. They have a road game at the reigning national champ in Indiana, and they will play UCLA for the Victory Bell in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl. But with all of that being said, because of all of the returning talent in the fifth year under Lincoln Riley, when you have 15 starters back in this era of college football, you must take advantage. And when 15 of those starters feature 9 on the offensive side, including your starting quarterback for a second full year in Jaden Maiava, again, the advantage must be taken. I think there is a chance that Maiava, who had the highest QBR in all of college football last season, can lead the nation in that stat category as well, and maybe, even maybe, just be a Heisman Trophy contender. But to do that, USC is going to have to reach the college football playoff. If it's Super Bowl or bust for the Rams, if it's playoff win or bust for the Chargers, it is college football playoff or bust for USC. And I would not say it is bowl or bust for Bob Chesney and his Bruins in his first year at the helm in Westwood, but I do think bowling is what the Bruins are going to go, doubling their win total from just 3 last season to 6 this year. I am a believer in Bob Chesney. He has won at every single level in the 15 years he has spent as a college football coach. D3 Salve Regina, D2 Assumption, FCS level Holy Cross. The past 2 years at JMU, he has won more than 72% of the games that he has been a coach in, with 8 conference championships to boot. Winning carries over, regardless of level. And I think at the highest of that, in the Big Ten, Bob Chesney will still make some strides and make some waves for UCLA in 2026. Nico Iamaleava is back at the quarterback spot. There are 42 newcomers, including 10 of them that followed Bob Chesney from James Madison here to UCLA. I think UCLA is going bowling. And again, I have said I'm going to try to print the shirts. Maybe we can get an NIL deal between 97.1 The Fan, that's how it works, with UCLA. They will be not Bob Chesney Believer, not even Bob Believer, but one word across the chest in the light blue and gold, Bob Lever, because I believe in Bob. I believe in Bob Chesney. I believe in UCLA. They are going to be fun, friends, this upcoming season, and they have one of the 20 best recruiting classes in the country for 2027. 18 FBS programs, according to the latest updates from 24/7 Sports, have a commitment from a 5-star prospect. UCLA is one of those 18 schools. How about that? Immediate dividends and building toward the future for Bob Chesney and UCLA. And of course, before we get to football and as camp begins in the NFL, tomorrow is game number 2 of the 3-game weekend set for the LA Dodgers in New York, up in Queens against the Mets. The Dodgers victorious tonight, a 4-2 victory for LA. Roki Sasaki brilliant for a second consecutive Friday in New York City. Last week in the Bronx, switch over the borough to Queens. Roki still brought his stuff. Last week, it was the fastball, 21 at 100 miles per hour or better. This week, it was the splitter. It was 7 innings of 1-run baseball on only 3 hits. A Luis Robert Jr. home run in the bottom of the second. That was the only damage. That was the only plate. That was the only run the Mets were able to plate against Sasaki. And on the other side, it was a couple of sac fly ribbies for Miguel Rojas and Shohei Ohtani, and it was a 2-run shot for Kyle Tucker in the top of the 8th that would be the difference in a 4-2 baseball game for the Dodgers. 66-38 for LA. It's the best record in baseball. 35-19 on the road. It's the best away record in baseball. 32 comeback victories because the Dodgers trailed 1-0 at the end of the second inning. It's the second most in Major League Baseball. The Dodgers are exactly what we all expected them to be. And although it's been a brilliant regular season, they will be defined by October. And you will need performances like what Roki Sasaki has shown you in back-to-back starts on the road in New York City. And you will need Kyle Tucker to start to put it all together, as he did tonight for his first home run since June 27th, nearly a month ago. 2 of the 8 home runs Tucker has hit this year against the New York Mets. The Mets have been anything but amazing this year. They are 43-61. They are 18 games sub 500. They sit in the cellar of the National League East. Tomorrow in primetime, 4:15 out here locally in LA, 7:15 p.m. Eastern. Airing nationally on Fox, it is Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Nolan McLean on the other side for the New York Mets that have faced off against one another already once this season. Back on April 14th in the second game of a 3-game set at the Ravine when the Dodgers swept the Mets, that really put the Mets into the tailspin when they lost 12 straight games and have arrived at this destination that they have in a very disappointing season. Yoshi in that game against the Mets, 7 2/3, only a single earned run allowed, 4 hits, 7 strikeouts on 104 pitches. McLean was also really good in that game. 7 innings, a single earned run, just 2 base knocks, and 8 strikeouts. McLean has been sensational. The youngster for New York in his 4 starts consecutively, his 4 most recent starts, 6 innings exactly, has only allowed 2 earned. He has shut out the opponent in 3 of the last 4 outings. The Dodgers have their work cut out for them if they want to take both of the first 2 games of this weekend at Citi Field and the first 5 against the New York Mets. The Dodgers end their series against the Amazons on Sunday. It's Emmett Sheehan and Freddie Peralta before this long road trip post-All-Star break comes to a close and the Dodgers head home starting on Tuesday against Seattle. With producer Peyton, my name is Ben Stevens. It's been a privilege to be here all week long in prime time in Los Angeles on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Have an awesome weekend, Los Angeles.